What's going on, everybody? I am here. Oh, man.
I was on the lookout for any early reveals ahead of the state of play, which is true. Play news, hit the like button to share it with more people. That Xbox era founder and gaming insider Nick shared a list of some of the games on Twitter, and of course it turned out to be 100% correct. This time around, however, all the leaks about the upcoming state of play have seemingly come directly from PlayStation. Fans noticed a collection pop up called State of Play, which seems to have gone up early. The list features 15 games. These include expected titles like Astrobot, which will Dawn, which has a remake in November, Dragon Age the Veilguard, plus smart including Stellar Blade a day ago. Team for game reveals.
Yeah, no, I haven't heard anything from
Sonic
Asmongold.
the Hedgehog 3 movie pack. This update is inspired by scenes from the Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie.
While I was in the black, I had a dream. There was a monster in the woods.
And on you go, like a moth into the burning light.
Why didn't I hear anything? Wait, that was weird. Oh. Okay, it just sounds quiet for some reason. Intestinal polypoo. Donate $2. The weights are fake or no? The weights are clearly fake. Jake Paul cannot bench anywhere near 500 pounds.
Can we start off with some ments?
Sure, why not? Thanks for the donation, Pooh. Yeah, so the weights are clearly fake. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
Heavy lifter.
Heavy non-lifter.
It's
Fuck are you talking?
Just want to see some of these state of play games.
Then
That one looks kind of cool.
they took him away. The country was wrong.
You said they were.
Oh, hey, Serdar.
Have you seen Yana?
Something happened.
She's in no state to be wandering out in the metro alone. I need to go after her. Their bodies arranged in some sort of
Hopefully this VR game is coming to PC.
ritual. Playing other voices. Yana, is that you?
Jaquavius $20. He was caught with his pants down in a dungeon. He was definitely whacking.
What the hell? Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah.
You're the people that I left
Here
the
is my
house.
way of preventing sarcopenia. I will be taking 10 grams of Tren, 10 grams of Deca with cholesterol-lowering medications for the rest of my life along with blood pressure meds.
That is probably not a good idea, but thanks for the donation, Black Scandinavian.
Right?
Yeah.
You're here on holiday?
Yeah, who are you?
Well, I own the house. I'm Richard.
What are you doing?
No,
What oven it, yeah? Is that a...
I was thinking about going and having a shower now.
Where's your trousers? Where's he trout?
If it's not inconvenient right now, I'd like to use the bathroom.
Excuse me, mate. We've rented this house from you.
Yeah, well, any problems?
No, there's no problems, mate. Just like,
With the house?
well, yeah, I'm happy with the house, but like, what are you doing here?
I live here. Look.
Okay, but like, what are you doing, mate? Where's my prize?
That's a little weird.
Correctly. I said it's 3-bedroom house, 2 receptions, kitchen, bathroom. That's what you got. That's what you're renting.
Okay.
I'm locking myself away here. I'm not going to get under your feet. But you might have noticed, actually, that because I bring all my plates out after dark, use the kitchen. But
So hold a minute, yeah. Whilst we're sleeping, yeah, you're going out in the kitchen.
yeah, well, I've got to put my dirty plates out there.
What are you?
That is not a good Airbnb.
I was just sitting there, and I think you hit the air out.
You want to show? Well, yeah, but I'm not out. Yeah, everyone else is gone. I'm here.
Well,
So hold a minute, yeah. So like, what are we renting the house for then? You're still here.
no, you've got the use of the house. You got the house.
But like, you're there in like your little layer.
You got the kitchen. Oh yes,
What do you mean, yeah?
absolutely.
What do you mean, absolutely?
This is my little dungeon. I call it my dungeon.
That guy's laugh is super fucking annoying.
Now, you haven't lifted one weight.
I've been here since 4:30
I got
in
here
the
at
morning.
what, 6 o'clock?
Hey, I've been here since 4:30.
You haven't lifted one weight.
I lifted weight at 5 o'clock in the morning.
6 weeks, right? Jay, what do you think? 6 weeks?
No comment.
Well, ask Lenny will tell you, and he's got to go there with you. You're gonna fucking embarrass him.
I just say in the next 4 weeks, just burn all that fat off. Do whatever you can.
Yeah.
And then we'll fill out.
Yep.
Don't worry about it. Just you burn all the fat off. It's game over.
Yeah.
You know why? From here on in, you're going to be referred to as Lord Vader. You got that, Brad?
Lord Vader.
Lord Vader. I want to hear it.
Not Lord.
I still don't understand why Jason bothers competing in bodybuilding shows when he doesn't even diet.
At least for this contest, like having the right frame of mind.
He's Lord Mashed Potato. That's what he is. Because that's what he looks like. Fucking kid.
Yeah.
Jealous.
I'd like to thank PDS Supplements for the nice package they sent. A lot of good stuff I'm going to need for the contest. Thank you, gentlemen. And hope to see your shirt soon.
When they send you some Benoit balls?
Better. What do I need Benoit balls when I got your tongue? There's no comparison. A month out.
Look at, we got fucking Pinocchio and Geppetto. Look, he's a fucking liar. He's a puppet. Go ahead, pull it.
And you're a sheep.
I want to be a real bodybuilder. Do it.
You're a sheep ass.
You fucking
You're
sheep
fucking
ass.
And the gentleman from
All of a
PDS.
sudden, you want to come over here when Lenny's here. You didn't come over here. Listen, hey, he wouldn't come over here before you got here. Just leave me alone, he said. He was over
Little
there.
peep.
Now you got your back
You're
up,
a little
right?
peep.
You're a little puppet master. Go ahead.
Mike Cannon spoke on the phone,
His
who's
hands up his ass. making a
representing PDS, sent me the supplements, asked, is Brad really that much of a prick in real life?
Yes.
He wanted to know.
Yes, fuck you, PDS. What's the company name?
PDS, PDM, actually. PDM
Selling
from Nebraska.
Bullshit supplements.
NGC3, I'm on it now.
Loaded
and their
with fillers.
Agmatine
Yeah,
product.
okay.
Then they have a great branch chain amino product, which I needed, by the way, with my coach, a human performance specialist.
Yeah, this
the
was
Motor
uploaded
City
9 years
Madman
ago.
recommended.
Motor City moron.
Came just in time. So hopefully we'll see some big lifts from the Madman
Go
today.
away. Go
You and
away,
Jay
pussy.
are color coordinated today. Did you guys work this out last night?
What was that, Jason?
We worked a little something better out last night, but that's for another time.
Yeah, that's just wonderful. Sick fuck.
Was Rich here today?
Yes, he was.
Avoiding me, huh?
Yes, he was.
Determined.
Dodo donate $2. Can you crush some gays for Gaza in debate? I'm in the mood to watch you stomp on some of those dumbasses. Are you still planning to go to that protest in Ottawa? You have to do it. Yes, I'm still planning on going. None of them like ever agree to debate me, so I don't know how to set something like that up. But thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Terminator.
He's avoiding all of
These are the words out of Big Richard's mouth. This is a direct quote. I have a bone to pick with Brad. Tell him I can't wait to see him.
Pick that bone.
So, Brad either needs to get here earlier or Big Richard needs to get here later, one or the other.
Brad needs to pick the sperms out of his mouth.
There are going to be some fireworks when Richard sees Brad. You can count on that.
Huh?
Fireworks.
Well, since he called me out, I'll come here earlier, I promise. Friday or
Wednesday.
The J Master's puke bucket.
No, Jay has a better name for it.
Bedroom bully bucket.
I wonder who else goes in here then.
Any bodily fluids can be deposited in that trash can. Lenny will drink the bucket at the end of the training
That is a
session.
great idea. Like Ozzy Osbourne style. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to let that bucket collect bodily fluids for a month, Leonard. And
Probably a lot of electrolytes
and you can drink it on stage at the Ruby Classic.
Yeah, during a victory, I'll drink it out of a champagne cup for a victory toast. Me and Genova.
Uh-oh.
What is that for?
The bedroom bully bucket.
Oh. That's not your toilet like it is in your trailer, you know. You can't take a shit in it.
Jay, why do you call
That's
it the
just for
bedroom
throwing up.
bully bucket?
A mailman just accused me of living in a trailer. Does anyone else find that ironic?
Well, pretty soon that's one mailman that'll be living in God knows where.
His shoes are never tied, ever.
You can come to my house. I'll show you where I live. I'm not scared of you.
Wilton Manors.
That means you
That
want
was
to
good.
Definitely. You know where
Wait, hold on. Why don't you educate all the non-Floridian residents what Wilton Manors is, Lenny?
Well, from what I understand, although I'm first
It's old
Yeah.
faggot Fort Lauderdale.
Oh.
It's the gay district in Fort
the
Lauderdale.
capital of America now. No more Frisco or New York.
Is it
no
really?
More Village. It's Wilton Manors, Fort Lauderdale. People like Brad put it on the map.
What am I thinking right now? I'm just thinking that I'm tired and exhausted from dieting and training. That's what I'm thinking right now. Tomorrow I have a day off though, so that's gonna be nice.
Calling me gay, that's great. That's fucking great. When he's the one talking about fucking trannies.
Trannies they're not gay, there's a difference.
Okay.
Hey,
Look
there's
'em
nothing
up.
wrong with having some old
There's a
man buy you a
difference.
few drinks and suck your cock.
Or a young postman suck your cock
You wish.
to get you drunk.
Wait, neither of you can tie your fucking shoes. At least Jay doesn't even attempt to.
No.
All right, we're going to go with some more viewer feedback, which I'm going to try to do more of in the future.
Jaquavius Cumberdale donated $2. Would you try these recipes? We want more cooking videos.
Did you know that you can turn carrots into vegan salmon?
Oh, the music is so annoying. Cam donated $2. Small text debate happening in your Discord. This guy's a little confused. Let me take a look. Why did I join that? I'm literally retarded. Why am I not... Like, what do you mean? Is it my, like, roundtable channel, or... Can people even post anything in here? There's, like, I don't even see any... Oh, there we go. This isn't even... Yeah, I don't see anything. Other Discord? Okay, well, I'll deal with that a little later. It's not a big deal. Thanks for the donation though, Cam.
Did you watch Deadpool v Wolverine? I liked some scenes. I did not enjoy it overall. Left the theater pretty depressed and empty.
No, haven't bothered watching it. I don't know if I'm ever gonna watch it. Apparently it's not even really a movie. It's just weird, stupid shit, and pretty badly paced and boring. So, yeah, I've just had no interest in watching it. Thanks for the donation though, Nutmuffin. That looks like far too much work for something that I wouldn't really enjoy.
Did you know that you can make cheese out of bulgur? Keshek efuara. Last time I followed this ancient Lebanese recipe to ferment coarse bulgur in nothing but water and salt. Once it has soaked up the brine, you need to stir it every day for 4 to 6 weeks, during which yeasts start to build on the surface. Now it's finally time to taste it. It definitely smells fermented. Cheers. That is tangy. It's not a cave-aged goat cheese, but it has a cheesy flavor, but we're not done yet. To actually turn this into a cheese-like texture, you need to drain the bulgur, then blend it into a thick paste like this. You can now roll it into small balls and either leave them just like that or coat them in spices or dried herbs. For the final step, store them in a jar and cover with plenty of olive oil. And now they need to age for another 4 to 6.
I would never do that recipe. That's just stupid.
It took me 10 weeks to make this recipe, and now it's finally time to taste it. 10 weeks ago, I started my first batch and every single it is what the finished bulgur cheese is like. Here we go. Savory, tangy, super creamy, and a little bit funky from that fermentation. It really has this cheesy umami. That is mad. You can now add it to savory dishes or even just eat it on a slice of bread for a probiotic snack. And since the cheese of the first batch was very delicate, I started a second one alongside it to improve the method. You can find all the updates on my website.
Yeah, I'd never do that.
These fluffy cakes are idli, one of India's healthiest breakfasts. Welcome back to Vegan Cultures, where I explore traditional plant-based foods. Today we're making idli, a fluffy steamed cake that is made with a fermented rice and lentil batter. After soaking the rice, it is ground into a coarse paste like this, while the dal, poha and fenugreek seeds are blended until completely smooth. It should float in a bowl of water. Transfer it to the rice paste, add some salt, and mix them into a batter like this. Then leave it to ferment in a warm place, for instance the oven with just the light switched on. Once it has increased in volume, smells tangy, and looks fermented like this, you can add them to a greased idli maker and steam them in a large pan with a bit of water until the skewer comes out clean. Then just remove with a wet knife. If you don't want to buy an idli maker, you can even just fry them in a pan. The fermentation increases the available amino acids and make idli a nutritious source of protein that is traditionally served with a sambar.
That looks lame as hell. I'd never try any of those recipes. Just totally pointless. I don't particularly like those foods. I don't like cheese. I don't know what the fuck that last thing was. That just looks lame. And I'm not like a big fan of fish either, so I just wouldn't bother ever making those. Thanks for the donation though, Jaquavius.
I've kind of been remiss about doing it, reading some of the comments of some of the guys.
Yeah, I know Destiny's streaming. I don't really have anything to talk to him about. I talked to him last night about the Jordan Peterson scam thing, but I already talked to him about that. Who's a bigger loser, Wheat Waffles or Frank Tufano? Well, Wheat Waffles can see. He's not cross-eyed. And as far as I know, he is not in massive debt. So I think I'd have to go with Frank Tufano being the bigger loser.
Guys on camera, So here's one from YouTube written by Jeff T. Or is it Jeff T? Jeff T5, I think it is.
What the hell is a Jeff T5? What the hell? You better use your correct name or something when you address me, you punk.
Anyway, thank you, Lenny. Really? He's puking after his warm-up set? Jesus Christ. That was just your warm-up set, Jay.
Oh, break it in the bedroom bully bucket. I need one of these next to the bed. Sometimes when I get fucking real good and get that heart rate too high, I have to...
Have you ever puked during sex?
No, I've come close. I've had to dismount.
Dismount?
Yeah, from my mare.
Mare?
His lady, I think.
Right.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Back to more pertinent
so we're getting
matters.
all types of bodily fluids in that bucket.
All right.
Dude, how is this guy still alive? He literally gets sick during sex.
Leonard, let's try this again. All right, you ready? You listening? It says, someone should tell Lenny he could take a good 6 to 8 inches off his gut if he actually worked his abs and started doing mobility exercises for his tight hips. The reason his gut sticks out so much is because he has weak glutes and hamstrings combined with weak abdominals, giving him anterior pelvic tilt.
I never said I was a bouncer at a club.
It's why he struggled so much going to proper depth at his squats. Please, Andrew, please tell Lenny to start working on planks, hanging leg raises, and weighted crunches, in addition to stretching his lower body.
Stretching your anus.
And I guarantee you he will look 10 times better. Leonard, your response.
I agree with the flexibility. To say I'm going to reduce my waistline by doing crunches is absurd.
Do you ever? I've never seen you do an ab workout. Do you ab?
Well, Lee Priest and Tom Prince, who are about as freaky as they come, stopped doing abs. You know, they actually said no difference at all, you know. And besides, if the muscle's thick already, why work them? You know, work is going to hypertrophy. I wish my calves were like that, but that's the way it is. I mean, yeah, if I do need to improve my flexibility and so forth, but doing that, you know, appreciate your advice, but I don't think that's the ticket right there. But I will start doing some leg raises and lower ab work in a few weeks, just to maintain control when I pose. But, hey, I'm the Tom Platz of abs. Why in the hell would I want to shrink my abs? That's my claim to fame. I'm #1 on Palumboism, and it should start be called Lennyism. You know, my gut's twice as big as Palumbo's. We'll take a tape measure to it. Twice as big. Although he's a lot more attractive than the eye makeup he wears, but...
You sat here all fucking day thinking that broad was showing up. The real Christina.
Broad. Hey, whoa!
The real Christina Broccolini. You're as dumb as fucking Jason. You got, what is it called, catfish?
Getting trolled.
Trolled. Well, you got trolled.
Catfish is a little different.
Jason, what did he drive down to fucking Miami or something? Or
for what?
To meet some fucking broad that he thought was the real one. And
Lenny takes melanotan, which makes him overproduce melanin. That's why he's so dark.
Well, she's not a broad, she's a goddess.
Okay.
I don't mean to sound sacrilegious, but it does say in the 10 Commandments, you shall have no other gods beside me, although you wouldn't know that. She's a goddess, she's not a god. How's that? So I'm still keeping within the religious realm.
Okay, so you sat here all day Saturday waiting for a make-believe goddess.
I had my food, of course.
Oh my God.
I'd do it again.
Of course you would. Wait till the people see that.
Right.
There are going to be 20 new Christina Broccolini accounts on YouTube.
I bet you she's never fucking heard of you. She's never seen any
Well,
of
if she
you.
has heard of him, she has a restraining order. I got news for you.
Huh?
I've never heard of her. You never watched Mystery Hunters?
No, what? Christina Broccolini's a fucking nobody. She's a...
Who the hell is Christina Broccolini? Oh, why? I know of her. She was on a really bad kids TV show. Why is Lenny obsessed with this chick? What? I don't understand. What the fuck? Why is... That's just super weird. Yeah, Lenny is obsessed with this chick who was a children's TV show host. I don't understand why. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Kick streamer Big Loaf hits on nuts 12-year-old daughter.
We're looking for a two-man. We're looking for a two-man.
What is that?
Like two women. That's like...
2 women?
Yeah. Like down to be our girlfriends.
Anyways, nice to meet you.
Damn. What type of setup is this?
That's a good setup, bro. Ronin, all that, bro.
Huh?
Filming a movie, bro.
What y'all filming? Hey, that shit, hey, that's a crazy ass setup.
Thank you.
What do you stream on?
On
Twitch?
Yeah.
We on Kick, man.
You gotta go up there.
You said Twitch is better. Tell me why. Tell me 5 reasons. Tell me 5 reasons why. Tell me 5 reasons. 5 reasons. You said what? Are you cock blocking, nigga? Nigga, cock blocking, nigga on God, nigga.
She's 12. But you know
Nigga, she's not 12, nigga. This nigga capping, nigga. You just gonna cap like that, nigga. It's 12. You're filming a 12-year-old and it's fucking 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. It's 10 p.m. You're filming a 12-year-old. What the fuck? That's some crazy shit. Nigga, hey, why the fuck would a 12-year-old be here at 11 p.m., nigga? No, he's lying. Nigga capping. She's 12, you pedo. Suck my dick.
Yo, self-made here?
Oh, where's he at? Where's he at?
Oh, shit.
We need to find Knut.
Son Goku donated $2. Let me see.
Around with a flat ass chest is because you're out here doing incline press looking like this. Motherfucker, this ain't gonna do shit to build your chest. But it's all good because you know Papa Pump got you. And I'm about to put y'all on. Now, the first mistake that I see a lot of y'all make is you have your back arched just like this. Since we're doing an incline.
So you should arch your back even on incline press. It just puts your shoulders in a better position to produce force. If your back is totally straight, you're gonna feel a lot of it in your shoulders, and you might actually injure your shoulders too.
Incline press, what we want to focus on is keeping our back flat and attached to the pad. Now the second mistake y'all make is you have your elbows flared out just like this. We want to bring those elbows in to about 45 degrees. This is going to cause the weight to line up more with our chest fibers.
That's reasonable advice.
Instead of putting tension on the shoulders. Now, last mistake I see y'all making is pushing the weight straight up just like this. It's important to understand that the chest is responsible for bringing the arm across the body. So when we press, we want to squeeze our biceps toward each other.
Yeah, that doesn't really do anything. There's no tension. Like, you know, the dumbbells are pushing down. So if you bring your arms in, it's not like you're doing anything, so you might as well just go straight up and down.
Just like this. So keep your back flat, tuck your elbows, and squeeze those biceps close together.
Yeah, so the first piece of advice I disagree with. You should have an arch even if you're incline pressing, and there's no reason to touch the dumbbells together. It would make sense if you're doing like a cable fly or something, but with dumbbells, doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, over there. All right. Behind you. Okay. It's okay. We got this. We got this. Okay. We let them walk a bit further away. Okay. We got. Well, our random side quest that just popped up is avoid these 2 guys. Yeah.
Banned.
You got someone else banned.
For I hope the guys who told me and Knut's daughter she's 12 that they're looking for girlfriends got banned.
One of them asked my 12-year-old daughter to go to the clubs with her. They are banned now.
That guy isn't even banned. You got someone else banned. DBR is cool.
He deserves an apology, as this tweet implies he hit on your daughter when it was Big Loaf.
She looks young, but I would not expect her to be 12. She looks very old for 12. She's young enough where you should ask her age, but she does not look like a 12-year-old. So I think that's kind of being blown out of proportion. Kid Boo donated $2, 2024 presidential candidate, right? Also, have you tried playing Warframe? Warframe sucks. I don't care about any of these fucking free-to-play bullshit games.
Grew up understanding the children of the community are the children of the community. I grew.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
C-lister at best.
It's not the point.
Those are fighting words.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
That's irrelevant. Like I said, our souls have been intertwined since the beginning of eternity till the...
Jalen donated $2. If you take vitamin D supplement with a meal that has 7 grams or more of fiber, does this affect absorption? I haven't seen any evidence that fiber negatively impacts vitamin D absorption. I've seen some evidence that eating fat with a meal aids with vitamin D absorption, but I don't think fiber negatively affects vitamin D absorption. I haven't seen any evidence of it anyway. Thanks for the donation though, Jalen. I have a cat sitting on my lap and she's purring. Oh my goodness, I love this kitty. Hmm? Oh, she just farted. This cat farted again. She keeps sitting on my lap and farting. I love you, Joe. My sweet little fart cat. And it's funny, she's been just hopping on hopping on my lap every time I've been streaming.
The end.
Oh yeah, big time.
Her seeing her in person is just a formality, which obviously I'd like to do, but our souls are...
What would you do to her if she actually showed up and you
I'd
met her?
probably start crying.
Crying?
Yeah, I probably would, and that doesn't happen often. Again,
we can...
For me to be obsessed with somebody doesn't happen often either.
Lenny,
almost never.
If you cry, we can add the tears to the bedroom bully bucket.
Tears and snots.
It's another liquid we can put in there.
Wonder if we should keep that from week to week to week. Everything that comes out, like say for instance at home if my nose bleed or whatever, we'll add it to it.
Or we can have viewers add contributions.
Yeah.
Send your bodily fluids to World Gym in Delray Beach.
And then the raffle will be...
Prismo's just upstairs doing cat stuff. He usually stays upstairs in the evening. He only really comes downstairs in the afternoonish. Or sometimes if I'm streaming late, he'll come downstairs because he wants me to go upstairs and go to bed with him.
You can drink.
That's great.
Then you'll be a true misfit.
Would anybody like to see proper form in a bent-over barbell row?
Aaron P. donate $2. Try not to laugh challenge and go.
I snap my fingers. You forget that you were ever gay.
I was never gay.
Exactly.
Wait, no, stop.
Yes.
No, stop. You can't. I was never gay.
Okay.
No, I was never gay.
Sure.
You can't just state something, then snap your fingers and then be like, I was never gay.
If you say so. If...
That was mildly amusing, I guess.
See, I'm creating gas. I'm digesting food.
That is gross. Oh. Pig rubbing his butt.
Baby, wobble, baby, wobble, yeah. Wobble, baby.
That's a nice pig. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
I will demonstrate full range of motion.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Back in January, Kamala Harris' approval rating was 28. It was 32 at the beginning of summer. Today it's nearly 50. What changed? Media coverage. No. I think it's just because she was vice president and now she's a presidential candidate. That's probably the main reason. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
The barbell row, you were supposed to tap the floor. This nonsense where people bend over at a 45-degree angle and barely move the bar, just because that worked for Dorian Yates doesn't mean it's going to work for you. I got news for you. You're not Dorian Yates, so start exercising the proper way.
For you, Christina.
Look at that.
Pretty good form.
Now show us proper throw-up form into the bucket.
Hey Dale, you see that back? It didn't move. And it was a 45-degree angle. You see that clown Dale that sent that video in his row? He's like this.
He's not letting go of the Dale
he said
thing.
He's coming here.
He did? He's coming here?
You're gonna come in here and get...
Was Dale making fun of
Dale,
Jay or Lenny?
I'm gonna force you to keep your back flat when I sodomize you.
He wasn't making fun of anyone. He simply posted a video of himself.
That was pathetic.
Bent over rowing 405. Andrew showed the video to Lenny. I thought it was a great lift. Lenny mocked it.
It was a joke.
I thought the guy was strong as fuck.
That's a 40.
This Western professor has a really good grasp of what's going on. I think he makes some good points.
I'm sure this will be great. Hezbollah terrorist monkey.
That is just not a serious argument. The existential threat to Israel is not a serious argument. It is not a serious argument. This is not a serious argument.
I'm about to give you an answer. I can see why Israel feel the way they do.
How Hezbollah or Iran or Hamas is an existential threat to Israel. Explain to me. They're Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
They want to exterminate Israel?
It's Ukraine and the whole question of how to deal with Russia, where you see a substantial difference. If Trump wins, then he will act very differently towards Russia and towards the Ukraine war, and Kamala Harris will.
How can it be morally right to let a ruthless dictator illegally invade a sovereign, democratic European country?
Okay, we'll definitely watch that next. That looks like it's gonna be absolute fucking AIDS, dude. Thanks for the donation though, Hezbollah terrorist monkey. Did you receive my email and message on Instagram regarding a formal debate? I'll check my Instagram. Is your account name Chewin Steel? Could we have a debate soon? Love to go over positions on religion, philosophy, countering your atheism. We can debate right now if you want. Love listening to stupid shit from theists. So, there you go. We can debate right now.
45-degree angle. That lower back is not moving up and down. This Dale is bucking the weight up. His face is so red.
That wasn't you? Okay, well, just join the Discord anyway. Let me check my spam. I haven't seen any debate requests on my email. Sengoku donated $2. Can all the people outraged about Trump saying Haitians are eating dogs really be so mad when they're at the same time eating cows, chickens, pigs? So what makes them better? Well, yeah, it's just stupid carnist retardation, so If you're gonna complain about cats and dogs getting eaten, but you eat, other animals, you have no basis to complain. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
But like I said, I come down here, Dale. You're gonna keep that back in place because I'm gonna hold it there, if you know what I mean, when I mount you. So we're gonna sign a liability form.
See if I can't get a few reps here with 365 on the bent over barbell row.
Any words of encouragement, Leonard?
Quick song. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit. The Madman. Touching the floor. Anybody, even remotely close, send in a picture of any pro or powerlifter. I've yet to see it.
Barbell rows should touch the floor, people. Quit doing them like Dorian Yates. I'll say it again. You're not Dorian Yates.
You're Dorian Gray.
All right, so I got to segue this one for the viewers. It's unusually warm and humid in here this morning. I guess maybe they're trying to conserve electricity because it's summertime, so they cranked up. Actually, they turned down the AC. Who the hell knows? It somehow spawned a somewhat disturbing conversation about sweating and body odor and armpit odor, and naturally, Lenny set it off. Lenny, what were you just saying off camera?
I was just saying I enjoy burying my head into a nice feminine armpit.
And he was saying this off camera, so it's not like he reserves the sick, twisted shit for only when the camera's rolling. This is who Lenny is, folks. And then we got this one.
I've found that the more you shower, the quicker your armpit will stink. If you skip a day of showering, you don't smell twice as bad, you smell better. When you shower every day and you remove the oil, the natural oils that encase our body, more of your stench will radiate.
I think Lord Vader's showering.
Oh, these people are so fucking gross, dude.
2 to 3 times a day is counterproductive. And Jay, you reiterated about your girlfriend. She enjoyed what? Well, she's not going to enjoy you saying this, I don't think. But
I think that women don't mind a little armpit odor on a man.
Women or your girlfriend? Or is it going to be soon-to-be ex-girlfriend because she's addicted to this Misfits?
Jay was saved by his watch beeping. That means it's time for another set.
I have this theory of why they might like the armpit odor. I think that the submissive nature was bred into the human female during evolution because women that resisted male dominance would often become injured or even killed, and those rebellious genes were not passed down. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Darwinism?
No. Tweet that to Megyn Kelly before she decides to interview an alpha male, make a fool of herself, and end her career with her finger pointing.
If you grab a female by the hair and she resists, her genes should have been snuffed out generations ago.
That's a good point. And like I said, it's going to return to that. The age of blood and iron. It's coming soon. Mad Max. Survival of the fittest. Mr. Vegan Gaines, I'm waiting for your reply. I think I stumped you on that. You're going to go file harassment charges against me for insulting you.
Actually, a few people, now that you bring that up, took umbrage with your remarks against Canada. What is your beef with Canada?
Actually, I'm getting sick and tired of the Canadian sewer pipe leaking their sewage south onto this country. We have enough of our problems without their, blend of filth up there, with the obvious exception of Christina Broccolini,
of course,
Tony Mandarich, and the late, great Greg Kovacs. Those two were my eating idols back in the day.
We got George St. Pierre.
Who? Never heard of her.
The former welterweight champion of the UFC.
Never heard of her.
Him.
My shit is a welterweight. My fecal matter.
Mr. Vegan Gaines, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but the body needs...
J Masters being strong as shit as usual. Pretty good vent over rose from a man in his 40 at the time of the recording of that video.
Yeah, pretty decent. He's strong. Somehow he's still able to tear his pec so badly, throwing very slow, weak punches, but yeah, he's strong. Thanks for the donation, Peter Griffin.
Needs cholesterol to make testosterone. So I'd like to help you out with a little hormonal transfer therapy.
Oh, yes.
What that means is I want you to come down here and be my fluffer and clean up my cream pies. Mr. Vegan Gains, cream pie cleanup guy.
They're so fucking weird, dude.
What happened?
That's what happens when you train heavy.
You broke your strap?
It's about to go.
Both of them about to go.
You don't get strong eating vegan. Vegetarianism is the new gateway drug to homosexuality.
Without a doubt. And Vegan Games is living proof. Sitting there like that, and he's a young man like that, you have no fighting. The Vegan Games, you're the type of guy that went to...
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Okay, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
To school with, and would go run to the teacher and tell. Or somebody harass you, run to the police. Or you're a what do I call it, tattletale. You didn't do that back in our day. Now it's encouraged with the anti-bullying. Go tell a teacher when you're being bullied.
He might need some rectal animal fat injection. I could use some baby seal oil and violate him with it.
Dude, literally every time, like years ago, when they'd talk about me, they'd like talk about having sex with me. It's really weird.
That's what you get for opening your silly little mouth, Mr. Vegan Gains. You get an education, hopefully you'll change your ways, and in a few years you'll turn yourself around before it's too late. The next time you catch pneumonia, you're going to be dead.
Nice and low. Shh, shh, shh. That's not there. There you go, that's better. God, your thighs are getting more cut up by the week.
I'm hitting new fibers, and it's just the way it's going to be from here on in.
You got to get on this hack without taking too long of a break. There you go. Nice. Real good depth. Nice.
Well, that's at least better for him. He's going, like, deep enough. How much for you to add this guy in Discord and debate him? He can just join my public debate Discord. I'm not going to bother adding him.
Christina! Oh my God.
Really?
Yeah, I want
to move on your beard.
Oh, gross.
And all the guy wants to do is chit chat. Flapping his jaws. He's obviously not going quick enough. If he's got time to bullshit, he should be doing a set.
Lenny nods his head in agreement.
Sometimes they need a little tough love, and Jay's the only one with enough balls to give it to me. As did Big Richard on the squad a few years ago. All right, this is a Christina Broccolini set.
Bodybuilding's a conditioning sport. You don't get it by talking.
Oh, my favorite 90s song from Nippers.
Come on, deep. There you go. There you go. Activate those quads. Yeah.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen Lenny hit adequate depth on any exercise.
Whole new movement going deeper. It's like I was doing half movements. And after all these years, you got to go back to fundamentals. What can I say?
Let's see. Jesus donated $2. Speaking of Theus.
Liz, do you know if there's a coffee shop around here? I'm so...
If it was, it'd be on this street. Yeah, go make a left. Right here.
Up in the club looking fly in the muff.
Oh.
Me and my team hide in the muff. Walk around the club like...
It's the Vatican. I have to take it.
Okay.
Holy Father, what's up?
That is fake.
How you doing? You all right back there?
Jesus, you're going the wrong way!
You just rest. It's all under control. I am the way.
These aren't funny.
One of those days that no matter how shitty, at least I don't have a kid. Say it with me now. At least I don't have a kid. Whew. Can you imagine? And if you do have a kid, that's fine. You should, like, I don't know, probably go check on them or something. I'm having one of those days.
I can't stand these fucking people, man. The joke is becoming a reality. Every day I hate one more person. They drive me crazy, man.
Goed zo. Walter,
None of those were good. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
The Ukrainians are doomed. Best thing to do at this point.
Implications for the conflicts now roiling the world. There's a lot, therefore, to discuss. I'm returning to Uncensored with his unique analysis, Professor John Mearsheimer. Professor Mearsheimer, I should say. Great to have you back on Uncensored.
Glad to be here, Piers.
There's so much to unpack with you, and I'm sure you've been giving all these huge news stories a lot of your mental attention. Let's start with this growing crisis between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon. Obviously, since October the 8th, Hezbollah has been firing rockets into Israel, displacing tens of thousands of Israelis. They have a right to defend themselves, and they've now very clearly put a marker down that they are going to exact punishment for what has been going on. And once again, the debate is raging about what is proportionate and where this will lead, and could it lead to a full-scale war. Do you accept, first of all, that Israel has a right to defend itself against Hezbollah?
Sure. I mean, who would disagree with that?
So, in terms of what they've been doing in the last week, does that all fall under a reasonable self-defense?
Yes, it absolutely fucking does.
Well, the question you really want to ask yourself is, where does this all lead? The fact is, the Israelis have a huge problem here, and that is that as long as they continue the war in Gaza, Hezbollah has said that it will continue to fire rockets into northern Israel. And Israel has no intention of ending the war in Gaza.
So this guy is literally arguing that Israel should have appeasement policies to genocidal, anti-Semitic, jihadist terrorists that want to exterminate them.
And as a result, Hezbollah has no intention of ending the firing of rockets and missiles into northern Israel. And the Israelis want to do something about this because approximately 60,000 people have...
Bloods and Crips are always beefing.
Those are nice kitties. Oh, they both sleepy? My goodness. Oh, those are nice kitties. Look at them. So handsome. So nice and wrinkly. Oh my god. Look how wrinkly. Just such good wrinkles. My god. That's nice. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Have been displaced from the northern part of Israel to the central part, and the Israelis want to move them back because this has all sorts of economic consequences. And more generally, they want to deal with the Hezbollah problem once and for all. So the question is, how do they do that? And they don't want to invade. That's quite clear. And absent invading Lebanon, what they're trying to do is massively punish Hezbollah and Lebanon and get them to throw up their hands. This is a coercion strategy.
What the fuck is he talking about? Like, that is the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life. Coercion strategy. They've been shooting rockets into Israel for almost a fucking entire year. Israel has been remarkably fucking patient. They've tried diplomatic strategies to get them to stop. Again, they waited about a year to fucking do this. They wouldn't stop, so they destroyed all of their fucking communication equipment, and they destroyed all of the fucking rocket systems in southern Lebanon. Like, it... apparently, if you're interested in national security, it's a coercion strategy.
And you have to ask yourself whether you think the Israelis are capable of coercing Hezbollah to surrender to Israeli demands, i.e. stop firing rockets and missiles into northern Israel. And there is no evidence, no matter how hard Israel hits Lebanon, that Hezbollah is going to stop firing rockets and missiles into northern Israel.
How are they going to do that when all of their fucking rocket systems are destroyed, stupid?
So it doesn't look like Israel's...
Yeah, I don't know how destroying all of their weapons are going to stop them from using their weapons. This guy is, like, actually fucking brain dead.
Strategy is going to work.
The remarkable attack that they launched on electronic devices, pagers, walkie-talkies, and so on, which appeared to impact on 3,000 or more members of Hezbollah.
Like, by the way, who the fuck is this guy? American political scientist, international relations scholar. Let me look up his Wikipedia. Has he ever even served? Enlisted in the U.S. Army. After 1 year as an enlisted man, he obtained an appointment to the United States Military Academy, which he attended. Served 5 years as an officer in the Air Force. He ought to know better. So what I'm thinking is, this guy knows, like, has at least some understanding of how the military works. He served as a fucking officer in the Air Force. So the only explanation for this is, this guy hates Jews. Like, just hates them. So I don't see how a guy with his history would fail to understand that this is an effective and legitimate military strategy. Like, that's just crazy to me. This guy served 5 years as an officer in the fucking Air Force, and he's telling us, I don't know how destroying the enemy's weapons and communication systems is going to do anything to prevent them from attacking you.
along with some civilians who were killed in the process. There's a big debate about whether that was lawful. The law is quite complex in that regard, in the sense that, for want of a better phrase, booby-trapping people through electronic devices, if you can't guarantee that they are enemy combatants, but could also impact on civilians, then that could be a breach of international law.
Okay, this is just the most retarded shit fucking imaginable. Let's just, like, think of an alternative scenario. So, like, Israel somehow booby-trapped these pagers. Nobody knows exactly how. But these pagers were all being used by Hezbollah members. So virtually every single pager that went off only harmed or killed Hezbollah members. There's only 2 cases which Hezbollah claims 2 children were killed. Otherwise, no one else was harmed or injured. It was just the Hezbollah members. Now, people are claiming, oh, but it could have, like, who knows who had the pagers? Well, we know who had the pagers. It's Hezbollah members. Like, imagine an alternative scenario where Israel would have been able to, say, intercept some sort of weapons going into Lebanon. So, like, and they know they're going to be specifically used by the Hezbollah, terrorists. So, it's not like these weapons are going to civilians. They're specifically going to the terrorists. And maybe they booby-trapped, like, AK-47s or something, and then when terrorists were, like, practicing with them or something, they'd blow up and, like, kill a terrorist. Like, are people really going to fucking say, oh, but how do you know, like, a fucking 7-year-old didn't pick up the AK-47? Like, it's so stupid. That is one of the most, like, highly targeted attacks ever fucking conducted, where virtually no fucking civilians were harmed, and people are still complaining about it. It's just nuts.
Mishima is well known for his retarded takes when Ukraine war broke out. He had really bad geopolitical lectures, basically simping for Russia prior to the invasion, saying it was inevitable and our fault. No one else in his field respects him.
I could imagine why. It looks like they're gonna end up talking about Israel, Ukraine, Russia later in this discussion. The guy's an absolute fucktard. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Law, that could be a war crime. What do you think of that?
I think it was a war crime. I think that it was an indiscriminate way of attacking Lebanon. Or
indiscriminate. They literally only blew up pagers that were going to be used for terrorists, and he's saying it's indiscriminate. Can you show us any evidence whatsoever, dumb fuck, that a mass amount of civilians were harmed? Like, if 3,000 terrorists are either killed or injured, and he can only point to 1 or 2 cases where a civilian was, like, harmed or killed, like, what are you fucking complaining about? Like, if he's going to claim that's a war crime, but Israel retaliating with their own rocket strikes, destroying all of the rocket emplacements that Hezbollah has, which led to, like, what, 500 or so killed? I don't understand. So something that ends up killing more civilians isn't a war crime, but something that ends up killing almost no civilians is in fact a war crime. It's just fucking retarded.
Attacking Hezbollah. They had to know that lots of civilians were going to have those pagers.
I don't know who Amir Al-Tunis is.
And would be maimed or killed as a result. And even though, there was no question that Hezbollah fighters would die in the process or be wounded in the process, there was going to be, indiscriminate killing of lots of...
How in the fuck... Okay, again, show us the data. Show us the bodies. How many civilians were harmed or killed? And, like, what's also important is how seriously were any civilians harmed or killed. Like, if somebody has a blown out ear, they have a little bit of hearing damage, who fucking cares? Did anybody go blind, lose limbs, like, suffer severe fucking PTSD or something? Like, no. There are only 2 civilians that we know of that ended up dying, and they were both children. I haven't heard of any other reports of civilians getting killed or injured.
To civilians.
This is the solution to bring world peace.
That's a really nice cat. Everyone should look at that cat and just be happy. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Anyone who has any critical of Israel, they must hate Jews. Innocent civilians die that are Arab, you justify it. Don't lie. Even if Israel did kill 3,000 civilians, you would justify it. Anything they do, you justify it. You have a bad case of gyno-vegan bore.
Thanks for the donation, Sego. Appreciate it.
And I would say that that is an act of terror.
But Hezbollah doesn't give a damn about
Fucking
what
idiotic.
Israeli civilians it kills when it launches its rockets. So what's the difference?
Israel doesn't give a damn either about killing Palestinians in Gaza or killing civilians in Lebanon.
Yes, that's why Israel has the best track record of urban warfare when it comes to militant to civilian casualty ratios, because they don't care. I guess they're just lucky for some reason. What an idiot. This guy is just an absolute fucking moron.
The idea that Israel is going to great lengths not to kill civilians, and Hezbollah and Hamas are not doing that, is just not a serious argument. All you have to do.
Okay, so what other military, airdrops flyers, contacts buildings, neighborhoods, tells people to evacuate, sends out QR codes, giving them safe zones? What other military is doing that, dipshit?
Do is look at all the civilians that the Israelis have killed, both in...
No, what you want to look at is militant to civilian casualty ratios. Israel has the best militant to civilian casualty ratio of any army on the planet when you look at urban combat figures.
Lebanon and in Gaza, and many more Palestinian civilians and Lebanese civilians have been killed than Israeli civilians. It's not even close.
That is true, but you could use the same argument as Israeli.
Yeah, so stupid. Israel has the Iron Dome. So if they didn't have these sorts of technologies, like the Iron Dome, if they didn't have an adequate military, there would be far more Israeli civilians being killed. Is this guy suggesting Israel should lay down their arms, stop using the Iron Dome, and then let tens of thousands of their own citizens get fucking slaughtered, and then they have a justification to attack fucking Hezbollah and Hamas? Like, what a fucking idiot.
Here's the lecture I was referring to. Look how many views this has. This was a literal class in America right after Crimea was invaded and annexed. It bet he was legit contacted by RT after this class.
Europe has been the most important area of the world. You're talking about lots of Russians, and certainly lots of Russian speakers.
Oh, here we fucking go. This is monstrously stupid. So, one of the justifications for Russia invading Crimea is that there's a lot of ethnic Russians and Russian-speaking people. Well, there's 2 big reasons for that. 1, they share a fucking border, so no shit. 2, Ukraine traded with Russia, and Russia also has like really weird policies where they won't use any Ukrainian translators and shit. So a lot of Ukrainians who wanted to trade with Russia and do business with Russians, they had to learn Russian. So yeah, no shit. If you literally share a border with another country, and you do trading with that country, you're going to expect to see not only a lot of ethnic Russians in Ukraine, you're also going to expect a lot of Ukrainians to speak Russian. They're also Slavic languages. They are pretty different, but if you know Ukrainian, it's probably a little easier to learn Russian. This is basically like saying, oh, well, there's a lot of French-speaking people in Italy, or there's a lot of Italian-speaking people in France, so I guess Italy should own part of France, and France should own part of Italy. Like, it's just remarkably stupid. And another big reason why there's a lot of ethnic Russians in Ukraine is because Russia fucking committed a genocide in Ukraine. They murdered mass amounts of fucking people and replaced a lot of these towns and villages with ethnic Russians. So, okay, apparently if you invade another country, commit a fucking genocide, and then replace, dead people in those towns with members of your own ethnic group, I guess you own that piece of land now. Like, what a fucking whack job.
Speakers. You can see very clearly that people in the West would like to join the EU. People in the East have little interest in joining the EU. Those are the EU numbers here.
I don't know why a lack of interest in joining the European Union has anything to do with whether or not Russia's invasion was justified. Like, by the way, I'm sure he doesn't also mention NATO. Ukraine has wanted to join NATO for quite a while, and he's just going to gloss over that.
Talk about the precise clear on this, that the West is responsible. And my key elements in this is the aim of the United States.
Oh, here we go. So that's funny. He mentions NATO expansion, but he didn't show in his other slide that Ukraine wanted to join NATO. So, that is just so fucking dishonest. So, NATO expansion, well, let's see. As a result of the war, more countries bordering fucking Russia. More countries bordering Russia have joined NATO. So, if this whole war was about NATO expansion, then that's a complete and utter failure. What's the basis for continuing the war? Secondly, EU expansion. He literally just said Ukraine doesn't even have an interest in joining the EU. Fostering an orange revolution. What the fuck does
NATO
that mean?
Expansion, and in many ways the most important. And I'll talk in some detail expansion. EU expansion is all about, of course, we're doing that with NATO, make it part of the West. The United States runs around the world. We all promotion, the Chinese elites, the idea that we're promoting democracy around the world and especially in East.
Okay, this guy is just a fucking retard. Aaron P. donated $2. Did you already look at this? Let me see.
Alright guys, as you know...
Yeah, I've already seen that. Rare Michael Knowles W.
Greta Thunberg, who is going to save the world. Me. In public discourse. And that, of course, is the Jews!
How to join your private Discord. Just go to my Patreon, and it's a Patreon perk.
Greta Thunberg is wrapping herself in a Palestinian keffiyeh and is marching down the street behind a Palestinian flag, chanting about democracy and how we all need to support Palestine.
Show me what the people looks like. Show me what power looks like.
That is embarrassing.
Show me what power.
Predictable, by the way, because I'm old enough to remember some years ago when a conservative figure went onto cable news and pointed out that the left was exploiting a child with problems to advance their own vague general agenda. That the child didn't really have particularly the political climate to crowd out, throw.
Well, Michael Knowles is right about her being a jihadist sympathizer. Thanks for that donation, Aaron. Sego donated $2. Yemen does the same thing. They are just as moral as the IDF. They tell people to evacuate before bombing them, you dumbass. That's great. Yemen's army continues to display morality. What? To the settlers and displaced in Tel Aviv, you are in a dangerous combat zone. The Yemeni force. This is complete and utter misinformation. So for one thing, this is bullshit. Tel Aviv is the fucking nation's capital. Why in the fuck would they evacuate when they have shit like the Iron Dome? That's fucking insane. And secondly, they were bombing civilian areas along Israel's northern border. So what the fuck are you talking about? And again, there was no warning. They literally bombed like a children's playground.
Israelis have done that in World War II, nobody questioned the volume of civilian casualties when the Allies went after the Nazis, for example, when we were carpet bombing cities and so on. When people use that analogy, what do you say to them?
Well, your argument is that because atrocities have been committed by the Allies in the past, there's nothing wrong with Israel.
Okay, this whole fucking bullshit, like they're probably mentioning Dresden. The idea that the Dresden bombing was not justified is fucking retarded.
Murdering huge numbers of civilians in Gaza.
Well, that's not my argument. No, it's an argument. It's an argument. Well, to be clear, it's not my argument. It's an argument I hear a lot from the Israeli side, which is, why are you lecturing us when our ratio of combatants, terrorists to them and to me, but when they go after Hamas and they believe they're killing 2 Hamas terrorists for every civilian that's being killed, and that ratio stands comparison with any modern warfare?
I don't think you can look at ratios. First of all, I reject that ratio.
Oh, okay. So is this guy going to say the United States, like literally any military, just United States, Russia, Pakistan, India, like you name it, any fucking country that's ever been in urban combat is immoral, like everything they did was wrong because the militant to civilian casualty ratios don't matter? He's not going to say that, obviously. And if he believed that, then please explain to me how you support the Russian invasion. Please explain. Russia has killed... They're deliberately targeting civilians. They just recently bombed a fucking children's hospital. They're bombing fucking playgrounds. So if he's saying, oh, ratios don't matter, it just matters if civilians are getting killed, how in the fuck does he justify the Russian invasion?
But I don't think you have to look at ratios to make an assessment of whether or not the Israelis are acting according to the laws of war or not.
Yes, you do! What? That's literally a part. So militant to civilian casualty ratios are literally a part of whether or not a war is legal. If you're killing like 1,000 civilians for every 1 militant you're killing, that's illegal. You can't do that. Oh my God, what an idiot.
If you look at what they're doing in Gaza, it's clear to me that it's a genocide, that they are actually trying to murder huge numbers.
Okay, this guy's outright fascist. He is an outright fascist. And he's literally a Nazi. That's why he supports Russia. He supports a fascist dictator. Like Putin, if he really could, he'd exterminate all the... he would exterminate all of the religious minorities living within Russia. So like Muslims and shit, if he had the ability to. He's already banned homosexuality. He would exterminate them if he had the ability to. He also wants to exterminate Ukrainians. It's clear that the Russian invasion is an attempted fucking genocide. So he's literally supporting a fascist regime because this guy is a fucking fascist. So, yeah, let's ignore militant to civilian casualty ratios. I don't care. I just hate Jews. Even if by every fucking modern standard they're waging war ethically, I don't care because I just hate Jews. But then when you apply the same standards when it comes to Russia invading Ukraine, suddenly that all goes out the window. It's all double standards. He's fine with Russia bombing fucking children's hospitals because he supports fascism. He'll make these double standards because he wants a fascist regime to win. And then when there's a modern liberal democracy like fucking Israel, oh, they're not allowed to wage war. They're not allowed to defend themselves. They all have to get exterminated because they're not fascist like me.
Of Palestinians and effectively drive the Palestinians out of Gaza. This is a clear case.
Right. They want to drive Palestinians out of Gaza. Please explain to me why, after the Israeli War of Independence, Israel didn't just claim all the fucking land in the region. Why in the fuck did they, for the most part, adhere to the initial partition plan where they allowed the West Bank and Gaza to exist? Why, if they wanted to exterminate Palestinians and drive them out, why didn't they just take all the land after the fucking War of Independence? Why did they adhere to the partition plan? Why, after they went to war with Jordan, why did they not just take over that area of Jordan that's now the West Bank? They could have, but they didn't. Please explain why. It doesn't make any fucking sense. If what he's saying is true, Israel wants to drive out all the fucking Palestinians, why didn't they fucking do that? Why did Israel allow a 20% Arab minority to exist within Israel? Again, if they want to get rid of all Palestinians, why is there a 20% fucking minority? The initial plan for Israel was to have a 40% Arab minority. Like, this guy is just a fucking liar. This guy is literally a fucking Nazi who hates Jews, and he wants somebody like Putin to rule the world because he thinks in that sort of totalitarian regime, all the people he doesn't like will go away, and he'll have special powers and privileges because he's like this fucking old white guy, and apparently he thinks dictators like Putin like old white guys. What an asshole.
My uncle made an IG post saying that he's not voting for Kamala because he refuses to support genocide. It's so stupid it actually frustrates me. If Trump gets elected it will be worse for Palestinians, so his actions are pro-genocide by his own logic.
It's not necessarily that it would be worse for Palestinians. So I'll give you an example. So the Biden administration, they've been refusing to sell Israel 2,000-pound bombs. And their justification is, oh, well, there's no need to use 2,000-pound bombs in a dense urban area, when there absolutely is. Especially when you're trying to take out terror tunnels, you need high explosives like that to be able to collapse those structures, or at the very least, create enough of a concussive blast to damage them and kill the people hiding underneath. Now, what Israel has to do is they have to use multiple, say, 500-pound bombs to get the same effect. That likely ends up killing more civilians because you're using more weapons in that area, and each of those explosions has, 4 of those large explosions has a greater potential to kill more civilians than just one large bomb. So, under a Trump presidency, he probably won't have those sorts of weapon restrictions. He's going to end up sending, and it's not just like the 2,000-pound bombs, they're actually restricting a bunch of weapons. So if Israel is able to get all the weapons that they require for the war, it would likely lead to fewer civilian casualties, and especially considering those weapons are needed to end the war. So if Trump gets elected and the war is able to end, like, say, a year sooner, well, that's an entire year in which, civilians aren't going to be put at risk. So it's not that a Trump presidency is going to be worse for Palestinian civilians. It might actually be better. It's that these idiots hate Jews and hate Israel, and they think any fucking president that supports Israel is a bad president because they hate Jews. But I don't think Trump would necessarily be a threat to the well-being of Palestinians. I think he's a threat to geopolitics as a whole because of his stance on like Russia, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, stuff like that. But a Trump presidency specifically wouldn't be bad for Palestinians. It's just that, you know, these assholes who won't vote for Kamala, they hate Jews. Thanks for the donation, though, Dreamsation.
Vegan 2.0.
Hear me out, please. Just hear me out. Vegan. Vegan 2.0. Not everyone is equal and is a better vegan, but they're not vegan. They're just obese. Look at me. Look how skinny I am. I'm a skinny vegan. I eat to live. Some people just can work and be perfect vegan.
Right.
Some people can't work at all and just vegan. That's all they can do is vegan. But they gotta work and get money, right? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate that there's vegans that aren't vegan, that should be vegan, fucking this all up.
Okay, that made no sense. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
I've seen a lot of fighters take losses over the years, but Sean coping like this has to be the craziest one I've ever seen. Check it out.
Let me take a look.
Snapchat fam, I just went absolutely crazy on Twitter. I won that fight. Just rewatched it round 1.
You could maybe make an argument he won the last round, but he got fucking dog walked the entire time. Like, absolutely fucking manhandled.
1, 3, and 5. Tell me I'm wrong. I know the haters are watching. Watch that fight. Rewatch it without commentary. Honest opinion. Let me know what you guys think. I truly, after the fight, all the narrative was like, my ass kicked. I was like, whatever. I'm not even going to rewatch the fight. Like, it. Whatever. Just rewatched it. That is not even the case at all. I hurt him more. Round 1, 3, and 5. I won those.
He slammed him on the fucking mat and just beat his head in. Like, he manhandled him. Like, that is the biggest fucking cope I've ever fucking seen.
Rounds. I'm the champ. I'm defending my belt.
That was not a contentious fight at all. Like, it was very clearly... It's clear he lost.
Against Umar. Let's go!
Wow, what a little baby. Well, hopefully he gets his ass kicked in his next fight. Love to see the excuses then. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz.
Of the state, Israel, pursuing ethnic cleansing in Gaza. They want to drive the Palestinians out. They want to make Gaza unlivable. And in the process, they are murdering.
Cool story. Care to provide any evidence for that claim? He's attributing intent to Israel. Please show us evidence of intent, you fucking moron. If they intended to exterminate Palestinians, why are they creating safe zones? Why are they warning civilians before bombings and telling them to leave the area? Why are they sending in food and aid? Why are they doing any of this? It makes absolutely no fucking sense. Dodo, donate $2.
Are you here to lobby on behalf of Hezbollah as well?
She's a terrorist sympathizer. They're just weird. You're not weird, you're weird. Favorite congressman.
Are you here to lobby on behalf of Hezbollah as well?
Are you concerned about what Israel is doing in Lebanon?
Well, I'm concerned that Hezbollah has fired more than 8,000 rockets against Israel.
Do you think
so Israel's defending itself?
The blowing up of the...
What is this stat? 83% of cross-border attacks between Israel and Lebanon have come from Israel. So I don't even know if that statistic is accurate. And I'm assuming what they're doing is they're doing this really stupid game where they're measuring total payload delivered. So if Lebanon fires, like, let's say 2,000-pound payload of rockets into Israel, and then Israel responds by sending, I don't know, 4,000-pound payload, they're just adding up the total payload and saying Israel has fired more, rockets or more munitions into Lebanon, as this claim that, oh, Israel's the one who's being aggressive. Well, what matters is who started it. Is Israel retaliating or acting in defense, or is Lebanon the victim here where Israel fired first? Like, this woman's just a massive fucking Jew-hating liar.
Is the blowing up of the pagers an act of terrorism?
It was actually the most precise attack against terrorists in
there
world
were
history.
Civilians that were killed in that.
It was
even
almost
Leon
exclusively
Panetta called
terrorists.
it an act of terrorism.
But I know you're here to lobby for Hezbollah. So.
Oh, well, you're here to lobby for AIPAC every single day.
No, I'm here to lobby for Americans who care about the U.S.-Israel relationship.
And what about more troops being sent to the region? Doesn't that concern you? We might be dragged into a war? Do you...
Oh, my God. We might be dragged into a war. Hezbollah got all of their weapons destroyed and all of their communication systems are damaged. Aren't you worried that a military that literally can't fight might drag us into a war?
Think about the bombing of Lebanon. What do you think about the bombing of Lebanon?
How are you? She's a terrorist sympathizer.
I'm a terrorist sympathizer.
It's a bit awkward.
Did you hear Leon Panetta say the blowing up of the pagers was terrorism?
This is how they all act.
Do you think it's terrorism to blow up people's walkie-talkies and pagers?
Wants peace in that region.
I'm talking to the congresswoman. Do you think that's terrorism?
No, you're just yelling.
Is it terrorism? Is it terrorism to blow up people's pagers and walkie-talkies?
No, it's not, especially considering they're fucking terrorists that want to exterminate Jews.
That's the weird part, is they think this helps.
Well, it would help if you would stop supporting the terrorist acts
I know,
of
they're
Israel.
just weird.
Like send.
Dude, you know what? I hope Mossad agents just kidnap this woman and throw her into a fucking cell. She's so annoying.
Sending 2 shipments of weapons every single day.
I keep asking her who's funding.
Do you know who's funding me? Nobody. Absolutely nobody. But his AIPAC is funding you.
Oh, so she's just a useful idiot.
We know that.
You know what? I can guarantee you, if you had a proper investigation of all of the donations her organization receives, a lot of that money would likely be tracked back to Russia or Iran. There's just no way Russia and Iran aren't funding her stupid Code Pink organization. They both have an interest in creating this sort of social division. So it's funny, she calls out all of these politicians. Oh, you get funding from AIPAC. If there was an investigation into where she was getting money, I can guarantee you at least some of that money is coming from Iran and Russia.
Because of AIPAC, you're willing to let Israel carry out acts of terrorism. Do you know that 500 people were killed in Lebanon yesterday? Congresswoman, does that worry you at all? Does that concern you? And
how does she explain all of the Israeli civilians dying from these rocket attacks and shit, and then she complains about... The only thing she has to complain about is Israel defending itself. Again, this Code Pink lady, she claims she's a Jew. She's an anti-Semite. I don't fucking care if she has Jewish ancestry. She's clearly an anti-Semite. Anytime Israel gets attacked, it's their fault, they deserved it. Anytime Israel acts in self-defense, oh, Israel's committing a genocide.
You know, U.S. is sending more troops to the region.
They're just weird.
We're not weird. You're weird. You're weird because it's been a year now that you've been supporting Israel's genocide. That is weird. It's worse than weird. Do you have any concern about the U.S. sending more troops into the region? Does it concern you that Israel is trying to drag us into a war with Lebanon and Iran?
How in the hell would Lebanon go to war with Israel at this point?
Congresswoman, is that of concern to you? Do you think it's okay what Israel is doing in Lebanon? I know you support what they've been doing in Gaza. Well, she is one of the worst Congress people around.
Hopefully she gets COVID and it'll all be over. She won't post any more of these stupid fucking TikToks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sego donated $2. Ever since you became pro-Zionist in Israel, are you going to give Trump credit for killing Soleimani, or that doesn't fit your framework? Is he a wacko for killing him? Do you agree with Trump actually for killing more Arabs? You are a standing point richer. Well, yeah, obviously killing Soleimani was a good thing. I don't think Trump really had anything to do with that. He was probably at a golf course and his military advisor just told him about the situation, and then Trump was like, yeah, do that. So I don't know how much you can really attribute that to Trump himself, but obviously I support that. Thanks for the donation, Sega.
Please react to this retarded video, Mr. Gaines.
Hey, so this video was requested by you.
I suppose we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Wrong hater, you're just wrong. If you actually rewatch the fight O'Malley did win, you can make a real case for him winning 1-3-5. Others agree you're just a causal. Check out X.
This is sheer cope. That is just pure cope. I watched the fight live. He got fucking ragdolled every round aside from the last round. Like, there's a plausible case for him winning the last round, but he didn't really do much. He was mostly on the defensive. And, yeah, he just got his fucking ass kicked. Thanks for the donation, though, Irish Laddie. Bamboosis donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's a good ferret. Holy shit. He's like a person. That's amazing. Oh. Oh, that deer wants those tomatoes. Let the deer have the tomatoes. Those are his now. Those are some good tomatoes. That's right, that's his. It's a good deer. Oh.
What? You're choosing to lay like this?
Dude. That groundhog is so chonky. Oh my god. That's a good groundhog. Oh, kiwi. My goodness. That's a good kiwi. Oh. Look at the nice beavers. So round. Oh my god, those are nice beavers. Jesus Christ. Those are really good beavers.
You really got to see this movie.
Let me see. Wild Robot.
And The Lion King. He wrote a movie that can work for any age. As I have.
Alright, I'll be sure to put that on my watch list. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Nut Muffin donated $2. Let me see.
Why anybody would be mad. That's just wrong. Like, anyone should be able to marry anyone.
You should feel happy that they're getting married.
People that do not like gay, I mean, they're good.
I don't know if he misspoke or not. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Nut Muffin.
This is the ultimate skin maxing guide. I will go deeper into this subject than anyone has ever gone. I will give you all details and methods to anti-age your skin. This guide is 100% what I personally follow. If you do exactly what I show you, we'll never have to deal with acne, pimples, rash, or any kind of skin problem, and you will start preventing skin aging and deterioration and even delaying it.
Telling you guys anything is possible.
Skin is very important when it comes to facial attractiveness. It is one of the main causes for the age pill, which is basically the plummeting of facial attractiveness as time goes by. Rehab talked about the fourth horseman in the Holy Trinity. Well, I have similar beliefs, but I add age as the fifth factor. If you are too old or look too old, you will automatically be excluded from a vast pool of highest quality women. You will basically be competing for the scraps with the other old cells. The brutal reality of the age pill is that it only gets worse past a certain age. And this is why taking care of your health is very important. Good quality skin can improve a less developed face. Skin can keep you in the competition longer, if you are consistent enough. If you're youthful until your 30s and 40s, depending on how early you started. Now, for those that are East Asian, they will benefit the most, as they don't lose skin elasticity as fast as the other ethnicities. These are good examples of how much skin can impact your looks, diet, and lifestyle. So before I talk about the skincare routines you can implement, you must understand that diet and sleep is the most important when it comes to your skin and overall health. Your skin is just an extension of your internal health, how healthy your organs are. If you sleep less than needed and eat processed trash, it's going to be useless to start a skincare routine, as the real problem is your lifestyle and diet. 1. Diet. So for diet, I suggest to cut out any processed foods and sugars and incorporate these foods. Collagen. The best source of collagen is actual collagen in tissue, and that is animal skin and fat.
No. So, oh my god. Eating meat does not increase collagen production, and there isn't even much collagen in meat. That includes animal skin. Most collagen is going to be in, this little fruit fly here. Most collagen is going to be in connective tissue, so like tendons, ligaments, crap like that. What? No, don't think so.
The Gui who wrote it worked on Beauty and the Beast,
Just a
Lion
second.
King, Mulan.
What? I didn't use any chemicals or anything in the bathroom. I showered. Like, that's it. Okay, just a second. I'll get to your donation in a minute, Dodo. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Ugh. Dodo donated $2. Russia is so desperate. Why doesn't Putin just do another wave of mobilization?
I want to start this video.
Well, they're not doing another round of mobilization because they're afraid of, like, people just trying to overthrow the government. That's what I'm assuming. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You ever watched this guy before? He's vegan but believes a lot of wacky shit. In this video he connects to veganism to atheism for some reason. Start the video at 4:50. He makes a bunch of other weird claims.
It's... I don't think it would be a stretch to say you can't be, like, you can't technically be Christian or Muslim or something and be vegan, because not only is veganism a secular belief system, but on top of that, the Bible and Quran explicitly allow for meat consumption. So if you're going to say it's a moral imperative to not eat meat, that would be in conflict with scripture. Doesn't mean you can't believe in a god, or there could be some religions that align with veganism, but I'll have to see his viewpoint. Thanks for the donation, OmniVegan.
The Gui who wrote it worked on Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, Mulan and Lilo and Stitch. It sounds like it's going to put all modern Pixar films to shame.
Yes, I'm very excited to watch it, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
VG, you have serious sit-up debt. I am worried about you. Are you going to default?
I'm pretty sure I'm all caught up on my sit-up debt, so I don't think there's any need to default. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass.
All that stuff is bad. The other thing, too, is people try to pretend, atheism makes science objective. No, BS. What atheism says is that human life does not matter. And when human life does not matter, the only thing that really matters is money. And then all these institutions and agencies, they can all easily be bought off, and then really bad things happen. The sad truth is it's more profitable to rip you off and trick you than it is to help you, okay? So that's why you have to have some type of God-based worldview that values the individual, or there's just going to be widespread exploitation. Remember?
Right, because the Bible that permits slavery and chattel slavery has prevented widespread exploitation.
What Voltaire said. Voltaire said, I want my doctor to believe in God so he does not rob me, okay? And there's a lot of wisdom in that statement.
Okay, this guy is just retarded. I'll watch that in a bit. Yeah, so eating meat does not improve skin health. If you're eating fatty pieces of meat, including skin, you're just going to increase your risk of heart disease. It's not going to do anything for your skin health. And especially with dairy, there's a very strong link between dairy and acne. But you could make a case that meat eating in general, especially if you're eating fatty cuts of meat, that might actually contribute to things like acne.
Raw cuts do have higher amounts of collagen. Collagen is a type of connective tissue that is invisibly scattered throughout the muscle, often surrounding fibers and sheaths. Basically, it's what keeps the muscle together when raw. So I suggest you to eat raw meat for the best source of collagen. This video is for those that are scared of raw foods.
Okay, well, if Sv3rige is anything to go by, you probably don't want to do that.
Collagen to gelatin. When meat is cooked, especially through slow cooking methods like braising or stewing, the collagen breaks down and transforms into gelatin. Another good source of collagen is bones. To consume bones, you have a couple of ways. First is eat the raw bone marrow. Second is making bone broth.
Whoa, this guy is actually a Sv3rige fan. That's where he's getting this.
Bone broth is an excellent source of collagen. The long, slow cooking process breaks down the collagen in bones and connective tissues.
Yeah, so bone broth is also a good source of lead. Most lead is contained in animal bones, so if you make bone broth, you're going to get a higher exposure of lead than you're normally getting.
into gelatin, which is easily absorbed by the body. You can also eat eggshells membrane, which is a rich source of collagen. Fish, especially those with thick skin like sharks and whales, are excellent sources of collagen. 2.
How in the hell are you going to get shark or whale meat? Those are actually also terrible foods to eat, shark in particular, because they're insanely high in things like mercury.
2. Fat. I suggest to start eating fat with every protein meal and switch between fish fat and red meat fat. Fish fat can also be found in fish skin.
You can eat these things.
I don't know why he wouldn't recommend consuming something like olive oil. Olive oil has the benefits of like antioxidants, vitamin E, polyphenols that are actually good for your skin. Instead, he's telling you to eat saturated animal fat that's just going to give you heart disease and has no beneficial effects on skin.
Straight out of the river like that. That is like the freshest, that's high levels of...
Because it helps regulate sebum production. Zinc can be found in both topical skincare products and dietary sources. Foods rich in zinc include oysters, crabs, and lobsters.
Yeah, so all foods that increase your risk of heart disease, aside from the cashews, mussels, But, yeah, that's stupid.
Red meat, bird meat as well. And obviously the superfood of nature, liver, which I again suggest to eat raw from grass-fed animals. Omega-3 fatty acids. A rich source of omega-3s, particularly fatty fish, are excellent sources of omega-3 fatty acids. These essential fats are crucial for skin health, among other benefits. Omega-3s act as
The only realistic way to get the RDA for EPA and DHA is by taking a supplement, so I don't know why he wouldn't just recommend taking a supplement. Like, you have to eat a lot of fish to meet the daily RDA.
Joey and Joey. TTT. 7,777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 888,888,888.
Well, thanks for the donation, the now. Appreciate that. And yes, Joey. Joey is my handsome man. I'll challenge this guy to debate. Most of the dietary recommendations you've made would just increase your risk of heart disease and either do nothing or even worsen skin health. You made mention of collagen being beneficial when there's literally no research suggesting collagen improves skin health. Only collagen peptides have been shown to benefit one's skin. So eating all of that meat, fat, yeah, all of that meat and animal fat is just going to end up giving you heart disease, and you're missing out on all of the beneficial phytonutrients you would get from plants that would actually work to protect your skin. If you'd like to debate me on the topic, feel free to reach out.
Antioxidants shielding the skin from environmental stressors. Examples of fatty fish rich in omega-3s include...
So it's really bizarre. He mentions UV damage. Well, guess what? Guess what animal, or sorry, not animal. Guess what, species has built up resistance to UV damage. Plants are in the sun constantly, and in order to combat all of the damaging effects from UV radiation, plants have extremely high amounts of antioxidants to protect them from UV damage. So if he's so concerned with something like UV damage, why wouldn't he eat more plants that have the antioxidants that would protect you from such a thing?
Fish rich in omega-3s include salmon, mackerel, tuna, sardines. Omega-3 is also found in organs, and the highest amount is found in brain, from cow, goats, or sheep. Let's talk about vitamin A. Dietary vitamin A is also essential for maintaining healthy skin. While it might not have the immediate impact of topical retinoids, consistent intake provides a solid foundation for skin health. This is a list of how dietary vitamin A benefits your skin. Hydration and skin. Hydration is absolutely crucial for healthy skin. Our skin is primarily composed of water, and adequate hydration is essential compared to water containing a balanced electrolyte profile.
When I was in high school, my dad would literally punish me because I would drink no water all day. And I don't know why, okay, like literally I was just some weird kid who didn't like drinking water, I like drinking like orange juice or some shit. And I started making excuses like, oh, it's not that warm outside, so I don't really need to. And I didn't realize why I wasn't drinking water. Till eventually I figured it out, and now by the way, I'm a big fucking water drinker, but I'm like a water enthusiast. I drink like a fucking water buffalo, I'm not gonna lie. I have 2 of these bottles because I drink too much. Each one's a litre, I've already drank a litre in 20 minutes. How awesome is that, right? So, and I'm very fucking hydrated, it fills up your muscles and everything. But I struggled for a while to drink more water. But guess the easy thing that I did to just actually become a water drinker. I made it obvious. I just always keep my water bottles with me.
Lack of hydration.
Donated $2. I mean, the bigger issue is collagen is just a protein. The stomach denatured it into amino acids, which are the same amino acids you can get in any protein source. Yep. These people don't really understand how digestion works. So how the fuck would collagen do anything special? It doesn't. Again, the only research showing a beneficial effect of collagen is with collagen peptides. Thanks for the donation though, Pud. Adam Gugamos donated $2. Dyeing my mom's hair while you stream. They struggling with very little hope. Compassion for retardation. Go vegan.
Eating a bunny? A bunny? Where's my puppy? Where's my puppy? Where's Prismo? Prismo, what's good? What's good, Prismo? I'm a sentient being.
Put it on my hair for 25 minutes.
Put it on my hair. Only if you knew. Starvation. Make some videos for the future. Vegan coffee. So that was me dyeing my mom's hair. I'm a beautician. I did it fucking. I can't even. I'm a self-taught beautician, and if you need your hair done, vegan gangs, them lamb ribs, vegan. I'm a broke vegan.
Okay, thank you for that, Adam. Appreciate the donation. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Yep. That was bound to happen. Kamala's vowed to break the filibuster. Joe Manchin says shame on her after Kamala Harris promises to get the Senate filibuster to pass a national law on abortion after the issue was sent back to the states following Dobbs. I mean, that's one of the reasons why people are voting for her, so, majority of Americans, both Republican and Democrat, support abortion rights, so. Top Trump ally Charlie Kirk says that if his daughter were 10 years old and raped, he would force her to carry the baby to term. That's exactly why people don't want to vote Republican.
You had a daughter and she was 10 and she got raped. And she was going to give birth and she would, no, wait. Oh, and she was going to give birth and she was going to live. Would you want her to go through that and carry her rapist baby?
That's awfully graphic.
It's no, but it's a real life scenario that happens to
down.
many
The
people.
answer is yes, the baby would be delivered.
Oh, okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you.
What a fucking, like, whack job. He really thought he'd go into that Jubilee interview debate thing thinking he'd roll these college students, and he just got, like, he was made a fool of. It was terrific. Wow, Elon really owned us by pointing out that the most educated people in the country vote for Democrat. Yeah, I know. He's really stupid. Like, yeah, smart people vote Democrat.
Good fucking God, what is with these fucking people?
I don't know, Dodo. They're kind of insane. Thanks for the donation, though, man. I've already seen the full video on his YouTube channel. He didn't lower his cholesterol by eating 720 eggs. He lowered his cholesterol by increasing his carbohydrate intake because he has a weird, gene that does that. This guy is an attention-seeking, gaslighting dipshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Can cause skin to lose its plumpness, making wrinkles more visible. Dehydration can impair the skin's ability to regenerate, affecting its texture and tone. What does all this mean? It means you must drink water from high sources of electrolytes. You there. Drink spring water from a natural source. It's the best by far, and I discourage to drink tap water for skin health. So many cringe influencers like to hydrate you to the extreme. Though you must be careful with sugar intake, as it does spike your insulin. A good piece of advice is whenever
Protein also spikes your insulin. This guy has no nutritional knowledge, and protein is also insulinogenic. You need insulin to be able to metabolize protein. So if he's saying sugar ages you because of insulin, then he would have to agree that protein ages you because of insulin. So his hypothesis makes absolutely no sense. I also don't know what he means exactly by sugar ages you. Is he talking about processed sugar? Is he talking about any form of carbohydrate? Is he talking about, like, more simple carbohydrates, like in fruit? Or are, like, starchy vegetables or grains okay? On top of that, the people who live the longest tend to eat a carbohydrate intake between about 30 to 60% of daily calories. So that's not a low carbohydrate diet.
you drink any sugary fruit juice is to add egg yolk or heated raw butter to it. This will help by decreasing the insulin spike. So whenever you drink...
Add raw butter to juice. Gross.
Sugar, add some type of raw fat to high nutrient foods. You won't be having to eat more than you need. The more you eat, the more you age. This is reality.
Eating high nutrient foods will not keep you fuller longer. There's a kind of complex interaction between the palatability of a food, thermic effect of food, volume of food, water content of food, the duration in which it takes to eat the food, and satiety. Nutrient density doesn't really have anything to do with it. Potatoes are one of the most satiating foods. You can look up studies on satiety indexes of foods. Potatoes rank pretty high because they're pretty high in volume. Carbohydrates also seem to be pretty satiating. Protein seems to be pretty satiating. Fat is the least satiating macronutrient. Fiber also seems to improve satiety. Water content also seems to improve satiety. And potatoes taste good, but they're not, like, amazing in taste. So again, if you're having foods that are lower on the palatability index, that also seems to help. So if you have, like, Oreo cookies, you're going to want to eat more because of how good they taste, and it's going to make you hungrier. But if you eat something like a potato, which tastes good, but it's not, like, blow your mind amazing, That seems to help.
And if you do eat foods that are rich in nutrients and have no sugar or gluten,
eat less, spike your insulin less to never. I don't know what he means by spike insulin.
then you won't age as much and you'll rather be skinny and content. I suggest to stop consuming sugar once for all. Switch it with raw honey, as it's at least a healthier food.
So he literally just said sugar's bad, but then recommends eating honey. Honey is pure sugar.
Fermented foods are the fountain of youth. Fermented foods must be religiously consumed, as they do not...
Fermented foods do not seem to prevent aging. They may have some benefits, but they're not really, you know, some kind of health miracle where, oh yeah, you're going to live 10 years longer because you ate fermented foods. Doesn't work that way. Dude, this is hilarious. He's been recommending eating meat and, like, really shitty animal products this whole time. Oh, pure bullshit. 8 foods that help you age well. Avocados, blueberries, almonds, watercress, red bell peppers, broccoli. Literally all the foods that are good for you and help slow down aging. Let me see, Son
A
Goku.
surprising study reveals that 17% of Americans believe they could defeat a chimpanzee in a hand-to-hand fight. Chimpanzees, our closest cousins among the primates, have an impressive physique. Despite their relatively small size compared to humans, their musculature is extremely dense and particularly developed in the arms. An adult chimpanzee can lift loads far heavier than its own weight, demonstrating strength up to 5 times greater than that of the average human. Their natural aggressiveness is well documented, especially in intraspecies conflicts where brutal acts of violence are often observed. However, this aggressiveness is just one aspect of their complex behavior, as chimpanzees also exhibit remarkable intelligence. They use tools to feed themselves, develop hunting strategies, and display sophisticated social behaviors.
Yeah, chimpanzees are dangerous. If chimp attacks you, you're basically fucked. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Not need much work to be broken down. They are pre-digested by bacteria. Your gut has less hard time digesting it. They both give...
So, no. Your body does not have an easier time digesting fermented foods. They're not pre-digested.
The energy you need without your guts.
So, by the way, his evidence for this is a blog article. He didn't provide any scientific evidence.
Gut has less hard time digesting it. They both give the energy you need without your guts having to do much work. This ages you less. So fermented foods are sacred, guys, and are some of the best foods on planet Earth.
Actually, the Eskimos gave me the introduction, but that was high meat. Very high meat. And they called it high because it makes them high and happy. Why?
So, the average, like, Eskimo life expectancy, I like, people actually living in these nomadic tribes, I think it's like 40-something years. So I don't know why you'd say Eskimos are so healthy when they live like half as long as average American.
Why would it make them high and happy? Going back to protein. Why would rotten meat, spoiled rotten meat, make you high and happy? Remember I told you about the E. coli breaking down the protein into the finite molecules that could feed the brain and nervous system? Guess what those molds and bacteria...
This guy is just some random dipshit. This isn't scientific evidence for his claim.
Depends upon your system. How starved...
Fear, high meat and organs, fermented cheeses, stay away from fermented grains like...
Yeah, so this guy watches way too much Sv3rige.
Beer. It's basically not healthy for humans, neither fermented or on its cooked and raw form. Skincare. Skin elasticity plays a crucial role when it comes to the overall attractiveness. The only men that can get away with having older skin are Chads. The skin does lose its elasticity over time naturally as we age, but one can do many things to prolong and prevent premature aging. And it all comes to diet, sleep, and skincare. We have discussed diet and sleep. Now let's discuss skincare. Before we start, let me tell you that if, for example, a 20-year-old guy looks 40, then it's not just an illusion. He is literally...
Cardio and sugar aged him, so he's literally against exercise, which actually has been shown to improve skin health.
Not just an illusion. He is literally 40. That is the biological age of his body regardless when he was born. My conclusion is that skin is so important as it does often show the health and life expectancy. So we will start a simple skincare routine to remove acne. This is what I meant with prolonged mating opportunities. And in the other hand...
So this guy does not eat raw meat and organs and shit. I think he does eat a fair amount of fish, but most of his other food choices are fruits and vegetables.
If you look 40 at 20, then it's over for you. So we start to understand the basics. First is fat. Having a decent body fat is always good. It prevents you from getting wrinkles prematurely. If you don't have a high body fat, you will get deep wrinkles. The skin won't be protected much. Fat is good, and you actually can get away with higher body fat if you eat raw primal diet, as the fat molecules are going to be smaller. Here's a video by A. Jonas explaining fat created with raw.
I don't know if we're going to watch the David Rams Wayne Shung interview. We might.
Foods and details.
You say, well, Jonas, you're not very fat. Yes, I am. I'm 26% body fat.
It only is useful if you eat a modern diet. Sun is essential for good health, so I suggest to get as much as possible all over.
This guy is giving conflicting information. So he literally said UV radiation damages your skin, and then he recommended getting as much UV radiation as you can on your skin.
Over your face. But if you're into a skincare routine, then get a hat to protect your face and get sun on your back and belly instead. Sun must be worshipped. It is very essential.
So it's why, like, he's acknowledging that the sun is bad for your skin because you don't want it on your face, but we should get sun on our body because we want the rest of our skin to age?
For good health. And if your diet is shit, then your skin will get damaged. If your diet is good, your skin will get damaged. Just get sun exposed gradually, not at once.
Regardless of how good your diet is, UV radiation is damaging. That's why plants produce so much antioxidants to protect against the sun.
Here's a video by Excellent Health explaining the importance of sun exposure.
The only reason why we've linked sunlight to skin damage and skin cancer is because of UV. Outside of UV, there's no part of sunlight that causes any...
Yeah, so you can't get sun exposure without UV exposure, so, I don't know how you're going to eliminate UV radiation from the sun, dumbass.
Damage to humans. Thus, we can already establish that when the UV index is low, so let's say below 3, there's no danger in being in the sun. There's no need for sunscreen.
Well, yes, there is. There's still UV radiation. Ideally, you'd get none.
Because the only thing sunscreen does is block UV. That's why dermatologists say use sunscreen, because it blocks UV. Again, the only part that science says is dangerous in terms of what the sun emits.
So again, another contradictory claim. So he's saying UV radiation is bad. Then he says get as much UV radiation as you can. And then he links to a video where there's some random fucking guy who isn't a dermatologist saying, yeah, make sure the only time you get exposed to the sun is when the UV index is low.
Is your life have a high omega.
Tretinoin or adipoline, also known as out any big.
This guy's dumb. Like, really fucking dumb, dude. Vegan Gains is 35 and looks very unhealthy. Sorry, Vegan Gains is 35 and looks very healthy and young. He's also very intelligent as compared to the carnivores and consumers. Sorry, and consumes very ethical. Well, I'm 33, but I think I look pretty good for 33.
Huge numbers of civilians. And this is why the International Court of Justice ruled this past January that there is sufficient evidence to make the case that the Israelis are...
Yeah, so I read the indictment. The indictment was bullshit. They're claiming shit like starvation, which is literally being disproved. The reason the ICJ made that indictment is because they're anti-Semites.
Plausibly committing genocide in Gaza.
What they would say is that they face an existential threat fueled by Iran from Hamas and Hezbollah right on their border, that neither Hamas nor Hezbollah make any pretense of presenting an existential threat to Israel. Hamas's spokesman, within days of the October the 7th terror attack, brazenly said, we want to keep doing this as much as we can. When you have an enemy so publicly and brazenly saying, we're going to commit terror attack after terror attack against you of that magnitude, what else do you do when those terrorists operate amongst civilians and build huge tunnel systems?
Using logic or relying on empathy has only converted a small percent of the public to veganism. It's time to disgust them. Drill into their subconscious. Haunt their dreams. Share these far and wide.
I don't know if that'll work, but maybe. Thanks for the donation, Cat Nibbles. Okay, so Pierce is asking a very good question that this guy isn't going to be able to answer. He's pointing out that these terrorists are extremely dangerous, they're targeting innocent people, they clearly want to exterminate all Jews, and obviously Israel can't, exist while these terrorist regimes are conducting, these horrific attacks. This guy is going to do one of two things. He's either going to, they both involve the same principle, basically. He's either going to, he's going to dodge the question, and he's either going to switch to a different topic and make whataboutisms of some sort, like, oh, but what about Israel attacking the West Bank? Like, that has nothing to do with Hamas, like stupid shit like that. So he's going to just change the topic of the discussion from what should Israel do if it's getting attacked like this to criticizing Israel about how they handle other political situations. Or he's going to accuse Israel of basically committing original sin and say, well, they started this whole thing. It's their fault for even forming the country in 1948, something like that.
Around civilian locations. How else actually do you go after them?
Well, first of all, Piers, the idea that Hamas or Hezbollah represent an existential threat to Israel is not a serious argument. Just take Hamas, for instance. There's no way Hamas could capture for any sustained period of time territory inside Israel.
So he's saying, oh, well, Israel should suck it up. They're Jews. They don't deserve to live. So if Hamas, conducts multiple October 7ths, what's the big deal? It's only 1,500 people that got killed. So whatever. That's literally what he's saying.
Much less threaten its survival. With regard to the fact that Hamas is interested in launching terrorist attacks against Israel, from Hamas's point of view, this makes perfect sense because the Palestinians are basically...
By the way, that is a massive, massive dog whistle. He is saying from Hamas's point of view. What he means is from his own point of view. He's just referencing Hamas so that he has plausible deniability to say, well, I didn't mean I support it. I just said Hamas supports it. Well, Pierce asked him a question about his opinion. So he's just lying here. He is sharing his point of view, but he's saying it's Hamas's point of view, even though he shares the same point of view.
Enclosed in a giant open-air prison, and what they're trying to do is, in effect, break out of it.
So again, this is another lie. There was no border wall around Gaza until Hamas started attacking Israel. So if you're going to blame anybody, blame Hamas. Again, oh, it's all Israel's fault. I hate Jews, so it's all Israel's fault.
That open-air prison. And one of the ways they do that is through terrorist attacks at Israel. And this, of course, is what happened on October 7th. It's not like October 7th happened in a vacuum. It's not...
There we go. It's Israel's fault. It's Israel's fault for October 7th just for existing. This guy's a piece of shit. He's literally a Nazi.
Like the Palestinians in Gaza were a bunch of Nazis who were just simply interested in crossing the border into Israel and murdering large numbers of Jews. The Palestinians were basically prisoners in this giant open area.
Nope, they're not. So that's a lie. Again, there was no border wall around Gaza, and they can get work visas, they can get permits to leave. That's just total horseshit.
Prison. And what they were trying...
By the way, what's hilarious, what he doesn't mention is that Egypt also shares a border with Gaza. Please explain to me why these people can't leave through Egypt. Oh, that's right. It's because of fucking Hamas. So why is it Israel's fault that it's an open-air prison, but he never blames Egypt? Clearly, there's a legitimate security risk due to Hamas, and not only does Israel recognize this, but so does Egypt. So again, this guy just hates Jews. He wants them dead.
To do was get out of that situation, and one can hardly blame them.
But it's not as simple as that, is it?
He's okay, so he's literally saying the October 7th attack was justified because Hamas tried to kill as many Jews as possible. So for security reasons, Israel had to put up a border wall, and then the people who are trying to exterminate all the Jews got mad that there's a border wall around Gaza, so they broke through the border wall and killed more Jews. So it's Israel's fault. What sense does that make? This guy's a fucking piece of shit.
Because Hamas had power since 2005. It's pretty obvious now they spent the billions of dollars that were funneled their way in building this intricate tunnel system and in plotting to attack Israel, isn't it? I mean, you know, I think a lot of people, the people I feel sorry for, are the Palestinians who did not want to be under.
Dude, I really wish either I could interview this guy on Piers Morgan, or I could like explain to Piers Morgan all of this crypto-fascist bullshit these people do. So Piers can literally identify these crypto-fascist arguments and call it out for what it is, Nazism. Again, the guy is literally saying it's Israel's fault for October 7th because a genocidal to protect themselves from a genocidal terrorist regime, Israel erected border walls, and the genocidal terrorists didn't like that, so they killed more Jews, which was their plan anyway. It's insane. And again, why doesn't he blame Egypt for creating an open-air prison? Egypt shares a border, and Egypt won't open their fucking borders to Palestinians because of Hamas. So how is this ultimately Israel's fault when it's clearly Hamas's fault for this situation?
Under Hamas control, who didn't vote for them, and who could recognize, as many of them will have done, that this was a pathway to madness. And what they did on October the 7th, the sheer scale of it, I mean, 8,000 people or more were killed or wounded in that attack. It's one of the worst terror attacks of modern times. So when you say that you dispute their ability to be an existential threat, well, actually, if they carried on doing that kind of thing, and Hezbollah joined in with far more firepower as they have, and Iran believed they really had Israel on the back foot, and they got others involved as well, then it could be an existential threat to Israel. Couldn't it?
No. I mean, I think what you're missing here is the big picture. I mean, what's going on is that Gaza and the West Bank are part of a greater Israel. And this greater Israel is an apartheid state. And if you look at how the Palestinians in Gaza and the Palestinians in the West Bank live, it's hardly surprising that they're trying to rebel against Israel. If you were a Palestinian and you were living in Gaza, I can be certain that you would be resisting against the Israelis the same way the Palestinians are.
This guy is literally saying if you lived in Palestine, you would try to breach the border wall, murder innocent people, and rape women. Like, this guy is just psychotic. He's a literal Nazi. He's literally saying it's a perfectly legitimate stance to want to exterminate every fucking Jew on the planet.
Well, I certainly listen. I don't dispute that there's been a form of occupation. And we've seen evidence of that this week when Al Jazeera studio in Ramallah is suddenly shut down by the IDF. That can only happen if there is an occupying country.
No, again, Pierce doesn't know anything about that situation with the Al Jazeera station getting shut down. They probably found links to terrorism within that Al Jazeera station, and they're investigating.
Exercising that kind of Banana Republic control over another people. I mean, so I accept that. I've never disputed that. But I do dispute your characterization of the threat as not being remotely existential, given you have them backed by Iran, and given Hezbollah certainly is a far more dangerous and far...
It doesn't even matter if they're an existential threat. The reality is they're conducting attacks that are on the scale of 9/11. Like, this guy is literally saying, because it's not an existential threat, Hamas should have the ability with impunity to conduct like an ongoing like 9/11 scale attacks against Israel.
Far better armed and more populated group of terrorists than Hamas. If they all got together, I think, and others joined in and felt they had Israel on the run, I can see why Israel feel the way they do.
How Hezbollah or Iran or Hamas is an existential threat to Israel. Explain to me.
Well, when you have
how are they an existential threat?
Well, when you have tens of thousands.
This is like saying Al-Qaeda was never an existential threat to the United States, so the U.S. should have never invaded Afghanistan, never should have tried to capture Osama bin Laden, because they're not an existential threat. Oh, sure, they blew up the World Trade Center, sure, 1,000 or so people died, but it's not an existential threat. Who cares if they're, like, killing mass amounts of American citizens? Like, it's just crazy.
Pretty much where I am in life right now. It's taken a while for me to get here, but I'm proud of myself.
Maybe the next step in your healing journey is to go around calling people fucking cunts. That is all for today's therapy session. I'll see you next Tuesday.
Why is it that Mexicans don't bitch about the US basically stealing Texas and California from them? But Arabs refuse to let go of a tiny piece of land the size of New Jersey. Like, who gives a fuck? Just let it go.
It's baffling to me that you have a productive, democratic, modern society that is doing extremely well economically, and you have Arab populations living very close to that society, able to realize the rights and freedoms and success that is afforded to you if you're a citizen of that country. And rather than trying to create some sort of diplomatic process to join Israel, or at least make peace with that country and open up trade and job opportunities and everything, they're trying to do the exact opposite and exterminate extremely intelligent, successful, well-meaning people and create a Islamic caliphate that denies them of those rights and opportunities. People are just fucking stupid. That's all there really is to it. People are fucking dumb. Like, look at the United States. There's a genuine risk of a Trump presidency. People are dumb. They don't know what's good for them. They're easily manipulated, and they're fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer, and thanks for the donation, Richard Licks Crusty Nips. Seymour, Big Booty, Bitch Nigga, donate $2. Yo, where are the motovlogs? Come on, also buy something nice with this tip. Keep the change. Would you have a sanctuary with capybaras and these things? Oh my god. What the hell is that? Oh my goodness, it's like a big giant rat. Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't want to run an animal sanctuary because it's an insane amount of work, but if I had to, I definitely want these animals in it. And capybaras, of course. The problem is I can't go out anywhere or eat anything, so I don't know what I'd really do right now with motovlogs. Maybe like every 2 weeks or so, I could take like a diet break and then do a motovlog where I just pick up food and crap like that, but yeah, it's not like I'm exactly living the life right now. I'm eating nothing and I'm at home all day training. Thanks for the donation though, Seymour.
Thousands of terrorists intent on committing heinous, large-scale terror attacks. That is an existential threat, isn't it?
No, it is not. You don't have tens of thousands of terrorists. There are probably about 30,000.
Sorry?
Fighters in Hamas. And
he literally just directly contradicted himself. He said you don't have tens of thousands of terrorists, And then he said there's probably 30,000 terrorists in Hamas alone. 30,000 is tens of thousands. Does this guy not know how to count?
And 30,000 fighters in Hezbollah. They don't have tanks, they don't have infantry divisions, they don't have artillery. In what way could...
Is this guy, like, absolutely retarded? They absolutely do have artillery. Does this guy not understand what artillery is? You can... Like, by the way, you can look at, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon. They had some very sophisticated, military equipment that was given to them by Iran. Hezbollah missiles take out Israeli tank. Let me... When was the Israeli invasion in Lebanon? It was like... It was in the 90s, right? No, 1982. And there was one in 06. Okay. Israeli tanks destroyed by Lebanon. I think there was in 06. Operation Change of Direction was the final offensive operation by the IDF 2006. Let me see. Katsuya rockets. I don't know. So, by the way, this does technically fall under artillery. Let me see. I don't know if they mentioned the specific weapons that destroyed the Israeli tanks. But Hezbollah gets weapons from Iran. They have some pretty sophisticated weaponry that, like missiles, that can take out modern Israeli tanks. I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about. Like by the way, this guy was in the fucking was an officer in the U.S. Air Force. He ought to know better, so I can only assume he's lying.
Could they possibly be a threat to Israel, which is the most powerful military force in the Middle East? And furthermore, is joined at the hip with the United States.
Well, surely we saw exactly what kind of threat.
This is not a serious argument.
So Piers Morgan's getting sucked into a bullshit argument, and this guy's extremely manipulative, and Piers Morgan fell for it. The issue isn't whether, and I predicted this, the issue isn't whether or not Hezbollah or Hamas are an existential threat. The issue is they're conducting horrific, heinous attacks against Israel. Doesn't matter if the threat is existential, you have to act on it for national security reasons. So he suckered Piers Morgan into talking about whether or not they're an existential threat when the actual discussion, the initial discussion, was whether or not Israel should have acted the way they did.
All right, this is not a serious argument.
I'm about to give you an answer, which is that on October the 7th last year, we saw exactly what a serious threat was. 2,000 Hamas terrorists came over the border and committed a series of appalling massacres. So right there is the...
So he's getting a little bit more back on topic. And again, he's just going to dodge again.
threat, isn't it?
See, he had to pause for about 5 seconds there because he's thinking of a way to divert the argument into a different fucking topic. He can't just say, well, I want Jews to all be killed because I hate Jews and I love fascists like Putin. He can't say, well, it's not a big deal if 1,500 people get slaughtered. So he has to just change the topic.
Israeli accounts, 1,200 people died. This is truly regrettable.
Nearly 7,000 were wounded.
Died.
Nearly
but
7,000 were
this
wounded.
hardly represents an existential threat.
Well, nearly 7,000 were wounded. I mean, if you extrapolate that to America and a country of that size, then you're talking about 30 9/11s.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So there's no way for him to say, oh, well, the Americans shouldn't have gone after Al-Qaeda and invaded Afghanistan and captured Osama bin Laden. He can't say that. So his brain's working again. You can see his little like eyes having to squint and shit. Now that his brain is trying to think of, how do I change the topic?
Again, there is no way that killing 1,200 Israelis represents an existential.
So yeah, he's going back to the previous topic that is completely irrelevant. That's the best he could come up with. He's fucking stupid.
Threat. There is no way that Hamas represents an existential threat, or that even Hezbollah and Iran represent an existential threat. How is Iran in any meaningful way going to threaten the survival of Israel?
My God.
Obviously hindsight is 20/20, but why couldn't they at least lock the cockpit doors prior to 9/11 to prevent any passengers from entering the cockpit? It doesn't take a genius to figure that out.
I'm not exactly sure how they gained entry into the cockpit. I don't know if they took hostages and threatened the pilots or something. I'm not sure exactly how they took control. Thanks for the donation, that Speed Racer.
Well, by fueling this kind of terror. I mean, the implication of what you're saying is, would you have been happy then to have allowed Hamas to simply stay in power? Would you be happy now if they wanted to stay in power?
Listen, I think from an Israeli point of view, you don't want Hamas in power. Although I will note to you that Benjamin Netanyahu was perfectly happy to have Hamas in power.
I agree, and I don't think
October 7th.
I agree.
No, he was not. I think he's going to reference Netanyahu paying or giving money to Hamas when they first won the when they first got elected into power. I'm assuming he's going to go there. Netanyahu, after Hamas started committing terror attacks, Netanyahu never wanted Hamas in power.
To be clear,
but I understand why he doesn't want it in power now.
Yeah.
I understand that. But he talks about defeating Hamas in Gaza, and he's not defeated Hamas in Gaza. He's not going to defeat Hamas, and he has not defeated Hezbollah in Lebanon, and he is not going to defeat them no matter what he does in the future.
Cool story, bro. You're an absolute fucking moron, and you have no idea what you're talking about.
I mean, look.
By the way, the estimates are right now that literally half of Hamas's force, possibly even more, has been killed and wiped out. So I don't know how the hell he can make that claim.
I think Netanyahu has a lot of self-interest here, which is connected to his huge unpopularity with his own people, who will clearly get rid of him the moment this wars is over. He also then faces corruption charges in a courtroom. So, you know.
Thanks for the membership, Speed Booferang Galf.
I'm very skeptical of what his real motivation is for prolonging all this, and I don't think he has a plan or cares that much for what happens after it. So you don't have to...
Oh, yes, I can read the minds of Jews, and I know exactly what they're scheming. That's some good anti-Semitism there.
You know, I'm not here to defend Netanyahu in any way. In fact, I think the whole region would be better off without Hamas and without Netanyahu and without Hezbollah. That's what I think.
Well, the truth is you wouldn't have Hamas and you wouldn't have a problem if there was no occupation. The taproot of the problem here is what the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians. Again, the Israelis are creating a greater Israel, which includes the West Bank and Gaza. And in the process of creating that greater...
Animal Liberation donate $2. I have a puppy about 9 months old. He's a really sweet boy, but I need to train him and he won't eat the different vegan treats I've tried. What do you recommend? You can try like bread. cranberries, blueberries, you know, just try different foods. Doesn't have to be any kind of specific, you know, dog treat. Can really be anything as long as it's not something like chocolate or grapes. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Let's watch some of your father's videos.
Mercury's orbit is not following what it should. That's the closest planet to the sun. Well, we've been down that path before. Just throw in another planet that we can't see, and that'll fix it. Thus was introduced planet Vulcan. This would be a planet very close to the sun, so close it would be hard to see, it'd be lost in the glare. No one found it. Einstein comes along, comes up with his theory of motion and his theory of gravity, which are corrections to Newton's laws in these extreme regimes. If you're near the sun has very strong gravity. If you're moving around in that strong force of gravity, Newton's laws begin to fail. And you look at Einstein's laws, and he says, Mercury's orbit will not follow Newton's laws, it'll follow this other path. And it exactly explained the deviations of Mercury. And so people say, oh, see, scientists, we thought this was right, and now we all huddle around this thing that's right. No, the way it works is if you have an experimentally determined result, and it's verified, and double-checked, and triple-checked, that will not later be shown to be false. What you can find is a deeper understanding that encloses that understanding. If there's intelligent life everywhere, vastly more intelligent than we, presumably they might have figured out how to travel through the galaxy. And why aren't they here? Why haven't they taken over the galaxy? One argument is that the very behavior trait that would have you want to acquire territory is intrinsically self-destructive. Because to want to say, I want to put my people in more places in the galaxy, if that's the attitude your species has, then other people that you put there are going to have that very same attitude. And they're going to want to do what you're doing. Everybody's going to want to do what you're doing. You're going to end up fighting about it. Well, it's a big place. That's what they said about the Earth. It's a big place. Said that 600 years ago. No, it's a small place. You've got ways to get there quickly and efficiently. And so it may be that the very character trait that would have you take over the galaxy and visit every planet is the one that would prevent you from getting there because you would have killed each other in the act of trying to make that happen. So
plausible.
So when I worked at Blizzard, I had to do a social engineering task where I had to hit customer support, and I had to get 50 questions answered. And let me tell you, I got my questions answered. I shouldn't have. That was the problem. They're not supposed to answer those. And one of the things that I found that was really interesting is people that had been there for 1 year were really, really hard to trick. But people that had been there for 5 years were really easy to trick. What have we learned? We've learned that training is the issue. Everybody that actually worked at the company got training in their first year, and then they never got training again. So they became complacent, exactly. The director of CS came, and he said, I want the names. And I said, I'm not giving you the names. You're just going to fire those people. And he goes, I'm going to go to your boss. I was like, do it. My boss is like, you got the names? I was like, yeah. And he goes, you going to give them to him? And I was like, no. And he goes, he's not going to give you the names, bud. And then I sat down and was like, look, I'm not giving you the names, because if I did, you'd fire all of these people that are your best employees, the ones that have been here the longest. And in 4 years, you will have the exact same problem with the people that are newbies right now. The issue is not the employees, it's your training regimen. I sat down with him, we created a new 6-month training regimen, and guess what? I went back about a year later, did the same thing. All those people passed with flying colors.
Yes, that is good. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Coming from this guy, it's totally possibly the Greater Israel is another dog whistle for Nazis. The protocols of the Elders of Zion famously spread the conspiracy that the Zionists aspire to a Greater Israel, which means global or Middle East domination.
This guy has made a number of dog whistles. I wouldn't be surprised. This guy is literally a legit Nazi. And it sucks that Piers Morgan isn't, like, realizing that. I think he's giving a lot of these, Israel critics a little too much of a benefit of the doubt. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Would you bet your life there are intelligent aliens light years away? No. It's possible there aren't any.
Israel, they have built an apartheid state. And you should expect the Palestinians who live in that apartheid state to resist mightily. And that's exactly what's happening. And unless there's some self-determination for the Palestinians, you're going to have more and more uprisings in the future. You want to remember what happened on October 7th was not the first instance of the Palestinians rising up. There was the first intifada in the late 1980s. There was the second intifada in 2000, and there'll be more intifadas, more October 7ths in the future, in large part because how the Israelis treat the Palestinians.
No, has nothing to do with how they're treating the Palestinians. They just hate Jews.
Let's move on to the US presidential race, because that will have consequential impact, of course, on things like what's happening between Israel and Hamas and Hezbollah. What's your assessment of where this race is now, Professor Veershami?
Just quickly, Piers, I don't think that the outcome of this presidential race will have any effect on what's going on in the Middle East. The United States will continue to support Israel unreservedly or unconditionally, whether Donald Trump...
Okay, I don't know how he could claim that. Democrats have withheld a lot of support for Israel. It's likely that's to get votes in the upcoming election, and they're going to change their strategy with supporting Israel after the election. But kind of a stupid thing to say.
Trump is in the White House or Kamala Harris is in the White House. Nothing's going to change. But to get back to your more general question, I think that with regard to the two candidates, the only major foreign policy issue where there is a disagreement is Ukraine. I think with regard to the Middle East, as I just said, they're Tweedledee and Tweedledum. I think with regard to China, there's no meaningful difference between Trump and Harris. It's Ukraine and the whole question of how to deal with Russia, where you see a substantial difference in how they think about the issue. It's quite clear that basically what Kamala Harris would like to do is continue the Biden policy of supporting Ukraine unreservedly and doing everything possible to defeat the Russians. Trump, on the other hand, wants to work out an agreement with the Russians that ends the war in Ukraine. And I think he does not care that much whether it appears that Russia has won the war, however you want to describe that. So I think that if Trump wins and if...
Did you watch Frank's gay video yesterday? Also, here's a new short. Sounds like Frank is getting scammed again, lol. His eyes actually don't look too bad.
His eyes look pretty fucking bad to me. He's clearly cross-eyed. Perhaps even googly-eyed. This eye looks like it's pointing in, and this eye looks like it's pointing in and up.
I have $30,000 worth of vehicles I purchased from a Richie Bros auction sitting in my parking lot, unusable, as I have not received legible vehicle titles with the correct address. And at this 2.5 month point, I reached out to them. I was like, look, am I going to have to file a chargeback? Am I going to have to file a lawsuit? This is getting ridiculous. I can't use these vehicles. I can't afford to have them sitting here. And their response is to ban my account. Now, I haven't filed any chargebacks yet, but I might as well, right? And their customer service, I don't know if they just hire people that...
Something started the process and covered the cost of the replacements as a courtesy. Time frame is based off of the DMV of 30 to 60 days. So it sounds like they're literally telling him where they're waiting to get the title from the DMV. So they're trying to give him the titles so that it can be transferred to him and shit. So he's just impatient. Chargeback would be considered theft, as we have done all we can on our end to provide you the listed items and documentation. Therefore, your account is being suspended. Okay, I don't know why he doesn't just do a chargeback.
That have a vendetta against the world, but anytime I contact them for any reason, they're just so nasty and despicable, and they don't want to help you with anything. And don't let me get it.
You know, this happens far too often to Frank for me to think it's everybody else's fault. Frank is probably just an unlikable asshole and expects too much from people. He is a narcissist, so he thinks he deserves everything.
Into like them bidding you up on items. I've tried purchasing a few things, someone outbid me, and then the same item was at auction the next week. So I mean, the whole I don't want to talk, but it's completely ridiculous. I got to make a YouTube video to get any help. It's
Well, that's Frank. Thanks for the donation. I want to fuck Jasmine's ass. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
One of the most terrifying discoveries made in space recently is taking place in Pablo's galaxy about 12 billion light years away, and it introduced to us a new way that galaxies can be destroyed. So we know that the vast majority of galaxies, including our own, have a supermassive black hole at the center that essentially holds everything together. What the JWST recently discovered was the supermassive black hole at the center of Pablo's galaxy is actually starving it to death. We've known for a while that this galaxy is already dead, but we never had any understanding of how this happened until now. The entire galaxy was suffocated by its own black hole, which is ejecting all of the gas from the galaxy before it has a chance to birth new stars. The gas that it's blowing away is the food the galaxy needs in order to survive, but now its food source has been completely cut off, leaving all of the stars that make it up to die off one by one.
I don't know if that's scientifically accurate, but sounds cool.
I'm just going to show you this. Do you see this right here where it says $94,605.75? That was the bill. That was the bill, chat. But then guess what happened? My insurance only paid $17,982. I was like, oh God, there's $76,000 left over. I'm going to die, right? No, here's the way that it works in America. $94,000 is the actual bill. The insurance says, nah, we're only going to pay 18 grand of this. And then the rest of this, the hospital marks off on their taxes as a loss. And nobody pays it. My bill was $130. Welcome to insurance in America. In that way, the hospital doesn't pay taxes because it's a tax write-off. Amazing. U.S. healthcare.
That is definitely not how that works. So I'm pretty sure he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. First of all, it depends on the kind of plan that you have. So you have like a certain deductible, and there's a maximum amount that you will have to pay out of pocket. So if you have private insurance, they'll give you like, say, a $1,500 deductible. And on top of that, they are going to expect you to pay for some expenses out of pocket, but the max amount you can spend out of pocket might be, you know, as little as $5,000. Some policies are insanely high. It can be like $20,000. So if you have a bill like this and it exceeds what you'd be expected to pay out of pocket, then yeah, you can get a situation like this where the hospital will just deduct it from their expenses and then they won't have to pay taxes, crap like that. In other cases, the hospital will try to get that money from you if they feel like there's a good expectation that you'll be able to pay. And then if you don't pay, what they'll do is they'll fuck you over by transferring that debt to a collections agency, and it will completely destroy your credit score. So then if you want to get a mortgage or get financing for a car, you won't be able to do that because your credit score is fucked. So that's not exactly how that works. Wait.
One of the most
Islamists think evading debates is Sigma.
You said we, are you an Israeli? I am, yes. I don't debate with Israelis, I've been misled. Sorry. I don't recognize Israel and I don't debate with Israelis.
Okay, so that explains why they're too cowardly to debate me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Apparently cowardice is Sigma. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Gunfire damages Kamala Harris's campaign office in Arizona. According to reports, Kamala Harris's campaign office in Tempe, Arizona was shot at overnight, causing damage just before her scheduled rally in the state. Tempe Police Department reported that no one was inside the office when the shots were fired, but the incident has raised safety concerns for those working in the building. These comments are retarded. She wants to be Trump so bad. Nice try, Democrats. No one is really shooting at Kamala. Trying to be like Trump. It's staged, button. Jesus. Yeah, when it happens to Trump, oh my god, this is what happens when the left wing runs amok. When it happens to Democrat, oh, it's staged, it's a psyop, it's all fake. My god. Thanks for that donation.
This is a big if. He is able to implement the policy that he is articulating on the campaign trail, then he will act very differently towards Russia and towards the Ukraine war than Kamala Harris will.
You said to me earlier this year, the only way this war ends is if Ukraine loses on the battlefield. But the longer it goes on and the more extraordinary resistance the Ukrainians have shown, I mean, many people thought this could be over in a few days at the start of this. Clearly, that is not the case. We're 2.5 years in now. And Zelensky is asking for the same weaponry that is currently being used by the Russians to bombard his country. From a moral position, is there any reason why, if countries like the United States, the UK, Germany, France and others have been supplying weapons for the Ukrainians to defend themselves, is there any moral argument outside of just a fear of triggering some nuclear response from Russia, and we'll come to that, but is there a moral difference between giving them tanks and planes and so on and giving them missiles which can fire into Russia itself?
Well, my view is, Piers, that the morally correct position to take today is to not give them any more weapons and to push them very hard to reach a negotiated settlement.
This guy's an idiot. Absolute moron.
With the Russians. The fact is that the Ukrainians are losing badly on the battlefield.
No, they're not. There's, like, on average, 4-to-1 attritional losses, so I don't know how we can explain why Russia is considering another round of mobilization, but Ukraine is losing badly. Like, by the way, they literally just invaded Russia, and Russia hasn't been able to push back the invasion. Like, yeah, but they're losing.
There is an abundance of evidence to support this, and the situation only gets worse moving forward. So for people who are advocating that we should give them more weapons and continue to urge the Ukrainians to fight on, what you're doing is putting the Ukrainians in a position where they're just going to lose more territory to the Russians and many more.
Russia has gained like 5 meters of territory in the last several years, so I don't know how we can say that.
Ukrainians are going to die. They're not going to win. The morally correct position, that is the position one should take if one is interested in saving Ukrainian lives.
Right, they're not going to win. Russia's literally talking about just ending the war by 2026 because by then they will have bankrupted their economy so severely they literally can't afford to keep going. But, oh yeah, Ukraine's losing.
And that's the position I take, is that this war should be ended as quickly as possible.
How can it be morally right to let a ruthless dictator illegally invade a sovereign, democratic European country?
Oh, I know exactly what he's going to say. He's going to say Ukraine isn't democratic. They got rid of like a certain pro-Russian politician and they forced Zelensky in and it's corrupt. I know exactly what he's going to say. Dodo donated $2. Israel just gave out tens of thousands of automatic weapons to civilians in northern Israel in case Hezbollah invades. Absolutely fucking based. Yeah, everybody is against guns, but when shit hits the fan, oh, here's the guns, guys. Like, why is there even a fucking discussion about taking away firearms? It's so stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Help himself to vast swathes of its land, murder enormous numbers of its people, and then you would want me to expect that the moral...
Oh, is he that stupid that he actually promotes the Boris Johnson conspiracy theory?
Answer to all this is to let him have his way and win. How is that morally right?
Well, I think your description of what Putin has done doesn't mesh with the facts. The idea that the Russians have come in and murdered huge numbers of Ukrainians is simply not the case.
Well,
literally day one, Russian troops massacred Ukrainian villages. It was one of the worst massacres since, like, Yugoslavia.
How many have they murdered?
This war has been largely I don't know what the exact number is, but if you look at the number of civilians...
Oh, here we go. Here we go. I don't know what the casualty figures are. I don't know how many Ukrainians have been killed, but I know Russia's winning, and I know that they haven't murdered that many Ukrainians. Like these two things don't add up. He's saying there are massive attritional losses on the Ukrainian side, and they're going to lose. But then on the other hand, he's claiming, Russia hasn't killed that many.
How can you make that assessment? I'm not being funny, but how can you make that assessment if you don't know the answer?
Well, what you have to do is let me finish answering the questions before you interrupt me.
Oh, someone's a little upset that somebody pointed out he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's full of shit. Baby needs his bottle. Look, he's so angry.
Because it's very difficult to
but you were talking about, you said there weren't that many killed. And then when I said, well, how many have been killed? You didn't know. So I just asked you, why did you make the initial statement then, if you don't know the answer?
No, the question you asked initially was how many people have they murdered?
Yeah.
And I don't know how many people they've murdered. I said the number of civilians who have been killed is around 10,000, maybe 15,000. But it's very important to understand.
By the way, let's not forget Russia's bombing children's hospitals. Let me see what the figures are. Ukraine civilian casualties. Oh, wow, he is way off. The Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights verified a total of 35,160 civilian casualties during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Of them, 23,640 people reported to have been injured. So, and they also specify the real numbers could even be higher. So, he was way fucking off. What a lying idiot. He literally just makes shit up.
And that the Russians alone...
And let's not forget, by the way, Russia has abducted Ukrainian children. Wasn't it like some crazy number, like 80,000? Ukraine children abductions by Russia. During the Russo-Ukraine war, Russia has forcibly transferred almost 20,000 Ukrainian children to areas under its control. So 20,000. So Russia's also abducted 20,000 Ukrainian children, and a lot of the children that have been brought back home, they're talking about brainwashing and abuse that they've endured.
Did not kill all those civilians. A lot of the civilians have been killed by the Ukrainians.
Oh, here we go. It's Ukraine's fault for the civilian deaths. Ukraine killed them. What a joke.
As a result of the ongoing battles. And I can't tell you exactly how many people have been killed, and I can't tell you how many people that the Russians murdered or the Ukrainians murdered.
So, in other words, I have no clue of what I'm talking about. I can't even give rough estimates to give you any kind of idea how many civilian casualties they've been, total attritional losses. But I know they should just end the war, Ukraine bad, Russia good. What a lying asshole.
Right, it just seems to me you're slightly guessing, aren't you?
I would say more than slightly.
I told you that the number I ascertain from looking through the media reports is somewhere between 10 and 15,000.
No. It's about 36,000, and it's likely more. So he literally made up that number. He has no idea. He literally made up that number. He didn't see that figure anywhere.
Civilians have died in Ukraine. And if you call that guessing, fine. But
No,
I
believe the number is around that, yeah.
Oh my God. Pierce Morgan, what a jackass.
Look, I don't even know what the exact number is in terms of Russian military casualties and Ukrainian
It's over 500,000.
military casualties.
So Russian military casualties are over 500,000. That includes killed and wounded that can't enter the battlefield anymore. Ukraine, attritional losses. Let me see. So, when was this article? February 9th, 2024. So it's a little outdated. They do talk about 4-to-1 attritional losses. I just want to know total attritional losses. So this is stating... So they're saying in 2024, so far they've killed or wounded 315,000 Russian troops. If the average is 4-to-1 attritional losses, that means Ukraine probably lost about 100,000, 150,000.
There are huge disagreements on what those numbers look like. I can tell you what my estimates are, but my estimates are not ones that I'm fully confident are correct in large part because
but that's
there's not
why,
a lot of information.
Okay, but that's why the morality question to me is important.
So he's admitting to literally making shit up and just guessing.
Because you're saying the moral thing to do is to stop
Jake Bro got it on his opening of his videos. All right, I'll check
the
them out
slaughter
later.
of Ukrainian people. They don't agree with you. The Ukrainian people want to fight, and they want to fight to the end. And that should be, to me, their moral right to make that decision for themselves. And I just cannot get my head around why it's morally correct to let a Russian dictator go and do what Putin's done and win and keep what he's stolen. Why is that morally right?
Because there's nothing that we can do to turn the tide on the battlefield.
That is complete and utter nonsense. I don't know how he can qualify that opinion. Secondly, if Nazis were winning the war in World War II, would he have just said, oh, well, we should just, bow down to the Nazis? Is that what he's saying?
In Ukraine.
There is.
We do
there is, though.
not have the ability.
We could give them the missiles they want.
The missiles are not going to make any difference.
Right. Literally blowing up Putin, killing him would not make any difference, I'm sure.
The idea that giving them ATACMS or Storm Shadows is going to turn the tide on the battlefield is not a serious
By the way, they literally have. You can just look at the attritional losses on the Russian side. Clearly, it's done wonders.
argument. The Ukrainians are doomed. What really matters here are the number of troops, the number of artillery pieces on the front lines, and the amount of
This guy is just a massive liar. Just completely full of shit.
air power each side has over the battlefield.
Bootycom donate tellers like on the start of this video, not sure, but if not, can watch later.
Welcome back, defenders.
Losses of the Russian occupiers in Ukraine. Estimated personnel. Holy shit. 643,750. That is insane. I don't know how the hell this guy can say Russia's winning.
And there, the Russians have a decisive advantage, and that advantage is increasing by the day. And there's nothing we can do to reverse that. The Ukrainians are doomed. And given that the Ukrainians are doomed, the best thing to do at this point in time is put an end to the war. That's the morally correct position, at least from my point of view.
I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. Would you have said the same thing about the British in World War II?
No, I would not have, but those are not analogous situations.
Right, those aren't analogous situations. A fascist dictator who wants to rule the rest of Europe doesn't allow any political opponents to run against him. So it enacts policies to take away the rights of marginalized groups of people. Yeah, how are they at all similar? Like, Russia, so Putin is like no different than Hitler. They're almost identical.
Why? We were under existential threat
As you
from
well
the
know,
Nazis.
the British won the war because the British had the Soviet Union and the United States on their side.
Yeah, and because Churchill said he wasn't going to accept that we were necessarily doomed.
He was correct, and the end result is that he won the war. But he won the war because
this guy is gonna look fucking stupid when Ukraine wins the war. Just imagine. Like, if Putin gets assassinated or just randomly croaks one day, and, like, Russians just decide to, retreat, or they get absolutely destroyed. Like, imagine how much crow this guy is going to have to fucking eat. He's just gonna cuck into the shadows, hide, never make any fucking media appearances again. Like, this dude is just a fucking loser.
he had two powerful allies who got directly involved.
Dodo donated $2. You're gonna hate these. Thanks for warning me.
Good God, people are just sounding more and more like Nazis every day.
Yeah, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Whoa, I didn't know Jackie Chan was a Palestine supporter. Like, I guess it kind of makes sense because not only is he a piece of shit, but he also receives money from the CCP. Okay, well, I completely and utterly lost any and all respect I could possibly have for Jackie Chan.
Hi Richard. My family is Hindu and I am definitely not a fan of Islam, but why do you side Israel? Do you follow Hassan Abai? He did a lot of videos on Palestine. Please don't call me a retard senpai, I am vegan.
If you unironically watch Hassan and you actually think he has had any based legitimate takes on the Israeli-Palestine situation, you're a fucking retard. Hassan literally had a Houthi terrorist on his stream, and Hassan himself put up a Houthi flag during his live stream that literally said, "Kill all Jews." Hassan is a fucking anti-Semite. He's an absolute retard, and nothing he said about Israel-Palestine makes any fucking sense. So I support Israel because I support liberal democracies that are secular, and I don't support radical Islam. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, though, Sv3rige. That was a stupid question. Oh my god, here we go. Okay, thanks for that, Dodo. Bootycom, donate $2. That guy when Ukraine wins.
Oh, okay.
Yep. He's gonna fall off the face of the earth. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
No, why Jackie Chan, just why?
Jackie Chan is a massive piece of shit scumbag of a human being. You know, he was paid a massive amount of money by the Chinese Communist Party to try to convince Chinese people to not have human rights. He was literally paid by the CCP to give this big long speech publicly and to make a bunch of social media posts for why Chinese people shouldn't have basic human rights like free speech. He is a fucking asshole. I can't stand Jackie Chan. He's one of the most scumbag fucking human beings on the planet. And again, it's no surprise that he's against Israel because it aligns with, China's fucking Communist Party. But yeah, he's a scumbag. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
In fighting against Nazi Germany.
Right.
That's not going to happen in the case of the Ukrainians.
So why
we
is-
are not going to commit ground forces to come to the defense of the Ukrainians.
Right, but so my question about the morality of that is actually why wouldn't we? Why wouldn't we? If this was a NATO country, we would.
It's not clear we would, but we probably.
This guy literally doesn't have an argument. You can tell when he's shocked by a question and doesn't have a response, just the look on his face.
Mishima comes a school of thought called realism in international relations. Put simply, he thinks that Russia is like a caged dog that is predictably going to bite us if we get near it, and it's our fault that Russia's former territories love us.
It's our fault that Western nations are likable and support peace-loving democracies. That makes sense. Thanks for the donation, retard.
I joined the stream late today. Did you try calling that guy again from yesterday who didn't answer after 4 attempts?
No, I'll try again. Well, actually, I won't do it now because the guy who donated, yeah, if the guy who donated me that money just asked me to call again, I'll do it. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Probably would, but the fact is we're not going to do it. And the fact that we're not going to do it tells me that the morally correct position is not to fight to the last Ukrainian. I mean, that's what you want to do. You want to fight to the last Ukrainian.
I want them
if
to
there
have
are no
the
Ukrainians
no, I want them to
left,
have the
that
right
doesn't
to.
Wow, I did not know that Jackie Chan was such a piece of shit.
Yeah, he's a scumbag. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Just random vids donate $2. Karnas cringe of the week. This guy is delusional.
What I eat in a day embracing nature's sacred blueprint. So we'll start with raw grass-fed steak in the sun, grounded, balls exposed.
He's probably going to end up getting skin cancer if he keeps doing the stupid shit.
To the sun. Then I have some fermented raw milk. This is good for digestion and your gut microbiome. Then I enjoy a raw lamb's heart in the forest. Think heart is my favourite organ. Then I had some wild blueberries on my walk. When I got home I had some honeycomb with some lamb chops. Then later I have
This guy eats like complete shit.
more raw milk. And I went for another walk in Skyrim. And then the last thing I ate is a raw goose egg. Goose eggs my favourite because they're huge and they taste better than chicken eggs.
Gay. I love how all these fucking carnivore retards all act like these base Chad alpha males. This guy is a weak, skinny loser, can't lift shit, is a fucking dairy fairy, has long-ass girly hair, and just walks and, like, just sits in the sun. Like, wow, so Chad. Look at this shit. He has, like, Viking fucking shit on his fucking page and crap. Bruh. Oh, wow. Oh my god. Imagine if he fought you. Oh, so badass. That is not how you do that. I love the twirl he does. What an idiot. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Yeah, so... You want to bet this guy can't even bench press 225? Yeah, that's what the carnivore diet gets you, huh? I think I mog him.
Designed to eat meat. We have forward-facing eyes, and we have a 1.5
orangutans have forward-facing eyes.
pH stomach acid.
We don't have a 1.5 stomach acid pH. Our stomach pH changes based on whether or not we're eating. So it actually is 1.5 when your stomach is empty. It goes up usually around 4 when you're actually eating.
Which is lower than a lion's. We can't digest fiber. We don't have the gut bacteria or enzymes to break down plant cell walls. In most places on Earth, every human would die in the wild without meat. Veganism is a modern diet that barely existed 50 years ago.
Weird, I'm bigger and stronger than you, and I could literally drop you on your head.
Nature's blueprint is perfect. Stop going against it. We are...
What a moron.
Mr. Vice President, I'm speaking. I'm speaking.
She went out. Wait a minute. I'm talking now. If you don't mind, please. Does that sound familiar?
And he's gonna lose the election, and Trump tards are all gonna say the election was stolen, and blah blah blah, and then I guess after they're done crying, life will go on. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh wait, whoops, I skipped a thing.
Adventurous spirit constantly has me exploring the nature of Northern Europe. And what I've found is a significant amount of magic and folklore that simply exists within the natural world. We've been led to believe by...
He literally believes magic is real.
By Hollywood movies that magic is simply just fiction. But traditionally, magic and so-called mythology was commonly accepted as reality in most Northern European cultures. And once you close yourself off to the possibility of magic, you never get to experience it. Magic is alive and well. It's embedded in nature and you can feel it when you walk through the forest.
This guy is a massive, massive LARPer. He probably lives at home with his fucking parents. And just has all these modern luxuries that allow him to have the lifestyle he has. And then he literally goes out for a walk and he's like, I'm living just like my ancestors did in nature. What a loser. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids. You have to keep the audio on. Alright, I'll do that for you, Dodo.
Have asked for it, and they're going to get it. Part of me, I'm about to shit on the beat. Part of me, I just went crazy on the free. I'm on it. She like, hit from the back and go deep and go. I'm on it.
Absolutely based. Okay, thanks, Dodo.
You seem like you used to play RuneScape and Magic the Gathering.
I absolutely fucking hated RuneScape. It's one of the most dumb, retarded fucking games I've ever seen. I remember my stupid dumbass friends used to love RuneScape, and I thought they were all idiots. And I've also never played Magic the Gathering. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
How was Sv3rige able to find Luna with a private investigator in 1 month, but Interpol can't find Sv3rige even though he uploads like every day?
Well, he's in a foreign country, and I'm assuming there aren't any agents that can actually investigate, determine where he is, and then track him down and arrest him and bring him back. So, you know, if he ever goes to an airport or something like that, he's probably going to have a problem. Or when he finally cracks and ends up, you know, beating his wife or killing her, or his current girlfriend, she's probably going to go to the police, or somebody's going to call the police on them, and then he'll, you know, finally be arrested. Thanks for the donation, though, Surinder. Kid Boo donated $2. Do you agree with Trump on this?
Well, I think the UAW made a terrible decision. And by allowing all electric cars, they're all going to be made in China. You're going to have no jobs over here. But I will not allow all electric cars. I'm going to have all kinds of cars because the electric mandate is a disaster. They don't go far enough. They cost too much. We don't have the materials to make them, but China does. And you've heard me say it 100 times.
China does not have the materials to meet the demands of a fully electric infrastructure. I kind of agree with him on this. Having electric mandates, especially right now, is stupid. Nobody wants them. They're not selling. Dealerships are losing tons of money on them. And they're not practical for most of the United States and Canada. The amount of urban sprawl that exists within the United States and Canada is just crazy. People have to drive way further than in almost any other fucking country. And on top of that, it gets fucking cold here. So they suck in the winter, and the government and shit and these other private industries, they're not supporting a robust enough charging infrastructure to make them practical for most people. So kind of makes a little bit more sense in Europe, where driving habits are a lot different, and it's just much easier to make a, you know, robust charging infrastructure. But yeah, it's dumb. If the US were to replace all internal combustion engines with electric today, a lot of people would have pretty big fucking problems. So yeah, I agree with them. It doesn't make sense to support an electric mandate right now.
No, I would end that. You can buy an electric car, absolutely, but you're also going to be able to buy other types of cars and types of propulsion, depending on what you want. You're going to be able to buy what you want to buy. We went, many of you...
Dude, just imagine, like, if all of these diesel truck manufacturers had to go electric. If they had to ever tow anything, they'd go 10 miles and then get stranded. And then they'd have to get picked up by another truck that will only be able to go 10 miles, then they'd get stranded. Or they'd have to bring out a big generator and you'd be sitting there for like 20 hours until you can fucking move again.
We were there, Iowa, where it was 40 degrees below zero on voting night. 40 degrees below zero. And did you notice all those cars pulled over to the side? They were all electric cars. They don't work well in cold weather. That was very cold weather.
You can kind of get around this with battery heaters, but it doesn't really solve the problem completely. The batteries are still going to get colder, and heating the batteries also drains energy.
It was cool running into you again this weekend at VegFest this Saturday. Thanks for answering some of my questions. I hope your trip back to Ottawa from Toronto was easy.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all. I came there and left when traffic was, really clear, so wasn't sitting in traffic, and it was only like 3-hour drive, so it wasn't bad. Thanks for the donation though, Sanderbling. So yeah, I agree with Trump there. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Bother you because you think that's the morally correct position.
No, it's because
that's not my idea of a morally correct position.
Yeah, you know what? That Toronto Veg Fest was way fucking better than Vegandale, too. It was bigger, there were more vendors, you didn't have to pay. Seemed like it was more well organized. It was easier to give payments. They forced all the vendors at the Vegandale Fest to use their specific payment thing, and it forced you to give a tip. You literally had no option to not give a tip, so I'd literally only tip 1 penny. It's really retarded.
Well, it's because I've been to Kyiv, I've met the people, and they've made it emphatically clear to me, all the people I met of all ages, that that's exactly what they want to do. Yeah, they do. They want to fight to save their country.
Look, if you look at public opinion polls, they're at odds with your statement that every single Ukrainian wants to fight to the last.
I just said everyone I met.
That's not true.
I'm not
There's
saying
surely some who do, and
but
I'm sure these are the people that you talk to.
But the vast majority of those polls do support what I'm saying.
But the fact is that even if that's true, even if they want to fight to the last Ukrainian, from my point of view, that's not the morally correct thing to do.
Right, but how can it be morally right to let a Russian dictator win?
What are you going to do to reverse it?
Fight?
Help the Ukrainians repel him.
What are you going to do to reverse it?
Well, you help the Ukrainians repel Putin in a brilliant way they've been doing for 2.5 years against all expectations. They have massively exceeded all the doom-laden predictions of the first few weeks and months of this war. And I think we should support them in the way we've been doing by giving them everything they ask for. Because let's be honest about this. What Putin does, he just waves his nuclear rattle and he terrifies people. But every red line that he set has been crossed. He said, if you give them tanks, that will be a red line for me. We did. He didn't do anything. He said, if you give them aircraft, air fighter jets, that's a red line. We crossed that red line. Nothing happened. And so on. There is no evidence that he means any of his saber rattling about nuclear weapons, because he knows the moment he uses a nuclear weapon, he's dead and Russia's vaporized. That's the reality. And I don't know why we allow ourselves to be held ransom by this monstrous dictator who just thinks that a nuclear deterrent means he can just go, I'm going to nuke you if you don't let me do what I want. That, to me, is immoral.
How? Look, your problem...
Oh my god, he's not going to fucking answer. What's hilarious is Ukraine has literally invaded Russia. Like, why is anybody worrying about a nuclear threat? It's just a complete joke.
Appears is that you're living in the last months of 2022 when the Ukrainians were on a roll and it looked like they...
This is hilarious. Why is Russia constantly talking about peace negotiations? You don't ask for peace negotiations when you're winning a war. It's just so stupid. This guy's delusional.
They were going to do very well against the Russians. If you look at what happened in 2023 and what's happened now in 2024, the first 9 months of this year, it's quite clear that the balance of power has shifted decisively in the Russians' favor.
Right. Their country has literally been invaded. They haven't been able to gain any territory. They have over 600,000 attritional losses. They literally don't have enough manpower to continue the war, which is why they're considering another round of mobilization. Their economy is in complete fucking tatters, and they're literally admitting right now the war can't go on for another 2 years.
One of the earliest vegans also, he shouts you out towards the end.
You didn't give me a link. Thanks for the donation though, Benji.
And there is nothing we can do to rescue the situation. There are no magic weapons that we can give to the Ukrainians that are going to allow them to win this war. They're going to lose the war. There's nothing we can do about that. You don't seem to understand that.
No, I understand.
This guy is just lying, he's full of shit, and he's just a fascist, and he wants to spread these ideas because he wants to see the rise of fascism.
Fact that there's nothing we can do about it, it makes sense from a moral point of view to end the war as quickly as possible.
No, that doesn't make it. No, I don't agree with you that it's morally right to just surrender. If they want to continue fighting, it is their country, it's their people, and they want to continue fighting, and their president wants.
I am trying to lose weight, struggling with calories in calories out cause I feel like I am starving and I can't sleep well and stick to it and feel like shit. If I just count how many grams of fat I eat each day and lower it week by week, will I get lean?
Not necessarily. The only thing that's going to make you lose weight is if you're in a caloric deficit, so you have a few options. You can make adjustments to the types of food you're eating. So if you're still eating a lot of calorie-dense processed food, switching to more whole foods and eating lower calorie but higher volume fruits and vegetables will make it so you don't have those sorts of hunger cravings. And it might make it easier for you to stick to the caloric deficit. You can also increase your caloric deficit by just increasing your exercise activity. So if you're sedentary for most of the day, making sure you're getting at least like 10,000 steps, maybe trying to get to 20,000. Doing resistance training, stuff like that. That might make it easier to be in a caloric deficit. You might be in too high of a deficit, like if you're barely eating anything, yeah, you're probably going to have issues sleeping and crap like that, and feeling hungry constantly, so making sure you're not in too severe of a deficit and aiming for 1% body weight loss per week might help. Or you could take semaglutide, which is a weight loss drug. But yeah, you can only lose weight by being in a caloric deficit. You can try lowering your fat intake, but that's not a absolute guarantee that you're going to be in a caloric deficit. Thanks for the donation, though, Surinder. Ben J donated $2. Let me see. One of the earliest vegans shouts you out.
Of judging historical people by modern standards, which always makes me laugh. Because honestly, I judge modern people just as harshly. I'm pretty judgmental all around. If they think my criticism of slave owners is bad, they should hear me talk about people who drive a Ford F-150 King Ranch.
Yesterday's conviction donated $2. When I watch Penguin Zero's videos where he roasts people, he sounds weird, like he memorized Artificial Joke Book, and commentary is like he memorized 1,000 phrases and jokes and says everything altogether, even when playing games, sounds forced convo. Well, Penguin Zero, for one thing, is a complete and utter moron. He's not good at any kind of fluid thinking, so it wouldn't surprise me if he sort of pre-rehearses a lot of what he says. He's also an extremely fake person. So he clearly doesn't share any of his own real views a lot of the time, and he just says things that he thinks is going to get him to be more liked, more popular. He kind of expresses more populist viewpoints. He doesn't really ever say anything controversial.
Trump wins, Elon wins, Tesla wins, Republican wins. You are your girlfriend Kamala Harris lose. That's simple. Only thing I agree with you with is Israel and Ukraine. Palestine aka Hamas supporters are fucking retarded.
That is nice. Thanks for the donation. I want to fuck Jasmine's ass. So yeah, that's probably why Penguin Zero just seems awkward and he forces everything. It's because his entire life is a lie. He lies constantly and he's an idiot and he's completely full of shit. Thanks for the donation though, yesterday's convictions.
Cum is the nectar of the gods. Will this help me lose weight?
Probably not. I've seen some pretty fat porn stars, so, I don't think you can really use cum to lose weight. Thanks for the donation, though, Surrender.
And Super Duty. As I pull into the Winn-Dixie parking lot with my comically oversized vehicle, all must know that I am not only you directly contradicts the overwhelming weight of the values and customs of the culture in which you live. Incredibly isolated, even in the relative before they were forcefully such as John Woolman. And wouldn't you know it, they're here. And Denver's employing penance for ending your history video 80 to 100% turnover rate annually is campaign against slavery in public.
I'm not gonna watch this whole video. It's just super fucking boring.
To have as much weaponry as he can to try and repel the Russians. And I think we have a moral duty to give.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. So, today before I got ready for work, I saw this vidonig that was a little unsettling, especially as a vegan.
Yeah, mate, we'll see you soon.
More of it, eh? Fucking yeah. We eat meat, mate. That's what we do.
We eat them.
Fucking too
We abuse
right.
them. Now, that's where we work.
Yeah.
Now, because we're in the minority. There's no denying that. Most people say that they care about animals and they don't want to abuse them. The reality is, we do abuse them.
Yeah.
Now, between me and you,
Yeah.
I actually want to put vegans in those same gas chambers.
Bro, I'd help you put them in there.
You would help me?
Fucking no.
I need you on my side.
Oh, mate, I'm there.
Mate, you're a legend.
Fuck, mate. I work, I'm a crane driver, mate. I work in construction.
Yeah, what would you do?
Fucking bring all the boys down, mate.
Bury them alive, yeah?
Fuck it. No, I wouldn't even waste the dirt. Fuck. Just run them over.
Run them over. No, so the gas chambers I showed you,
Yeah.
that's where we want to be putting them.
Yeah, fucking oath.
Hitler knew what he was doing.
Oi, I've been to Germany.
Yeah.
Their infrastructure and shit is perfect. There's not a pothole in sight.
Absolutely. They know what they're doing.
They build good shit.
Started with Hitler. That's actually where we got the schematics for gas chambers here in Australia. Did you know that? So what we do to pigs, we actually learn.
Dude, this is crazy that he was able to, like, get these admissions from people. Holy fuck.
That from Hitler himself.
Really?
Yeah, mate.
Mate.
He's a man of efficiency.
He was beyond his time.
He was beyond his...
Whoa. He literally found a Nazi-supporting carnist.
time.
He was.
Now, are you on my side when it comes to the vegans?
Fucking, I hate vegans, mate.
All right. Well, I might have to call you up. I got a few actually in my basement. Nah. Oh, man, I'm just fucking
Nah,
with you.
I don't
Just
care.
fucking me. Because I've actually had some come on my farm.
Have you?
Yeah, mate. You know that Tash Peterson?
Oh, that bitch.
Yeah, I haven't caught her yet.
If I find her, man, I will throw bacon all over.
Is that all you'll do?
No, I don't want to get arrested.
Well, what if we
She's
did it
a
on
piece
my
of shit,
property, mate?
Right,
I've got 3,000 acres.
Let's get her.
Well, you tell me. What do you want to do, buddy?
Hey?
We'll get you to sign the petition because I actually...
This guy had no idea. I wonder if this has worked its way around enough for his, like, employers to find out and they fired him.
need you. Not many people are of your level of integrity, mate.
Fuck it.
Brilliant. Now,
Mate,
mate,
you
some
got-
might call you a murderer. I call you a champion.
Mate, fuck the vegans.
Have a great day, buddy.
Well, I'm sure that is going to bite him in the ass eventually. Like, wow. That is bad.
All right.
Give it to him. And I think
Would you listen to my shitty song for $30? Yeah, sure. If you send me 30 in the link, I'll listen to it.
it's morally reprehensible to say, actually, no, we're going to decide what you want. We're going to decide what your people want. We're going to decide how much of your country you get to keep. And at the end of all this, actually, the morally correct thing to do, President Zelensky, is give him everything and let him win. I think that is morally despicable, personally.
I don't know what you're so upset about, Piers, because the fact is the U.S. government agrees with you. You and the U.S. government and the West European governments and the East European governments are going to fight to the last Ukrainian.
Good.
And I think this is, from a moral point of view and from Ukraine's point of view, the wrong thing.
Yes, bow down to fascists.
To do.
Professor Mearsheimer, I always enjoy having you on.
This guy's a piece of shit. He's one of the biggest piece of shits that Piers Morgan has ever let on. Can I send you video of my J and you rate it out of 10? What's your J?
That cum question was not me.
Sure it wasn't. Thanks for the donation, Sv3rige. Dodo donated $2. Breaking criminal rapist says he is a protector of women.
We have to talk business. I always thought women liked me. I never thought I had a problem. But the fake news keeps saying women don't like me. I don't believe it. I think, you know why? They like to have strong borders. They like to have safety. Nothing personal. I think they like me. But I make this statement. Thank you. I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. But I think they like me because I represent something that's very important. I make this statement to the great women of our country.
My joint. Sure, go ahead, Jolington.
Sadly, women are poorer than they were 4 years ago. Much poorer.
They're not.
Less healthy than they were 4 years ago.
They're not.
Are less safe on the streets than they were 4 years ago.
They're not.
Are paying much higher prices for groceries and everything else than they were 4 years ago. Are more stressed and depressed and unhappy than they were 4 years ago, and are less optimistic.
Yeah, with the abortion bans, I don't know if you can claim that.
And confident in the future than they were 4 years ago. I believe that. I will fix all of that and fast, and at long last, this nation and national nightmare will end. It will end. We've got to end this national nightmare. Because I am.
Is it true that in Ontario, you are automatically married if you live together?
No, there's a term called common law marriage, and it's when you reside in the same household as a couple for, I think it's for over 5 years, and there's certain, there's like certain rights that you have under a common law relationship. It's not like a divorce, it's not like you have to pay alimony or anything, so there's different rules that apply. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
I am your protector. I want to be your protector. As president, I have to be your protector. I hope you don't make too much of it. I hope the fake news doesn't go, oh, he wants to be their protector. Well, I am. As president, I have to be your protector. I will.
This guy was found civilly liable for sexual assault.
Make you safe at the border, on the sidewalks of your now violent cities, in the suburbs where you
crime is down,
are under migrant criminal siege, and with our military protecting you from foreign enemies of which we have.
What a fucking whack job, dude. Most evil? Yeah. Proud cowards. Let me see. Oh, wow. so based. I'm not gonna fight somebody. I'm too scared to fight the Jew. Yeah, that's pretty pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Bootycom donated $2 sent on Insta. I'd give that a 5 out of 10. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Goatis!
The wings!
My transgression, I earned a new kind.
Yeah, they're making a Soul Reaver remaster.
Agony.
The fate of this world was preordained in an instant.
What madness is this?
Am I so changed?
I was not prepared for what lay beyond this threshold.
You know, it looks like kind of a lame remaster. You know, you would have thought they'd redo it in Unreal Engine 5 or something, but, you know, it still just looks like a PS2 game.
From Blumhouse Games. It brings atmospheric polygonal scares to PS5 and PS4 on October 20th. And in other formats.
You have crossed paths with men to the chaos and find a way to survive. So choose your path wisely. Go forth and learn what it means to be a hero.
Is this another Dynasty Warriors game? Yeah, Dynasty Warriors is lame.
Die.
I was facing. We're intruders.
I think that's Monster Hunter. Yeah, Monster Hunter.
There's more with the digital deluxe edition.
Countless graphical improvements that bring the game to the same visual fidelity. This picture with your choice
Horizon
poses
Zero
bring
Dawn and
over
Forbidden
180
West
songs
suck.
from the dialogue.
Apparently they're making Ghost of Tsushima 2.
But you are hunting. And now,
Yeah, I think this is Ghost of Tsushima 2.
everyone in here is after you. Still think you're the hunter?
Ghost of Tsushima 1 was so bad. That was just such a garbage game. Well, it looks like Ghost of Tsushima 2 is going to be woke now because it's a female protagonist. Everybody's going to complain.
Be gentle on me, VG. I know it's not your music taste. Listen to 152 to 236. I got vegan songs on the way too. Just wanted to know your opinion on the song, not the mixing.
Alright, well thanks for the big donation, Godzilla Rules. Let me take a listen. $152 to $236. The actual music is good. I have no fucking idea what you're saying in the lyrics. No fucking clue whatsoever. Not a big fan of the screaming kind of thing. So I don't like it. If I was rating like the actual music, like the instrumentals alone, probably give it like a 6 out of 10. With the vocals, it's kind of like 3.5. But yeah, that's my opinion. It's just not my cup of tea. Thanks for the donation though, Godzilla Rules. Appreciate it. Well, I guess that's coming out fairly soon. Ghost of Yotai. It's probably going to be shit like the last game. I remember the original Ghost of Tsushima trailer. They not only had decapitation, but they also had dismemberment in the game. And then when the game finally released, I'm assuming it's because of laws in Japan preventing violent games from being released, they got rid of it. So all the cool dismemberment and shit was gone. The combat system just fucking sucked. For no reason, they had these like tank enemies in the game.
I often donate other different names. I was wondering if it shows you my actual name from my CC information or it conceals that.
When I just look at the Streamlabs dashboard, it only shows me the name that you donate under. I can't see if you're like the same person. So I only see the name that you give for Streamlabs. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Linguist. Yeah, but I'm not terribly excited for Ghost of Tsushima 2. The first game sucked so bad. Like, Ghost of Tsushima was also a PS4 game. It looked like shit. Like, the graphics were actually bad. I don't know why everyone said the game looked amazing, had great graphics. It sucked. It didn't run at a native 1080p. So it was like up-resed, and everything looked fucking blurry, and it was hard to watch. And everything had such low-resolution textures as well, and a lot of the geometry was super simple, like the grass, tree leaves, and the game was filled with grass and leaves, and it just looked like this blurry, gross fucking mess, and it was genuinely hard to look at. Whenever I played the game, I actually wanted to like look away from the screen because it made it feel like my eyes weren't working properly. I just hated literally everything about Ghost of Tsushima. That game was such a piece of shit. And everybody loves it because everyone's a fucking moron with no taste. And also, everyone's a stupid console baby. Like, they play games at fucking 720p, and, like, everything looks like crap, runs at 30 frames a second, and then they're like, oh my god, the graphics on this game are so good because they play on dumb fucking baby consoles, and they're fine with fucking trash. Biology donated $2. My dad said Muslims are the most misunderstood and are always the victims of moral scapegoating. No. There's two kinds of Muslims. Radical Muslims that want to kill everybody, and so-called moderate Muslims that protect the radical Muslims. So, that's it. If you identify as Muslim, you fall under one of those two categories. You're either a normal person that is letting the radical Muslims hide, or you're a crazy wacko jackass who wants to kill Jews and, enslave women and do all the other crazy shit that radical Muslims do. But this idea of moderate Muslims being okay, no, they allow all the radicals to fucking hide, and they give them plausible deniability that, oh, you're just saying that because I'm Muslim. There's plenty of normal Muslims. I'm just a normal Muslim. And then secretly, these people are literally sending money to ISIS. They beat their fucking wives. And they talk to their friends about how they want to kill fucking Jews, atheists, Christians, non-believers, and want to establish a caliphate. And then you have all the moderate Muslims that are like basically normal people, aside from, for whatever reason, spending 20 minutes out of their day to pray 3 to 5 times for no fucking reason. And they all give the crazy radical Muslims a place to hide, a place to say, oh, I'm not crazy. I don't think raping children is okay. So thanks for the, oh wait, I didn't finish the thing. Religious Muslims are the most ethically principled people on earth. Oh, so apparently defending child rape and tribal genocide and slavery is being ethically principled. And a sign of the end of the world is when entire world against them, like Israel doing. So you are starting to see this in every modern Western country. Once there's enough Muslims that immigrate, so in the US, Canada, UK, Scandinavia, Sweden, rest of Europe, you start getting enough of the crazies in where they end up causing problems. And that's why there are these mass movements. You're seeing it in the US. You're starting to see it in Canada. It's definitely happening in the UK. It's been happening in places like Sweden for a long time. Nobody wants them. Because, again, when you allow enough Muslim immigration, you also allow in enough of the crazies to be a fucking problem. Like, it's just not possible that the only reason people have a problem with Muslims is because they have brown skin and have big bushy beards. There are racists like that who just hate brown-skinned people with big bushy beards, but the main reason is because enough of them are intolerable where they don't want them anymore. So, it's only a matter of time if you allow in mass immigration of Muslims everywhere. Nobody's going to want them. Even Muslims don't like other Muslims. That's why there's like the Syrian civil war. That's why in all over the Middle East, no one's allowing in Palestinian refugees. That's why the Taliban is fighting with ISIS. Like, they don't even like each other. Whenever there's any, like, mass catastrophe, where, like in Yemen or Syria, no Muslim countries will allow in other Muslims, and it's because they know they're all assholes. They don't even like each other. So, your dad's just a fucking idiot. If he spent enough time around enough Muslims, he'd start to realize, oh yeah, a lot of these people are fucked. Bro, I went to school with some people who were Afghan refugees. The one kid I knew in my art class, he was an Afghan refugee. I started talking to him. He supported the Taliban. He said he wanted the Taliban to rule Afghanistan, and he also believed that women shouldn't be allowed to go to school. Just outright. Women should not be allowed to even attend elementary school. He actually thought it was a bad idea for women to know how to read. These are the people that are being let in. And again, if you let in enough Muslims, you will start to see those crazy fucking people who support the Taliban and say women shouldn't be allowed to read. And, yeah, your dad just doesn't know enough fucking Muslims. He probably knows one guy from fucking work who's Muslim, who, and I should say Muslim in quotes, because the one Muslim he knows is probably like fucking drinking beer, eating a bacon double cheese sandwich, and the only thing that makes him Muslim is that he prays 5 times per day. But otherwise, he's just fucking chill. Yeah, no shit. Why would you have a fucking problem with somebody like that? They're just like you, only they fucking pray 5 times a day. Your dad just doesn't know enough of the crazy wacko fucking Muslims, and there's a lot more of them than you realize. And there's a spectrum. So, you'll meet some Muslims who just want to ban alcohol because they think it's degenerate. Then you'll go a step further, and then you'll find Muslims that want to ban video games, movies, and music. And then you go a step further, and then there's Muslims who want to ban alcohol, movies, music, and gay people. And then you go a step further, and then there's Muslims who want to ban movies, video games, music, gay people, women from fucking being allowed to go to school. And then you go a step further, like the 6th tier of Muslim fucking crazy. They want to ban movies, music, video games, alcohol, women from school, gay people, Jews, atheists, Christians. So, yeah, your dad just doesn't know enough Muslims. Thanks for the donation, though, Biology. 21st Savage donated $2. Let me see.
I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country. Maybe there will be.
When was the last time an actor assassinated a president?
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless.
When they go low, we kick them.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
The biggest terror threat in this country is white men, most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought he should have punched him in the face. I said, even if you lost, he insulted your wife.
Yes.
He came down the escalator and called Mexicans rapists and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should have punched him in the face and then gotten out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face.
That is an insanely biased promotion. When, what's his name? Why can't I remember this jackass's name? Robert De Niro.
Isn't it ironic that Hollywood is mostly pro-Palestine when Hollywood is essentially run by Jews? Almost every actor and director is at least partially Jewish. And they make movies about the Holocaust and 9/11 portraying Jews as victims and Muslims as bad.
I haven't actually seen that myself. Most of the big name Hollywood actors that I've seen are actually in support of Israel. They support a 2-state solution. Like, the worst they ever say is, you know, like, yeah, this war is really horrible. I really hope that Israel is able to minimize civilian casualties. But I just want to see an end to all fighting. I understand why Israel has to do what they do, but I just want to see an end to all fighting, and I want to see both people living in peace, and I support a two-state solution. That's most of what I'm seeing. But especially from Hollywood Jews, like, they're very clearly in support of Israel. Like Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman, she just says, yeah, fuck Palestine, fuck Hamas, go Israel. So I haven't seen that personally. I don't know what you're watching or who's saying that, but most of Hollywood seems to be pro-Israel, and yeah, most of them are fucking Jewish, and it's run by Jews. That's exactly what you'd expect. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Yeah, so Robert De Niro, he was criticizing Trump for saying he'd punch somebody in the face, and he said, that's a terrible thing for a president to say, and then he said, I'd like to punch him in the face. So they're taking this out of context to make it seem as though all of these left-leaning people are saying they want to attack Trump. That was stupid. So I think literally everybody criticized her for doing that.
I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
I will go and...
Uh-huh. That's great. You know what? If I was running for president, you know what song I'd fucking play on stage? I think this is it. Hell yeah. The MCU Incredible Hulk is pro-Palestine. You mean Mark Ruffalo? What's Mark Ruffalo's... What's Mark Ruffalo's ethnicity? Is he like Greek or Italian or something?
It's starting. We're late. The Palestinian protest shut down the Oscars tonight. Humanity wins.
I didn't realize Mark Ruffalo's anti-Semite piece of shit. That's interesting.
From kind of shocking news as for me, it outlines the shortage of the Russian army men in the Russian army. Just look at this article published by Forbes. So Kremlin took sailors from their only aviation carrier to serve in the trenches in Ukraine. Guys, it's not a joke.
Whoa, that is insane. They are massively short on manpower.
It was confirmed also by the Russian side. Back in 2022, the only Russian air carrier was destroyed by fire. It wasn't killed by the drone strike or the missile attack. It's one of those rare cases in the Russian army that someone definitely smoked at the wrong place.
Joaquin Phoenix is pro-Palestine? Oh god. That doesn't really surprise me, because he's kind of a... I've seen signs that he's a bit of a fucking basic bitch.
Even though the air carrier remains in one piece, but internally it's completely destroyed. The most critical equipment is gone, and for Russia it's very hard to renew the air carrier. Actually, they're out of the capabilities to do it. For this reason, experts say that the air carrier will be just scrapped. By the way, as its crew. So Russia doesn't need the crew any longer. That's why they send them to fight in the trenches. You know, before I heard that the Russian Air Force also transfers their aviation specialists, engineers, and sometimes even pilots to fight as an infantry in Ukraine. At first I didn't believe that, but we also have the confirmation now from the Z channels. By the way, about the air carrier, the crew of it is 1,500 people, and most of those are already in Ukraine. Here's one more photo of the fire of the air carrier. So everything inside burned down. Actually, there were 2 of the fires on board. After those, the air carrier is unrestorable. Well, to be open and honest with you, in Ukraine there are also the cases of the bad HR in the army. Then, for example, pilots with experience are sent to the trenches, But most of those cases are done by mistake, not for purpose. But in the Russian army, it's not an accident, it's not a mistake, it's the planned policy because, yes, they need people, they need soldiers, and they take them from everywhere they can. Guys, if you like the job that I do on YouTube, you may also consider supporting me on Patreon, because by doing so, you support 45 billion United States dollars. And the total Russian military budget for the next year will be 142 billion dollars. As for Russia, this number is huge and it doesn't require the mobilization of the Russian economy yet. It will take 6.2% of the Russian GDP. Well, this amount will still surpass the Russian education, social care, health care combined. It shows the intention of the Russian army to continue the war. The last year and this year for Ukraine, it was kind of the big drama to obtain 61 billion United States dollars for its military support, but Russia may spend those funds for their army in a matter of 5 months. And Russia doesn't require the external support with that. Yes, there are some of the allies which help Russia like North Korea and Iran, but Russia still...
I thought Hasanabi was pretty convincing. Well, then you're stupid. Literally everything Hasanabi says about the war is completely and utterly false, and that includes any history he ever mentions about the region. So first of all, he claims that Israel created, or Jews created the state of Israel in 1948 by kicking out Palestinians. That's absolutely not true. Jews had an interest in creating the state of Israel when they were living in that area that was referred to as Palestine. What ended up happening was the British had ownership of that region, and they drafted a partition plan to have, you know, this nation state of Israel, and then have these regions called Palestine for the Arabs. Before...
Obviously Ben Shapiro is pro-Israel. So where do you disagree with him?
The only thing I agree with Ben Shapiro on is Israel and guns. Everything else is pretty much a disagreement. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. So before the partition plan was even enacted, Arabs went to war with Israel, tried to fucking kill them all, and they lost. So that's the reason why a lot of Palestinians were pushed out of their homes. It's because they went to war with the Jews and tried to kill them. The initial plan for the state of Israel was to have a massive 40% Arab minority. Nobody was going to get forced out of their fucking homes. The only reason the Palestinians went to war with Israel is because they hated Jews, plain and simple. They were radical Muslims that wanted an Islamic caliphate in that region, and for a very long time, Muslim Arabs in that region hated fucking Jews. The Mufti actually met with Adolf Hitler in the 1930s and was talking to Hitler about how he wants Hitler to come over here and kill all the fucking Jews. So there was a huge amount of anti-Semitic culture among Muslim Arabs in that region before Israel was even beginning to be formed. So that's why they went to war with Israel. Hassan is just a lying fucking idiot and knows absolutely nothing about the history in that fucking region. And again, he lies about like everything about that, the Israeli War of Independence, and the partition plan. So one of the arguments against the partition plan was that Israel was getting more total land than Arabs were. That doesn't even matter, because when you actually look at the territory that Israel was getting, most of it was completely unoccupied by the Arabs. So, if you look at the map, fuck. So if you look at the Israeli map, so there's the West Bank here, and then there's the Gaza Strip. the borders that exist right now are roughly what was guaranteed in the partition plan. Pretty much all of what is now considered today as southern Israel was completely unoccupied. It's basically just all barren desert and some swampland. So no one, Israelis and Arabs, no one was fucking living in what is now today southern Israel. So when people complain about the partition plan being unfair and it gave way too much land to Israeli Jews, who the fuck cares? Arabs weren't even living here. They weren't using any of this fucking land, so why the fuck do they give a shit? Nobody wanted to live there. It was barren desert fucking wasteland. So why are they complaining? It's just stupid. Like, everything about the fucking argument is just so dumb.
Has the most military production on its own for its army. So if there are no critical sanctions applied...
Solitaire, are you like fucking retarded? Debate Hassan. Hassan refuses to debate anybody. The only people he ever agrees to debate are fucking retards like Andrew Tate, where he knows he can get an easy W, or sometimes, rarely, he will have open call-ins on his stream where he'll debate random fucking teenage kids. And when they give the slightest bit of pushback or disagreement with him on this topic, he bans them. So you think me, with a tiny-ass channel, Hassan is going to agree to fucking debate me? Like, debating me doesn't fulfill any of his fucking criteria to agree to a debate. One, I'm a tiny channel, so it's not like he'll get extra viewers from debating me. He only, like, tries to punch up. So he'll only debate somebody like Tate with a huge platform. Two, he only debates stupid people, so that just outright fucking guarantees he'd never fucking debate me. And, what was the third thing that I was going to think of? Oh yeah, he just literally will not debate Israel-Palestine. He just won't. Anybody who comes on his stream and brings up any poignant fucking criticisms of his position, he just screams, starts calling them a fucking genocider, and then bans them. So why in the fuck would you ask me such a stupid question? Debate Hassan. Why don't you ask me to debate Donald Trump? How in the fuck am I going to set up a debate like that?
On the Russian economy, and if there are still countries as we see who would like to trade with Russia, Russia may fuel its war for an uncertain period of time. I'm telling you the story as it is because after all those big wars are about resources. Yeah, potentially our allies have absolutely everything to give Ukraine for the victory against Russia. Yes, even in a current state, Ukraine is capable to liberate its territories with a huge military support, but something tells me that Ukraine will not have that. Mostly because of the Western politicians afraid to escalate, and some of the politicians even want to have the deal with Russia, and to achieve that deal they want to trade Ukrainian territory. And the signals are not good really, even from the close friends of Ukraine, like for example from the Czech president Petr Pavel, who said that Ukraine needs to be realistic about its goals. He said that Kiev needs to accept that some territory could remain under Russian control, at least temporary, for some of the years. And Petr Pavel is definitely our ally. He helped Ukraine with the Czech military initiative to supply many more artillery shells to Ukrainian army. He still supports the membership of the Ukraine in NATO, and I would say that definitely the situation looks like Ukraine will not be able to liberate its territories without enough help. And maybe all of those areas that we see on the map will remain under Russian control for a known period of time. In this case, the only option for Ukraine is to get into NATO with the current control territory. That is the only guarantee for Ukraine. Without it, Russia will attack Ukraine again and again. Unfortunately, it seems like the politicians in the United States and other Western countries do not see Ukraine in NATO. It means that the war in Ukraine will continue for years and years with many more losses. At the same time, Zelensky, who is now in the United States, said in his interview to ABC that the war is much closer to the end than many people think. In this context, he referred to the prompt actions from our partners that might help Ukraine to win. But here's the short answer from President Biden about the permission for Ukraine to use the long-range missiles on the Russian territory. Let's listen to it.
You made your decision to allow Ukraine to use long-range weapons. No.
Mr. President, any reaction to the permit?
So as for yesterday, he hasn't decided to give the permission for Ukraine, and I think he'll never do it. There are less than 2 months remain till elections, and it will be the task of the new White House administration to give that permission to Ukraine or not. Guys, just a couple of words about the politics in the United States and how it may influence the support of Ukraine. So recently, Ukrainian...
Let me see this.
Guilty of murder, it took a Waukesha County jury just 3 hours to arrive at their verdict in the tattoo murder case.
Biology donated $2. Dad's childhood friend at work who was Egyptian double-crossed him and didn't pay rent and stole food and ditched car and keys in front of his house and ran. He blocked him, owes him $3K. He cheated on his wife. Dad prays 5 times daily. 30-plus years, super religious. I'm... Okay, great. Thanks for the donation, Biology.
Waukesha County reporter Brett Lemoyne is live with reaction from the victim's parents.
Yeah, Ted and Jenna, they held back tears after the verdict came down. Their message to the community tonight is one of kindness. That's because Kevin Seymour murdered their son minutes after he met him, all because apparently Seymour didn't like his tattoos.
Guilty. More than a year after he was murdered.
I got his tattoo and I got his armbands on, and you know what? We're very happy with the way it turned out.
The family of Josh Davies finally has justice.
Josh was a lover, not a...
Bench press hurts my extensor tendon. What do you think about that? Well, there could be a few things going on. You're likely going to get some tendon inflammation if you're lifting very heavy for a long period of time. 2, might have to do with grip width. If you have a narrower grip width, you're likely going to get more pain around your elbow. And 3, it may have to do with bar path. So depending on how much you're having to wrestle with the bar, so you don't have like a proper grip, the bar path is in an awkward position, your elbows are too far forward, that might be contributing to it.
Fighter. Never. Never.
June 17th, 2023, Kevin Seymour was inside a Heartland wine bar. Davies and his wife walked in. This was Seymour's immediate response to a complete stranger. Video shows Seymour lashing out at Davies, all because of Davies' tattoos. Davies backs away and eventually leaves, but Seymour later darts out after him. Seymour's attorney argued self-defense, saying Davies...
Self-defense. The guy leaves, and you rush after and chase him. That's not self-defense.
Was outside with a metal stool raised over his head.
Mr. Davies had something in his hand, and it's the stool.
But prosecutors argued differently.
That is a terrible defense. Pud donated $2, bro. So Russia warship just went into NATO Norwegian waters and fired on a fishing vessel. Do you think this should trigger NATO response? Also, do you want to see NATO versus Russia? What needs to happen for Putin's fascist rule to end? Well, he needs to die or get arrested. Kind of depends. Like, Russian military is incredibly inept. So that might have literally just been an incredibly stupid mistake, and the crew was like all drunk on vodka. So it kind of depends on why they did it. Really, NATO should get involved. It's kind of stupid. They should give Ukraine more weapons. They should allow them to use long-range missiles. They should just give them everything they need to win. But they're playing this stupid game where they don't want to get directly involved. It's kind of dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Pud.
Went to the funeral, but didn't go to the dinner. I don't really have to see these guys when I move to Sweden anyway.
Alright, well, I guess that's over with. I wouldn't move to Sweden. It's kind of a shithole, It's very cold. Politics there are absolutely fucktarded, and the taxes are way too high. Thanks for the donation, though, Axel.
They charged Seymour with felony murder.
Kevin Seymour's looking for a fight.
The jury heard 4 contradictory accounts from witnesses about who, if anyone, was holding the stool. But ultimately, the Waukesha County Medical Examiner's testimony and Seymour's own words were insurmountable for the defense. Prosecutors say Seymour punched Davies in the head.
Remember how she described the level of force, the acceleration that would have had to have occurred in order for Josh to have the injuries that he did.
Davies fell to the ground. He died in a hospital a month later.
I would say, yes, I pushed him.
Now, the jury only had one question for the court during their deliberation, and that was to see that recorded police interview.
Novia is my chat girlfriend. Sv3rige is in the back of my sock drawer. Novia, press your smashed butterfly against the screen and I'll press my baby bird against the screen and we'll be together forever.
Alright, well that's nice. Glad you're getting along. Appreciate the donation overshooting my shot.
Interview with Kevin Seymour one more time. Seymour did not testify during this trial. Waukesha County District Attorney Sue Opper says there are 5 family members of Josh Davies who will be providing victim impact statements during sentencing. That takes place next month. Reporting live in Waukesha, Brett Lemoyne.
All right, that's a weird case.
Government and President Zelensky start to escalate, let's say, rhetorics towards the candidate from the Republican Party, Donald Trump. Just yesterday I've told you that Zelensky said that Trump doesn't know how to end this war, even though he thinks differently. So today in his rally, Trump calls Zelensky again the greatest salesman, but he added some interesting thing there. Let's listen.
But Ukraine now, I see Zelensky is here. I think Zelensky is the greatest salesman in history. Every time he comes into the country, he walks away with $60 billion. Billion! Walks in with $60 billion. He wants them to win this election so badly.
He wants them to win the election so badly, or this election so badly. So Trump thinks that Zelensky really supports Kamala Harris and Joe Biden and totally this Democratic blue side. Actually, Trump never said like that before. Probably it's the response to yesterday's Zelensky speech.
But I would do differently. I will work out peace before I'm even...
No, Michael Jackson never touched kids. Can you people stop fucking asking me that?
Before, as president-elect, if I win this election, the first thing I'm going to do is call up Zelensky and call up President Putin, and I'm going to say, you got to make a deal. This is crazy.
Well, to be honest, there is no plan like...
I would love to see a debate between you and Ben Shapiro. That would be like the Super Bowl of debates. Do you think that will ever happen?
Probably not. If I debated Ben Shapiro, he's just going to be a fucking idiot. So all he'll do is refuse to answer any of my questions, obfuscate, ramble, try to filibuster, just ask 10 different fucking things, and then when I answer one thing, he'll ask 10 other questions. Like, that's all he does. He's not a good debater. He has... Not only is he not a good debater, he also has terrible debate etiquette. So, yeah, if I ever debated him, it wouldn't be the Super Bowl of debates. It would just be an annoying shit show, just like most of my other fucking debates. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
Which outfit is best for killing? You got invited to the Talk to You podcast to talk about veganism, would you? My brother is an audio engineer for the Talk to You podcast.
I don't know what the Talk to a podcast is. Maybe? I don't know what that is, though. Let me see. Optimus Prime. Buzz Lightyear. Ezio. Robin. I would say this one because it's mostly black, which would make it harder to see your silhouette. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Openly published plan of Donald Trump for those kind of the negotiations between.
Talk to Ya is a podcast hosted by Haley Welch. I don't know who the hell that is, aka the Hawk to a Girl. I don't know who the hell that is. She got Whitney Cummings to join her. I don't know who Whitney Cummings is, and was interviewed by Bill Maher. I know who Bill Maher is. Sure, I guess. Why not?
Zelensky and Vladimir Putin, or between the Ukrainian government and the Russian one. It all depends, I would say, on the Russian Federation, because they have more resources now compared to Ukraine. And if we check the front lines, yes, we're going to review them today, Russia has the advantage clearly. They assault on many of the directions, so it's up to them to stop. Ukraine is defending its territory as much as it can. Guys, I promise not to share my own thoughts about the United States politics. Here, everyone decides what party is better for the United States, for Ukraine, whatsoever. Or it's better to say not the party itself, but the candidate in the presidential elections. Here are just dry facts, quotes, speeches, but we see that there is definitely the conflict between the Ukrainian government and the possible Trump's administration. And here we also have the comment from Donald Trump Jr., the son of Donald Trump, about the yesterday's statement of Vladimir Zelensky. So a foreign leader who has received billions of dollars in funding from American taxpayers comes to our country and has the nerve to attack the GOP ticket for president, he says about Donald Trump. And he does this right after a pro-Ukraine zealot tried to assassinate my father. Disgraceful. Yeah, we all know that Trump Jr. is famous about this kind of the rhetorics. You may come out with your own conclusions, right, judging on this story. After all, I want to comment here as a Ukrainian, as the influencer who reviews this war for more than 2 years, that American taxpayers paid their money not directly into the pockets of Zelensky or Ukrainian government. Those funds were sent to support the Ukrainian military. That's all I wanted to say relative to this story. And maybe I also would comment not about Donald Trump Jr. or Trump himself. I guess we all understand their policy. I want to say that
Biology donated $2 in Egypt. New law, it's legal for Friday prayers to be over 15 minutes. If it goes over, Sheikh mandatory prison sentence of at least 3 months. Egypt is like how USA is systemic racism for blacks, but in Egypt they want everyone to be uneducated and dumb. I know they don't have any freedom of speech, and if you criticize like somebody's religion, you can get thrown in jail. Egypt is a fuck place. Thanks for the donation, though, Biology.
Yesterday's critics from Zelensky was really taken harsh by this side, and in case Donald Trump gets to the White House, there will be the confrontation for sure between his administration and the Ukrainian government. It's 100%, and we may clearly see it judging on those stories. But here it's not even about Russia, but about politics. But if you think that Kamala Harris will be a win ticket for Ukraine, no, it will not happen either. Ukraine will just continue to obtain the limited support enough.
I don't know why I'm not in Tekken yet. I'm leaving America and traveling to Japan. We'll make it happen. I'm speed learning the native language at the moment.
I just got back from Seoul, and while I was there,
yeah, somebody already sent me. I don't care about learning Korean. I'd like to visit Japan. I wouldn't want to live there, but I'd like to visit. Thanks for the donation, Batman.
to withstand against the Russian army in some of the directions, but Russia will continue to have the advantage because after all it's all about resources. You know guys, I want to be really honest with you. For me it's more and more understandable that Western politicians want to keep Russia busy in Ukraine by supplying just a limited amount of weaponry for Ukraine to defend itself. But even that doesn't help because Russia has the advantage in the east and they were able to break through Ukrainian defense in many of the points, and today we're gonna review that as well. Even though Pentagon announces new military packages for Ukraine, and those are the part of the big deal taken by Congress and Senate before, but recently there are some of the issues coming with the delivery of those packages to Ukraine. Simply there is a huge delay. Was it done artificially? I just hope no. The problem for Ukraine and for the West, I would say that all of those autocracies, dictators, they're able to negotiate their deals very fast, for example artillery shell supplements and so on. In the West you have lots of the bureaucracy and political opposition. This political opposition comes to almost every decision made, whether it's profitable for your country or not, as we see, for example, in the United States. Is it profitable for the United States to support Ukraine? I think yes, because Russia is one of the greatest enemies of USA. Now let's go to the front lines. There were no changes for the last 24 hours. In the Kursk Oblast, Russia still tries to push Ukrainian army, but it is not happening. Yesterday Ukraine actually moved, taking this part of the territory under control. And the Ukrainian encircling operation attempt is still not reaching its goals, unfortunately. But in the Ukrainian front lines, everything is way more dramatic. Russia, as I say to you, has the advantage. For example, then we were all concentrated on Pokrov's direction. Russia moved towards Oskil River, towards those lakes, and towards Kupiansk, I would say. The advancement of the Russian army is really huge. They are just a few kilometers away from reaching this settlement and the river. And if they reach the river, they will cut the only supply road over here. Well, there is also the supply road, but in the Kupiansk itself, Russia uses aviation bombs to strike the bridges. So for Ukraine, it would be absolutely not possible to supply its group over here. So the tactics which Ukrainian army used in the Kursk Oblast, Russia uses here. From the last winter campaign, Russia tries to reach Kupiansk from Sinkivka, but all of their attack attempts failed out there. Now they have the new strategy to advance towards this place, the most vulnerable spot for Ukraine, and they may definitely cut the supplies for Ukraine, dividing the Ukrainian army into two parts. I would say that the situation here is dramatic for Ukraine, and we may state that Russians already broke through Ukrainian defense. If we check out 1 month ago in August, it was like that. And today you see this picture, so Russians moved there quite fast. If you check out the 3D map, you may see the recent territorial gains of the Russian army in this side, and here they took actually the higher ground, so for Ukraine it will be hard to defend this area. There were, however, successful operations from Ukraine in this direction, but in this case I think Russians already broke through the main Ukrainian defense. So the next defense line is the Oskil River itself. So Russia has enough resources not just to advance in Pokrovsk, but also in the Kharkiv Oblast. Kharkiv Oblast, which Russia hasn't put in their constitution yet, but the battles are going there. Let's go to the Toretsk direction, and here Russia was successful and they moved towards Toretsk. Well, actually I told you about it probably yesterday. It was the recent update. Well, the Ukrainian military command recently sent a new general to command the local brigades in this place, the general who was able to stop the Russian assault on the northern side of Kharkiv region. That Ukrainian general is a competent and a talented one, so I expect Russian forces to bog down in Toretsk. In the Pokrovsk direction for the second consecutive day, there is no movement of the Russian army towards the settlements of Mirnograd and Pokrovsk. However, on the south they have the advancement, so yesterday and today, and there is the risk for Ukrainian army, as I told you, in this place. The 3D map shows us the better picture, so here's the lower ground, this is the higher ground. I think that Russia will advance southbound, and also they will proceed north from this side. They'll try to encircle the large Ukrainian group or cause Ukraine to withdraw the forces from the most preferable spot for defense. This is on the higher ground, but it's the same elevation as here. It's like the plateau over this surface. And as I've told you, there are just few of the Ukrainian defense lines on the way for Russia. Mostly Ukraine uses villages and other settlements as defense lines. We see that after all, Ukraine wasn't really prepared for this aggressive Russian attack this year. In the southern part of the Donetsk Oblast, the critical town of Vuhledar, the fight is ongoing right in the settlement already. And this is Vuhledar this morning. being filmed 3 hours before I am filming this video for you. With that fire, unfortunately, Ukraine is unable to keep that city, and after the city you may see the free way for the Russian forces to advance next and next. Yeah, sorry guys for the bad news for today, but we have what we have. Russia lost its Mi-8 helicopter. From the picture you may think that someone smoked in the cockpit, but in fact there were a couple of the teenagers who went to the Russian military facility, a Russian military airfield, and burned down the helicopter's flight deck. So the helicopter itself is no-go, the engines could be used, the blades as well, rotor, but not the helicopter itself. Probably you remember those two guys, Ernest and Goodwin, one of the best Russian drone operators who were actually zeroed on the suicide mission. They spoke about it before their kaput. So because of this big resonance within the Russian Z community that Russia definitely lost one of their best drone pilots, there was the investigation started by the highest commission possible in the Russian Defense Ministry. And today the result of this commission was published, that there is nothing found against those commanders who sent those two of the talented guys to die. It means the only thing that it was planned by the Russian Defense Ministry itself, because those guys actually told truth about the Russian army. They asked not to go to the Russian army because the conditions are damn terrible. The good news for today that there are the talks ongoing between Sweden and Ukraine, and also between unknown country and Ukraine, to give Ukraine more of the fighter jets, like for example the Swedish-made Gripen or even Eurofighter Typhoon. Maybe from the United Kingdom, but here I'm not sure. The negotiations are still ongoing. Again, it requires lots of the time for the pilot training and to provide the logistics for Ukraine, but this variant is also possible. Why not? My friends, I'm gonna keep you updated, and please don't forget to press your huge like to this video. By doing so you help me a lot, and as usual I wish you all a peaceful sky.
Well, some of that's a little unfortunate.
Oh, non-consensual freak-off parties where the unwilling participants were often beaten.
Bootycum donated $2, sent a new one. Let me see. I don't think that would work, but thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
And given drugs and IVs to continue in these marathon sessions, and 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant to facilitate these crazy bacchanalia.
Yeah, these allegations are bad.
Yeah, 12 months ago, Mayor Eric Adams gave Diddy the key to New York City.
The bad boy of entertainment is getting the key to the city from the bad boy of politics.
Well, apparently Mayor Adams finally got something right, because Sean Combs has apparently been a very bad person.
Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
After months of speculation, the Department of Justice has charged Combs with sex trafficking, racketeering, and interstate prostitution. Yes, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy or P. Diddy, may be facing up to life imprisonment for his alleged crimes. Now, our last video on Combs detailed the reasons why federal agents from Homeland Security joined with local law enforcement to raid his Los Angeles and Miami properties in what turned out to be a sex trafficking investigation. The evidence seized in those raids forms the basis of this indictment. Assistant U.S. Attorney Damian Williams said,
"The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct."
The indictment comes on the heels of several people filing lawsuits against Combs for allegedly beating, drugging, and forcing women to perform sex acts, which were sometimes recorded. Combs denied the allegations, but as more lawsuits were filed, evidence started to leak out. CNN obtained a 2016 hotel surveillance video showing Combs violently grabbing, shoving, dragging, and kicking his then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura down the hall. Combs then apologized.
"My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy and go into rehab."
Sure, he's sorry now, but the Cassie video seemed to be the tipping point. More women and men came forward with allegations, former employees said they witnessed abuse, and then the FBI raided the properties. The Department of Justice said the video of Combs assaulting Cassie was part of a pattern of conduct where Combs forced women to participate in sex acts with commercial sex workers. The indictment also says Combs went to great lengths to cover up his crimes. For example, quote, when a member of the hotel security staff intervened to help Cassie, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. And all that brought us to this moment. Combs was arrested on several counts: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking by force, broader coercion, and transportation.
I heard, in the chat, that you prefer rap music over screaming these days. I used to do rap. Please check it out.
You know what? Let me see.
I don't generally like rap music, but let me see.
Fuck you know what I'm a, hey, you know what, underestimate me. I think these bitches really say they love me, but they really mean they hate me. Huh, mayor, yeses be no, and your nose be yeses, and to break your nose, I'll break your jaw. So if I break your jaw, then I break your nose. Same difference. Difference between the you and me is you's a bitch and I'm a motherfucking king. I get it where I get it, and I get it when I get it. I be getting it and fitting it. Fuck up the weather. I'm never a fucking just to spit the shit. If in the flow were to have a hiccup, I wouldn't fall off the beat. It's the perfect time. You know what, man? My mama told me that I wasn't good at rhyme. She said you need to find your own flow, boy. Need to find your own style. Go get it, go get it, and then to stick to it. You know what? Never falling off. You know what? I'm just going on. But it is stick it, stick it, the ick it, stick it, the ick it, the stick it, the ick it, the ick it, stick it, green, stick it, ick it, the ick it, green on the fiend for the fucking THC that I be smoking. I be rolling like a dragon. I be getting that loaded border, loaded bong, smoking on the vape. I done hit the wax of vaping it, fucking over, might as well take a hit of the fucking savage ass wax that the fucking wax back. You know what, I'm here, I'm a.
That isn't good, but thanks for the donation, Godzilla Rules. Kid Boo donated $2. Vote for the candidate that can actually do unscripted events. Trump 2024.
Not only Michigan, to the world. And you're not going to care so much about making cars if that stuff starts happening. And we have people that are not good at negotiation. The war should have never happened. President Biden, I want to be nice. Yeah, he was so nice to me yesterday, but you know, in one way, I sort of wish the call wasn't made, because I do feel he's so nice. I'm so sorry about what happened and all that. But I have to lay it out. We have very important, and the same with Kamala today. She could not have been nicer. But the fact is, we have to have people that are respected by the opponent, by the other side, by other countries that have this. Even Pakistan has nuclear weapons. We have countries, India has a lot of nuclear force. We have countries that have tremendous nuclear power. And when I hear these people talking about global warming, that's the global warming you have to worry about. Not that the ocean's going to rise in 400 years, an eighth of an inch, and you'll have more seafront property, right, if that happens. I said, is that good or bad? I said, isn't that a good thing? If I have a little property on the ocean, I have a little bit more property. I have a little bit more ocean. But the fact is that it's a tremendous problem, and we are closer to World War III today than we've ever been. And the difference is, and I say this a lot, this isn't army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is obliteration. The power of these weapons, and
Trump's an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. V2 donated $2. Any favorite must-read books you recommend? Not anime, not about veganism. I mostly read manga, so I would say Berserk, Gantz, and Chainsaw Man are must-reads. If you can live anywhere, if you could live anywhere, where would it be? Probably just here in Ontario. Winter kind of sucks. Like, here's the thing. Canada has the least amount of things that make you go ick. So, like, in the United States, there's, like, there's private healthcare. That's something that makes me go ick. But the United States has a lot of things that I like, though. Like, They have very robust free speech laws that are pretty comparable to Canada. You could argue they're a little better in some ways. You can carry firearms for self-defense. There's a lot of money-making opportunities in the U.S. Tax system is okay. The tax system is really made to benefit the super wealthy more than anything, and for me personally, the tax system is better in Canada. You can find states where there's no winter, like Florida, which is awesome, where it's like warm all year round, but like the problem with private healthcare is just horrible.
Nigga, I remember back in your OG days you were low-key riding with my nigga Trump. Ever since you started hanging out with Destiny and started drinking the liberal Kool-Aid, all of a sudden you a Trump hater now. What my nigga Trump do to you?
I supported a Trump presidency back then because I hated Hillary. And Bernie Sanders got cucked out of, running for presidency because of Hillary. So I figured if Trump won, you would see the Democratic Party realize that they have to run likable candidates that aren't pieces of shit. I think if Bernie ran, Bernie would have won. But, because the Democrats were fucking stupid, Hillary ran and lost. If Bernie would have ran, he almost guaranteed would have beaten Trump. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Yeah, and then there's like countries in Europe, like, urban sprawl is better, standard of living is generally better, but Europe is like extremely cucked. They have really massive restrictions on firearms. They have literally no free speech. A lot of European countries have horrible immigration policies, and European societies just in general are extremely uptight. It just feels like your mom is constantly telling you not to do things when you live there. So if I had to choose any country to live in right now, I'd probably just stay in Canada. It's got the least amount of things that make you just really fucking cringe and like second guess living there. Thanks for the... Oh, wait. What's the most important life lesson, anything you wish you knew earlier? Nihilism. That nothing matters. What's your dream job? My dream job is literally doing nothing. If I could get paid to do nothing or do anything I want, so get paid to sleep, get paid to eat, get paid to work out, that'd be my dream job, but that's not the world we live in. So this job I have right now is the most ideal form of work that I can imagine doing. Thanks for the donation though, V2. Bend over, donate $2. Fucking pussy, coward, anti-Semite, since he doesn't reveal his face.
Jewish people, every time I met Jewish people, he was bad. What? Israel! What?
Yeah, these people are everywhere now, unfortunately. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Just moved to Texas VG. Canada is gay and turning you more liberal by the day.
There's some problems with Texas. Urban sprawl is fucking crazy. The weather can be really bad. Like, it's very windy a lot of the time, and there's also tornadoes. It's also, there's also a lot of dumbass rednecks there. So, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, though, dumbass.
To engage in prostitution. Now, of course, as always, these are only allegations. They have not yet been proven, and Combs maintains that he is not guilty and the government still needs to prove its case in a court of law. But the first count is for RICO conspiracy. Now, we've covered the basics of RICO charges before in many videos about Donald Trump and Young Thug. RICO refers to the Federal Racketeering, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, which is codified in 18 U.S.C. 1961 through 1968. RICO is the federal law that was originally designed to combat organized crime.
People in chat write Richard Faggot if you a Trump supporter like me.
Okay, I don't know if anybody's gonna do that, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
It allows for both criminal and civil actions against individuals or organizations engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity. Racketeering can include a range of criminal acts such as fraud, bribery, money laundering, drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and more. Then to prove a RICO violation, the prosecutor must first show that the defendants had an enterprise, and an enterprise is any group of people associated with each other for a common purpose. Second, there needs to be a pattern of racketeering activity, which means at least 2 acts of racketeering within a 10-year period. These are known as predicate acts. And third, there has to be a connection between the defendant and the management of the enterprise through the illegal activities. And passing the RICO statute wasn't so much about being tougher on any individual crime, but about being able to prosecute crimes that were often hard to prosecute. And the indictment says that, quote, the Combs enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, aka P. Diddy, aka Diddy, aka PD, aka Love, the defendant, entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global, individuals employed by and associated with the Combs business, and others known and unknown. The indictment claims the purpose of the enterprise was operating a global business in the media entertainment, and as part of that goal, the enterprise devoted itself preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs. The indictment says Combs demanded, quote, absolute loyalty, and the people involved in the enterprise sought to enrich themselves, and Combs rewarded, quote, those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crimes.
The road to the bag is definitely tied to your team and the company that you keep. If you are surrounding yourself with different energies that's not on the same wavelength as you, if they not praying for you, inspiring you, supporting you, or showing you a better way, remove them immediately.
As to the third element, according to the government, Combs was the leader of the enterprise, and he directed his associates to, quote, lure female victims into his orbit, often under the pretense of a romantic relationship. Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sex acts with male commercial sex workers that Combs referred to as...
Yeah, to speculate, do you think Diddy had a hand in Biggie and Tupac's murders? I think it's kind of unlikely. It's possible, but I don't really know enough about Diddy's relationship with Biggie and Tupac to really speculate.
Among other things, freak-offs. Now, these next allegations are pretty graphic, so you might want to skip ahead to this time code if it might upset you. Now, Combs apparently recorded these freak-off sessions. The indictment says the freak-offs sometimes lasted for several days in a row. Quote, during freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept video he filmed of victims engaging in sex acts with commercial sex workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover from the physical exertion and drug use. And to pull this off, Combs needed the cooperation of dozens of people. And the indictment says just about everyone in his orbit was in on it. Quote, supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees. These employees were responsible for the logistics, like booking hotel rooms, setting up lighting, stocking the rooms with lubricant and linens, arranging travel for the victims, and delivering IVs and cash. Now, you're probably wondering whether these people could face charges for participating in these events. Well, hold that thought because we'll get there. But during the freak-offs, the victims were subjected to serious physical abuse, including punching, kicking, dragging, and having objects thrown at them. At times, their injuries took weeks to heal. And Combs maintained control over the victims by, quote, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. When the FBI raided Combs' Florida and California properties, they seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics, and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. Now, the predicate offense is the illegal activity that is the foundation or the first crime in the chain of another crime. The Combs indictment lists dozens of state and federal crimes that were cited as foundations for the RICO conspiracy charge. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other activities, sex trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice.
I hope you're not too tired, but you probably want to react to this one.
I don't know. There was no debate with Charlie Kirk. It was stupid. I've already reacted to that, and Sv3rige's commentary is just gonna be fucking stupid. I don't know. Maybe after we watch Legal, we'll watch it. Thanks for that donation, though, Moo. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Deportation, up with education, down with deportation, up with education, down with deportation, up with education, down with deportation.
Okay, and I guess that's woke or something. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
The arson allegation stands out because that probably involved Kid Cudi. Although the indictment does not include specifics about the arson, for more than a decade there was a rumor that Diddy put a car bomb in Kid Cudi's car because he was angry that Cudi had been texting Cassie Ventura. Reporter Gavin Godfrey even tweeted about the rumor way back in 2014. In 2023, Cassie alleged that, quote, in February 2012, during Paris Fashion Week, Mr. Combs told Miss Ventura that he was going to blow up Kid Cudi's car and that he wanted to ensure that Kid Cudi was home with his friends when it happened. Around that time, Kid Cudi's car exploded in his driveway. And after the Ventura lawsuit became public, Cudi confirmed that the rumor was true. And Combs is accused of possession with intent to distribute narcotics, including benzos, ketamine, cocaine, meth, and GHB, which is known as a date rape drug. And then there are possible gun crimes. The FBI seized 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, quote, in or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Now, penalties for a RICO conspiracy include up to 20 years in federal prison, but Combs could face an even longer term due to the underlying predicate crimes, sex trafficking and prostitution, among others. The government is seeking forfeiture of any assets or property derived from or involved in the criminal enterprise. But that raises the question, why RICO at all? There's lots of illegal stuff that's illegal on its own here. Well, the obvious answer is probably the statute of limitations. A lot of the alleged conduct took place decades ago, where the statute of limitations has passed. So while the prosecutors couldn't charge it as a crime straight up, they can use it as a predicate act as part of a RICO enterprise. Now, obviously, if you're accused of leading a RICO enterprise, you'll want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, my law firm, the Eagle Team, can help.
What do your parents do for a living?
My dad owns his own business and rents out property and stuff like that. He's done a bunch of different things.
Bitch nigga, it's to point out the hypocrisy when Trump announces for deportation libtard cuck fucks like you call him racist, yet this bitch is literally chanting for deportations and you're riding with it, liberal hypocrites, bitch niggas, Trump 2024 fags.
Okay, that's good to know. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. My mom works at a hospital. She does like administrative work, I think. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer.
If you've gotten into a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you got, because you don't just see a sex act on account. 18 U.S.C. 1591 defines sex trafficking as inducing a person to engage in a commercial sex act through the use of force, fraud, or coercion. And a commercial sex act is defined as, quote, any sex act on account of which anything of value is given or received by any person. And a person commits coercion by threatening serious harm or physical restraint, or convincing a person that failure to perform an act would result in serious harm or restraint, or by threatening to abuse the law or legal process. The indictment against Combs alleges that he, quote, recruited...
After this video, can we watch some TISM? Well, if you send me some TISM links, then I might be able to do that for you.
enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person known as Victim 1 and willfully caused her to engage in commercial sex acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that Victim 1 was engaging in commercial sex acts as a result of force, fraud, or coercion. People often think of human or sex trafficking as someone being snatched off the street and sold into slavery, but the more common scenario is exactly something like this, where a vulnerable victim is recruited by a powerful person, promising something of value, like housing, money, relationship, drugs, or career opportunities. The women who sued Combs described this pattern. For example, in 2023, a Jane Doe filed a lawsuit against Combs, alleging men working for Combs met her at a nightclub in Detroit, promised to introduce her to Combs, and they allegedly escorted her to a private jet and flew her to a recording studio in New Jersey, where she met with Combs. She claims that they plied her with drugs and alcohol and then gang raped her. And once a trafficker gains the victim's trust, they often isolate them from friends, family, and support networks. By making the victim feel dependent on them, they limit the victim's options to leave or seek help. Cassie Ventura's lawsuit described this scenario. She met Combs when she was 19 and he was 37. Quote, within months, in February 2006, Miss Ventura signed a 10-album deal with Mr. Combs' record label.
I wanted, Cassie to, everybody to meet Cassie. If y'all don't know that's Cassie. And hear the story directly from Miles.
Once she was financially dependent on Combs, he then, quote, asserted complete control over Miss Ventura's personal and professional life. Ventura alleged that she was trapped by Mr. Combs in a cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking. This indictment doesn't name the victims, but it does say that Combs engaged in this sort of pattern of abuse in that he manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial sex workers. Combs and his helpers, quote, ensured participation from the women by, among other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. To ensure the victim's silence, Combs allegedly threatened their careers and livelihoods. He also, quote, used these sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience and silence of the victims. And if found guilty of sex trafficking, Combs faces a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 to 15 years, depending on the circumstances and how the federal sentencing guidelines apply. Now, the federal crime of transportation to engage in prostitution is governed by 18 U.S.C. 2421, which is part of the Mann Act. And as we've covered before, the Mann Act was born during the white slavery hysteria of the early 20th century. The law criminalizes the transportation of individuals across state lines for the purpose of engaging in prostitution or other illegal activities. And famous people prosecuted under the Mann Act, often under extremely dubious circumstances historically, include Jack Johnson, the boxer, actor Charlie Chaplin, singer Chuck Berry, architect Frank Lloyd Wright, and former New York Governor Eliot Spitzer. Yeah, so historically the Mann Act was used to arrest black entertainers while driving their girlfriends across state lines. It doesn't have a great history. The indictment states that Combs knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with the intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial sex workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Violating Section 2421 can result in severe penalties, including imprisonment for up to 10 years. And if minors were involved, which is not part of this indictment but has been a rumor in the past, or if there are aggravating factors like coercion or violence, the penalties can be significantly enhanced under other sections of the Mann Act or related trafficking statutes. So what about all of those other people who allegedly helped Combs abuse?
So tell me why Trump is able to do unscripted events while Kamala can't even do a basic press conference if she's the better candidate. You know Trump is the better option, you just drunk off that liberal Kool-Aid faggots like Destiny has been feeding you.
You're dumb. So, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Women for decades. Well, Combs' former bodyguard, Roger Bonds, appeared on several talk shows to describe all the violence that he witnessed.
I remember making it a band when he threw a chair at Lorianne Gibson.
Throwing the phone,
the chair,
throwing papers, and
she quit after that. She was like, I'm not there. She came back some years later, but even then, guess what? We looked at it like it was okay. I didn't see nobody.
Booty Cam donated $2. First segment, this might cause your brain to explode, like how the fuck can't you do this? Just look at how hard it is from him.
I'll try to make this painless.
God.
How in the fuck can you possibly fail that part of the mission?
What are you doing? Find cover! I'm ready to do this. Now get it!
Dude, there are literally grandmothers that can play video games better than Jason.
Cover! Quit fucking around! Get down!
Dude, he's so retarded.
Wait till he's in cover, then set charge.
The Force will be with you. Always.
Get your fucking head down! The doors are about to blow! Get in cover, E!
It's literally telling him what to do, and he can't figure it out. Oh my god. Dude, Jason is actually a retard. Like, Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Give you a chance to respond to what Senator Harris just said.
When Senator Harris was the Attorney General for 8 years in the state of California, there were two of the most segregated school districts in the country, in Los Angeles and in San Francisco. And she did not, I didn't see a single solitary time she brought a case against them to desegregate them. Secondly, she also was in a situation where she had a police department when she was there that in fact was abusing people's rights. And the fact was that she, in fact, was told by her own people, that her own staff, that she should do something about and disclose to defense attorneys like me that you, in fact, have been, the police officer did something that did not give you information but exculpate your client. She didn't do that. She never did it. And so what happened? Along came a federal judge and said, enough, enough, and he freed 1,000 of these people. If you doubt me, Google 1,000 prisoners freed, Kamala Harris.
Thank you, Vice President Biden. President Biden.
Well, that's not good. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Oh my god, he's so stupid. Why is he doing this? What does he think that would do? You know, of all the stupid things Jason has done, like gotten catfished, gave his YouTube login credentials away, scammed his fans, I think this more than anything shows you just how mentally disabled and and retarded Jason is. He can't even fucking play GTA 5 on the first level and get through that first section. He's that retarded. This game was literally made for people like him. People who are too stupid to play video games. And they literally made GTA 5 dumbed down and easy as possible for people like him, and he can't do it.
The Force will be with you. Always. The Force will be with you. Always.
Dude, how? How? I've never seen anything like this, dude. Dude, I wish I could see the live chat that was going on when he did the stream. How long does this go on for? Oh my... Kid Voodoo Tellers, do you think women are too emotional to be leaders? Well, Trump is an extraordinarily emotional person, and it's very easy to manipulate him based on his emotions, so I wouldn't say necessarily that women in general cannot be leaders because they're inherently emotional. It just depends on the individual. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo.
Force will be with you. Always.
Arthur Stylo is getting a sickening different.
He couldn't do it! Oh my god! He gave up! Oh my god! Oh my god, he's so stupid. Like, I knew Jason was dumb, but like, oh my god, he's fucking dumb, dude. Like, he has to have the intelligence of like a 4-year-old. I could have done this when I was 4 years old. Like, he's dumber than me when I was 4. Oh my god. Like, he's so stupid. That's insane.
Nobody say nothing about domestic violence when you created this monster because you just seen him throw a chair at a person.
TV.
But at that time, right, we ain't look at it like, oh, he has a problem. Yeah, I knew it. You know what I'm saying?
So Bonds raises a good point about people knowing what was happening and failing to intervene. Initially, there was skepticism about the Combs allegations because there were apparently lots and lots of witnesses to his conduct. But the indictment claims that Combs and his team threatened and intimidated witnesses to keep them from talking. Quote, members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including Combs' security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. And here's a moment Bonds was talking about when Combs threw the chair at Gibson.
Turn the cameras off. You disrespectful.
You ain't your corner.
So the screen went black for a few seconds, there was a loud noise, and then everyone in the studio looked shocked. And Combs continued to berate Gibson. And lots of people witnessed this, and the full video might be even more damning. Lori Ann Gibson filed a police report, and sources close to Combs said that the argument was just for TV and that Gibson overreacted. But the police evidently bought the story, and presumably they didn't get the unedited video from MTV. And the NYPD did not charge anyone. And that's one of the things that makes this case potentially so galling, is that women reported Combs to the police, and nobody really started talking until women started filing lawsuits.
Well, here's the thing. They were black women, so why would any police officers believe them?
But it's worth remembering that the only reason survivors were able to file lawsuits against Combs was because of a new...
Dude, if Diddy ever did that shit to a white girl, he would have been fucking arrested and charged. It's just because they were black girls.
Law in New York. In 2022, New York passed the Adult Survivors Act, which gave victims a 1-year window from November 24, 2022 to November 4, 2023 to sue their alleged assailants, even if the statute of limitations had expired. And in this case, the law seems to have worked exactly as intended, because once Cassie Ventura came forward, the floodgates opened. But AUSA Williams issued a warning to other Combs associates.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly.
In other words, if you witness any criminal activity or participation in it, it's better to make a deal with the government right now before it's too late and you get charged.
The Trump shooter charges were not dropped.
Because apparently dozens of people helped Combs commit these crimes. Now, some people might already be cooperating with the government, but more people could still be charged. And if you look at everything Roger Bonds is saying, for example, he might have criminal liability. Here he is telling Piers Morgan he witnessed violence against women and never did anything about it.
How many times did you personally witness him be violent towards women?
Around 4 or 5 times.
And was that all with Cassie, or was it Cassie and other women?
I seen him with Cassie, and I seen him with Kim Porter, his kid's mother.
Right, who's now sadly no longer with us. But what did you see him do?
I've seen him get physical. I've seen him get really physical, grab him up. It was one time that Cassie mentioned.
Do you think Jason Genova is still trying to complete GTA 5 to this day? Probably not. He has like ADHD, right? So I don't think he's going to play the game.
Inside her lawsuit, where she said she had to go over to the London hotel. I was the one that was checking on her every day at the London hotel. You know what I'm saying? So I know that to be true. I seen him get into some wrestling and punching matches.
And there is a federal crime called misprision of felony, which is defined in 18 U.S.C. Section 4. Quote, whoever having knowledge of the actual commission of a felony cognizable by a court of the United States conceals and does not as soon as possible make known the same to some judge or other person in civil or military authority under the United States shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 3 years or both. So if a person has knowledge of a felony and conceals it and doesn't report it to the authorities, that person has committed a crime. Now, prosecutors don't charge people under the statute very often, but the indictment claims other people helped conceal the crimes. Quote, on phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, among other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. Oh, so there are recordings, and the prosecutors have them. Bonds and everyone else on Combs' payroll should probably lawyer up. Now, Combs...
Do you remember the Shimo the Bat Dono? No, I don't.
...has pleaded not guilty. He surrendered his passport in...
Oh, Nighty Night Pig's Dreams.
April. His family surrendered their passports as part of the proposed bail package, and he also put his private jet up for sale. Now, notwithstanding, the government wanted Combs held in pretrial detention without bail. Combs argued that some of the allegations in the indictment were from many years earlier, when he was younger and more immature, but the AUSA argued that that was irrelevant as both Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein were held without bail based on criminal conduct that was several years old. But Combs' lawyer argued that Combs' case is different from many of those other high-profile trafficking cases because he was not charged with crimes against a minor. He argued, quote, Jeffrey Epstein, children. Keith Raniere, children. We have a substantial bail package. Some family members are here. They love him. A $50 million bond secured by a $48 million piece of property. On August 20th, we paid off the $18 million mortgage. Now, that last detail is pretty interesting because it looks like Combs knew he was being indicted, so in August, he paid off the $18 million mortgage on his Miami home so he could offer the property as collateral for the bond. The home is located on West Star Island, and it was appraised for $48 million. He also offered the...
Dude, why do these fucking asshole pieces of shit always get that kind of money? Like, goddamn, bro.
Equity on his mother's home. Now, the AUSA also had concerns about Combs fleeing the country, but that wasn't the only reason that the government opposed the bond. On September 10th, Dawn Richards of the band Danity Kane filed a lawsuit alleging that Combs sexually and verbally abused her for nearly 10 years. In the suit, she said Kalana Harper witnessed Combs abusing Cassie. Harper denied it, but the AUSA said Combs called her 54 times before she issued a public denial. The government's position was that this was witness intimidation. They argued that Combs has been reaching out to several witnesses and that witnesses told the DOJ they felt intimidated and scared of Combs. The AUSA also pointed out that Combs had weapons in his home and that his alleged criminal conduct was ongoing. They also found drugs in Combs' hotel room during the arrest. Combs' lawyer argued that his client wasn't trying to intimidate any witnesses and that he had lots of reasons to contact them. He also said, quote, these toxic relationships were mutual. Now he's trying to be better for the rest of his days. The judge said, and I'm paraphrasing here based on the report by Matthew Russell Lee, quote, there has been significant violence and weapons around, also coercion of witnesses. Even gentle coercion can be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family members for coming, but I cannot release.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Chronic debate lies peddled by Kamala Harris and, of course, endorsed by the woke network.
Goddamn, we need to get Australians to fucking figure out what's going on here.
Over at ABC News, starting with the
Sky News Australia is owned by Rupert Murdoch, the same guy who owns Fox News, and it is literally the Australian equivalent of Fox News. It's not a real news network. They lie and post bullshit all the time, just like Fox News, and they are racist and stupid as hell. Sky News ran a story where they were trying to argue that the American slave trade was black people's fault and white people were not really responsible for it, even though white people were the ones who conducted slavery. So, not surprising Myron would take them seriously, since he's a white supremacist and hates his own skin and black people.
Incorrect fact-checking of Donald Trump over late-term abortions.
But her vice presidential pick says abortion in the 9th month is absolutely fine. He also says execution.
I'm not really educated on the whole Diddy situation. From what I heard it sounds horrific, but I don't know all the facts. Do you think he's gonna end up like R. Kelly?
Oh yeah, he's fucked. Absolutely fucked. The evidence against him is just so damning and overwhelming, and the types of charges he's faced with, I think there's like a 99.6% conviction rate. So he has like less than a 1% chance of actually beating the charges. He's fucked.
Blah blah blah, who cares? Break time.
Okay, I'll take that. I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. But yeah, he's absolutely screwed. Basically, he was running a criminal enterprise. He attempted to kill people, sex trafficked women. There was years and years and years where he was abusing women. It's just crazy shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. All right, well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
Do you think implementing ranked choice voting on the federal level can sway Americans away from the two-party dichotomy?
Well, yeah. It's... So first past the poll voting, it always results in a two-party system. Always. With, I don't think there's any exception. So with ranked voting, you would see more successful candidates outside of, just two popular parties. So yeah. Thanks for the donation, Solitaire. Mark Samuel donated $2. Let me see.
Since October of last year, I, along with so many activists, have been trying to ring the alarm to let Americans know that Israel is looking to start an all-out regional war where they are looking to drag the U.S. into. Israel is not only committing a genocide.
These people just are so remarkably ignorant. Destroying Hezbollah's communication systems and their rocket launchers is not going to start a regional war. If anything, it would prevent it.
Genocide in Palestine, but they have...
By the way, what is her explanation of Israel waiting nearly a year to conduct these operations? They were trying to have diplomatic peace talks with Hezbollah for the last year, allowing them to shoot their rockets for 11 months, and it's only until now that they decided to actually take military action. So if Israel wanted to start a bigger regional war, why did they wait 11 months to attack Hezbollah? They're just so stupid. Nihilism, donate $2. Drop a Discord link so I can debate you on retard nihilism. Christ is the only path. Alright, we can do that. No problem. I don't know if this guy's a troll. He might just say the N-word over and over again, but I'll give you the chance. There you go. Do your best. Or worst. Bootycom, donate $2. We've watched, I think, but can we watch again?
It's a mess. They're weird as hell.
Okay, we'll watch that in a bit. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom.
Have recently began a war and genocide in Lebanon, and these are the headlines from this week in the U.S.
So apparently a genocide in Lebanon is killing terrorists.
U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East as violence rises between Israel and Hezbollah. Pentagon to send more U.S. troops to Middle East as tensions rise. Press secretary declined to say exactly how many troops were deploying, citing operational security. Not only does Israel receive billions of U.S. taxpayer dollars, but they also receive trillions in U.S. weapons. And
No, they don't. So please explain to me how Israel is receiving more money in the form of weapons and munitions than the U.S.'s entire military budget.
for them to actually win against the resistance in the Middle East, they need U.S. troops because their army is losing.
No, they're not.
Of Israeli disabled soldiers exceed 70,000 since October 7th. And these numbers are not even accurate. Also, this was 3 months ago. These numbers are not accurate because there's...
So I'm just really confused. She's claiming there's a genocide, but there's 70,000 disabled soldiers. If they're committing a genocide, why would they send any troops into Gaza?
Israeli military is not being honest about how many, Israeli soldiers have died in Gaza and how many Israeli soldiers have come back disabled from the ongoing genocide in Gaza.
They can just bomb Gaza. If it's a genocide, why wouldn't they just bomb them?
Israel does not have a powerful army. When I was in Israel...
Oh, Israel doesn't have a powerful army, so I please explain to me how they're committing a genocide?
I would see Israeli soldiers bully and pick on old people and kids. That's what they do.
She's lying and making that up.
They are not trained to actually be in combat, and that is why they're losing, okay?
Here's the Israeli military expert.
Okay? That is why they cannot win against the resistance in Gaza. They've trapped people.
They literally fought Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan all at the same time and won.
Starved them. Had a full-on genocide in Gaza.
There's only been like 40 reported starvation deaths since October, so that's what she calls starvation.
Do you understand how small Gaza is? The fact that after a year they cannot win, that they...
Like, by the way, Israel has nuclear weapons. Like, what she's saying is just so ridiculous.
cannot take out the resistance in Gaza. It is a...
So, I guess by her definition, the U.S. military is weak because they technically suffered a defeat in Vietnam. And technically Afghanistan as well. Like, she doesn't really seem to understand that military victories are kind of hard.
Clear notion that this is not a powerful army. And this is why Israel is trying to have a full-on regional war where they know that they can guarantee U.S. troops. They need U.S. troops to win, to not only win.
Yeah, well, this is, TikTok geopolitics. Where's the idiot who said he'd fucking debate me on nihilism? He is not in the fucking Discord. Somebody popped in for like 5 seconds in the waiting room and then left.
The guys are crazy.
Lights off. Lights and fans all over the place, please. Please? Hello?
What? Lights are off. I'm doing it in a little while, actually. Don't worry, guys. You'll see it. All right! My mom's making me mad, guys. There's my mom.
My
We're
God.
here now. Sick as piss.
Oh, here's the jackass. Who the hell are you and what do you want?
Hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah?
I hear you.
Hey, can I share the gospel with you?
The debate proposition you made was that you wanted to debunk nihilism. So basically you need to make a argument proving... Okay, well, that guy's an idiot.
It's insulting.
I figured.
Get absurdity. Oh yeah. Just piss. Any questions about my day? Doing a car show tonight should be fun. Got any questions? It's sick. Screw you, go screw. One of my fans says you have great tits. Jason, please allow me 1 minute, boys.
Oh my God.
Here I am, the Lord, for 5 seconds. It's sick. It's piss. It's nature, boy, Rick Flaherty.
The hell's with the neck snaps? Oh my God, one of the rare instances where he's actually in good shape.
Sv3rige Hassan is such an I. Guess who just so happens to agree with him.
As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
What the f? Yo, she's crazy.
I will make sure.
What is happening?
Now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
I'm out. I'm tapped.
We hate her for different reasons, but this is pretty great. Hassan and I agreeing on something? Love to see it, bro. Somebody said we are going to continue spending all of our money on other countries, somehow get to USA chant. Yeah, it's just wild. Also, like,
That is very strange for her to say that when she works for a Jewish network.
coming from the people that like hate the military and shit on people in the military 24/7. Give me a break. Somebody said she lost me here too.
Like, I don't even understand. She wants a fucking Muslim caliphate to take over Israel?
Another person said, now what do we vote for? The anti-war candidate?
What an idiot. Oh my God, dude. So, I'm confused. She's actually like pro-Palestine? And she works for the Daily Wire? That's weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Looking sickening.
I'm very confused. Why couldn't Jason Genova ever be in this shape when he did the Ruby? So fucking weird. Freaky Boy donated $2. Let me see.
Do you think toes look better with toe rings
or without. Guys, I need your...
I have no opinion. Those are just feet. Thanks for the donation, though, Freaky Boy.
Revolting.
Was he injecting into his stomach? It looks like there's a bunch of scarring there. Yeah, I think he was injecting steroids into his, like, stomach fat.
I know the Daily Wire should really just fire her ass.
Yeah. Like, she's stupid as shit, but I mean, if you're gonna fire her for anything, right? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
So how you doing tonight?
It looks like the cavalry ain't gonna show.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god! He couldn't even figure out how to switch characters! They literally tell you how to do it on screen!
There once was a wizard so gay, who told the trolls to go away. He bought tactical soap, to give him more hope, and now the ladies all want to stay. King Cobra reigns over trolls, obsessed with their lives and their roles, but Ozzy is king, and Lucifer sings. Hail to TH.
Dude, I've been getting more into the King Cobra JFS lore. That guy is fucking hilarious. I love watching videos about King Cobra and some of his, like, terrible cooking videos. They're fucking great. The whole drama with his girlfriend was fucking hilarious. That chick was absolutely fucking insane. Thanks for the donation, though, Head.
After all, they already got rid of Cansoans, thank God, so why not Brett Cooper?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe contracts and such. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Anxiety donated $2, new meta.
Through deathly uncomfortable silences and implicit demands for power and status.
That's all I'm saying. Strike while the samurai sword is hot.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
I've never seen a silence that I regret coming here so much.
Bitter about the whole defund.
Well, another thing that I would do differently.
Politician Andrew Yang deeply regrets going on this comedy podcast with Mark Normand and Sam Morrill. Or at least, that's what he wants us to think. Through the twists, turns, and scalding emotional moments, we will unveil the true meaning behind Andrew's regret. Whatever you're thinking, it's not it, because believe
Andrew Yang's a joke. I don't know if I'm going to bother watching this because it seems too annoying, but thanks for the donation, Anxiety. Oh my god. How is he not able to figure this out? Dude, it's so weird. He's selecting the bottom and not going to the right. Like, what is wrong with him? Oh my god. Like, Jason is like a parody of stupid people. You know, like how in Family Guy you'll have Peter doing something stupid, like just deliberately harming himself in a way that like no idiot would actually do that. Jason is literally that stupid. He's like a parody of what stupid people Like R. Oh my god. Afraid of Orange donate $2. Fear-mongering Kyle. Oh my god, I can't believe it. He actually got past that section at one point.
What is your sense of what a next?
Oh, I can't watch Secular Talk. Secular Talk has some weird copyright system thing in place, where if I watch any of his videos on stream, the stream immediately gets taken down. I can't watch Secular Talk, so don't send me any Secular Talk videos. I can't watch Athlean X on stream for the same reason. If anybody reacts to Athlean X, it immediately gets taken down. It's fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, Afraid of Orange. Dodo donate $2. I hope they fire her just so Brett has to get a job and realize how it feels to not be rich and that generalizing people is wrong. I'm not entirely sure about this, but I think she might have married a rich guy. So I don't know if it would really matter. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Believe it or not, and
Why is he going in the wrong direction? What is he doing?
It fails. Fuck.
Jason has a driver's license. How is driving in GTA harder than driving an actual car?
Come on, let's get to the chopper.
George Zimmerman's getting a sticking, pissing shout out.
I can't believe he was actually able to go further in the game.
Alright. This gets harder, man. Trust.
You're doing good though, man.
Not bad.
Better than me, yeah. No, I agree, man. You got me.
I'm better at video games than I am at bodybuilding.
Yeah, no shit.
That's saying something, dude.
You actually have to get off your ass and do something.
Jane shows twiddles. Turn the damn sound on.
Like mother, like son.
Look, I can beat Chewbacca.
Suck Jason's toes. Boom.
Look, I can be Luke Hansen.
I just did.
Why doesn't he clip that?
I did.
Dude, his mom is so fucking weird too. Like, I've never seen his dad, but he definitely got some of his mom's genes with the weird shit he does.
I just got him a
Tattoo.
pedicure before.
Big toenail. Why does that happen? Is he always done it?
Damn! Jesus Christ!
Oh my god, he's so bad.
I can't beat this shit! I'm pissing any fans here. I'm just about ready to go to the gym and do my thing. Hope you fans are doing good today. It's sick, it's piss. It's revolting. It's insulting. You suck.
There's no way Jason could ever play Fortnite. Alright. Incel debate, donate $2. Whose side were you on here? Jordan Peterson or the rational male?
He thinks that hypergamy consists of this. Women mate across and up success hierarchies. But yet on Tinder, there's no real way to say that there's any kind of success because Tinder is for one thing, which is hooking up. It's for getting laid, Jordan. It's for the alpha seed. What are we at the hour mark? It's the alpha fuck side of hypergamy, Jordan. Women want to get laid. They're not all sweetie, honey, Bambi, all little.
Drew, I'd agree with him here. Jordan doesn't know shit about women, and he doesn't know shit about modern dating, certainly. What he said about Tinder, proving that women date up and across dominance hierarchies, they're just looking for the most attractive men.
Little angels with halos on, right? Even the girls in Bible study, those chicks are on Tinder too, okay? Or Hinge or whatever the equivalent is, okay? So when we talk about how do women select, right? That was the whole thing about hypergamy. Now he's using thank you, Jordan. Thank you for using the term like at least somewhat properly here. But he only focuses on the beta buck side of hypergamy. There are two sides. It is dualistic. There's the short-term sexual benefits. There's the genetic benefits. There's the hot guy on the foam cannon party. That guy looks like the dude in the hot fireman's calendar, and I really want to bang him. He really gets me off. My arousal level is way up here, right? That's women want to have sex. That's the validational side of hypergamy. The sex she wants to have. Enthusiastic consent. There it is. That's the sex she wants to have. Then there's the beta buck side, which is exactly what he just described here. And most guys, particularly tradcons, only exclusively focus on this one side, which is, they're success hierarchies. So women only pick guys who are in the success hierarchy. No, they don't. They go for guys that they want to bang, especially when they're younger, especially when they're in that window between 18 and 28 years old. Hot guy on the foam cannon party, Jordan. That's what they're looking for at that. That's certainly what they're looking for on Tinder. They're not looking for Mr. Right. They're looking for the guy who's just going to rock their world and hope to God that they can lock that dude down. With a great new technology called hormonal birth control that we've already mentioned too. So you've got that. Now, he also explains this. He says, and then men mate across and down. Well, no, they don't. They would very much like to mate up. In fact, that's really the whole reason why guys want to get laid. They don't want a land whale. They don't want a land beast or whatever. They want the girl who looks like the centerfold, and they will do lots and lots of things to make sure or improve their chances to do so. If a guy can get above his sexual market value, his SMV level, he's going to do it. In fact, that's really the whole point of the red pill and game. Is to be able to sort of break out of like, what is it? You only get what you've gotten if you keep doing what you've done. It's not there. Yeah. Men don't have an attraction floor. And I've tried to make this point and stress this point on so many goddamn podcasts that want to run me up the flagpole for it, Charlie and Ben. But it's true. And here it is. Here's your God. Here's your demigod, Jordan Peterson, saying exactly that. They don't have a attraction floor. No one's ugly after 2 a.m. They'll be happy to you hear about slump busting? Yeah, you don't hear that from women. You hear that from guys. Yeah, what is it? Whale hunting? Chubby chasing? There ain't no chubby chasing for women, right? You will find here.
There is chubby chasing for women. They're just doing it for different reasons, usually. Like, people who you see fucking, like, massive fucking whales or blueberries, they're just into that sort of thing. The reason why, though, you'll see more men be willing to date and have sex with very ugly women is just because men are more sexually motivated. So they're going to be willing to make more concessions when it comes to sex partners than women are, because dudes just get hornier.
Here's a really great example of this. You will not find a dating site for in shape Fitness America pageant model women looking specifically for fat guys. Regardless of socioeconomic status, you will not find those sites. If they exist, somebody needs to send me the link to those. Here is a site that's specifically designed for women looking for fat dudes. No, there's plenty.
I don't know if there's any specific sites dedicated to it, but there certainly are women who are into really fat dudes.
Plenty of sites.
I've actually known a few. I remember when I was in high school, there was a lot of girls in my high school that were into fat dudes for some reason, but I remember in high school, I was fat in grade 10, and then I lost weight over the course of that year. And then when I got really lean, I had abs and everything. The one girl who was making fun of me for calling me fat, she was really fucking sexy. She was from Germany, but she had some sort of Arab descent. Really, really unique looking girl. She had a big nose too, which I was into. But she would make fun of me for being fat, and then that motivated me to lose weight. So I got really fucking lean. I got abs in high school. And then I found out later that her boyfriend is fucking fat. And I don't mean like just chubby. He was fucking fat. He was round. It was really weird, and she was a really fucking sexy girl. Like really big fucking tits, like big juicy butt. And she actually had to have dental surgery, and her teeth were wired shut. So she could only eat like very little, and she was only able to eat like liquid foods. So she was mostly eating like protein powder and smoothies. She looked like she was in amazing shape. And then over the course of a year after that jaw surgery, she actually gained weight and got a little chubby herself. So then I got back at her, and then I called her fat, and then she was like, I know. That was weird, though. There was also some other chick that I went on one date with, and then the guy that she ended up dating, he was fat. Like, and she even admitted to me she's actually into, like, fat dudes. There's also this other chick who, was really petite and sexy. Like, she was small and slender, but she had really big boobs, like unusually large boobs for her size. And she also had a nice, cute butt. Like, it was round. It wasn't big, but it was like really bubbly and round. And I remember she was walking to the mall, and there was a Canadian Tire garage next to the mall. And I remember I was walking behind her one day, and this girl, she would have been like 16 at the time. These mechanics that were working in the Canadian Tire garage, there were all these like fat, gross old dudes, and they were on like a smoke break. And then I could just see them rubbernecking her like fucking crazy. They couldn't keep their eyes off of her it was pretty gross. But yeah, she also was dating a pretty fat dude. Like, he had a gut, and some of his like fat was hanging over his waistband. So there are chicks that are just into fat dudes, and they're hot. Like, they're really fucking good looking, but they're just into fat dudes. Mr. Potato Head donated $2. Let me see. I'm not gonna watch that. I just don't want to. I'm not into fart videos. Thanks for the donation, though, Mr. Potato Head.
For women who are looking for, was it executive introductions, right? They're looking for a rich guy for sure, Because you know why those exist? Because Tinder already exists. The executive introductions, which is in this case really, going up the socioeconomic ladder as far as hypergamy is concerned. Yeah, women want that, but they're usually looking for that when they get to be 28, 29, when they're ready to cash out of the sexual marketplace, when they hit their epiphany phase. Yeah, that's when women do, like, okay, Tinder, put you away, and now let's go over to executive introductions and see if I can find me a rich man with benefits. Because I've had my fun. I'm done with that anymore. I've completed my journey of self-discovery. And you know what I discovered about myself? I need a man with benefits at 29 years old. That's what I've discovered. Conveniently at the average age of first marriage, 28, 29, somewhere there. Average age of first birth, right around the same time. Coincidence?
The one thing I disagree with Rolo on here is he like makes these hyper extreme generalizations. Most women don't go on some like alpha male Chad fucking spree until they're nearly 30 and then date a rich guy. Like, most people are just normal and date a few people and then find somebody they like and get married. Have you heard of oofy doofy theory before? It's incel theory. You can read all about it on the incel wiki. I've never heard of that. Oofy doofy theory incel wiki. The oofy doofy theory is a theory on how the modern dating market works, associated with the TFL, true forced loneliness, subculture of incels. This theory claims that women prefer to date and have relationships with men who are mediocre looking, agreeable or unassertive, effeminate, and generally low in perceived mate quality, as compared to black pill and red pill derived incel theories.
Didn't know Dennis had a YouTube channel.
I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Mr. Potato Head. That emphasize women's tendencies towards hypergamous mating. This theory is largely based on anecdotal evidence and arguments proposed by several true forced loneliness vloggers, such as Hell by the Dashboard Light, who seem to be the originator of the theory and term, Steve Hoka, and others. The Israeli academic and narcissism expert Sam Vaknin has also promoted a version of oofy doofy theory in several of his videos, and in one of his official publications where he claims that women prefer beta males even for short-term relationships. Why? Why do they think this? So I know there are women who do preferentially seek out dudes who are not particularly attractive because they think they're less likely to cheat. That is a thing, but I wouldn't say women generally do that. Vegan Gains father. That's not actually my dad, but thanks for the donation, Mr. Potato Head.
I think not. But again, well, all comedy aside here, what Jordan, and not just, I don't want to just pick on him because a lot of people in the sort of TradCon idealists think that they're happy to embrace hypergamy, but one side of hypergamy, which is the beta buck side. Men need to man up, and they need to get a good job, and they need to be husband material, and they need to be a good father, and they need to prepare themselves for maturity in life, and they don't want to be kidults anymore, and we can't have them prolonging their adolescence. They've got to be men. You know, that there's plenty of sites and plenty of gurus who are ready to teach you guys that too, because that's the only side of hypergamy that even ever registers in their brain. Because God forbid we say women really just want to have sex with the hot guy in the foam cannon party. They want that hot alpha seed, right? So we won't say that because that would step on the little lady's toes, and that might be some unflattering truths, brought up as a result of that. So we avoid that. So now hypergamy is defined by just the beta buck side. Now, guys, you black pill doomers, here's your chance. Here's your term. The only thing you focus on is the alpha fuck side of hypergamy. The only thing you guys focus on is looks. Maybe status. Oh, does he have a 10-inch dick? Yeah, okay, I guess there's that too. Physicality. There's only one side of hypergamy to those guys, and that's the alpha fuck side. It's never the twain shall meet, or maybe it does, but nobody cares about it. Women don't care about those guys, or they're just using those dudes, right? Oh, you're never going to get her sexual best because she wanted to fuck Chad in the foam cannon party. Like, that's all you focus on, and then that's...
Rolo's mostly right there.
After birth, it's execution, no longer abortion, because the baby is born is okay. And that's not okay with me.
There is no state in this country where it is legal to kill a baby after it's born. Madam Vice President, I want to get your...
See how they want
to President Trump.
Well, according to former Virginia Governor Ralph Northam, third trimester...
Yeah, and he did say this on a podcast interview. Let's see if she plays the clip.
...abortions and post-birth procedures happen in that state.
When we talk about...
Oh, W Australia, they pulled this...
So a quote from a random person doesn't mean anything? Show it codified in law.
What's up? Bro, when I was watching the debate, I was like, yo, didn't the fucking Virginia governor or somebody...
These are done with the consent of, obviously, the mother, with the consent of the physicians, more than one physician, by the way. And it's done in cases where there may be severe deformities. There may be a fetus that's non-viable. So in this particular example, if a mother is in labor, I can tell you exactly what would happen. The infant would be delivered. The infant would be kept comfortable. The infant would be resuscitated if that's what the mother and the family desired. And then a discussion would ensue between the physicians and the mothers.
And in 2019, Kamala Harris voted against...
They literally did not show any evidence for the claim.
A motion to give protections to babies.
Oh.
They just took a radio discussion out of context.
Hold on. Did a bill to amend 18 United States Code to prohibit healthcare practitioners from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case child survives an abortion or attempted abortion. Oh shit.
Motion to give protections to babies born alive after failed abortions. Not only that, but according to the National Review, Tim Walsh.
So they're just lying. They're literally Fox News. Fucking Fresh and Fit are stupid.
You can find Matthew Russell Lee at theinnercitypress.com. His reports on the happenings in the Southern District of New York have been indispensable to them. He also said, quote, "These toxic relationships were mutual. Now he's trying to be better for the rest of his days." The judge said, and I'm paraphrasing here based on the report by Matthew Russell Lee, quote, "There has been significant violence and weapons around, also coercion of witnesses. Even gentle coercion can be effective. The type of behavior we're talking about happens behind closed doors. I thank your family members for coming, but I cannot release him." You can find Matthew Russell Lee at theinnercitypress.com. His reports on the happenings in the Southern District of New York have been indispensable for this case and lots of others. Now, Combs appealed the denial of bail, and a hearing was set for September 18th. And on appeal, Combs updated his bail package to address the trial judge's concerns that he was a flight risk and posed a danger to the community. Combs proposed that he would imprison himself inside of his Star Island compound without visitors, quote, "except for family, property caretakers, and friends who are not considered to be co-conspirators." The problem with this is that it's hard to say which of his friends and employees wouldn't be considered a co-conspirator at this point. He offered to use private security, but several courts have already rejected that in other cases. Combs' lawyer said, quote, "He's never run from a challenge and he will not run from this one. Instead, he takes these challenges head on. He moves towards them confidently and with the assurance that right is on his side."
Oh! I'm a savage! Whatever I want, I'm going to get! Whatever I want, I have to get!
Unsurprisingly, the government took a different view of Combs' history and personal characteristics. Quote, "The defendant's years-long use of force and coercion speaks directly to dangerousness." And the government confirmed that there is, in fact, more than one victim. Quote, "To be clear, despite the indictment naming only one victim in count 2, this case is not about just one victim. The government's evidence to date, including the defendant's own communications, demonstrates that the defendant has used force and coercion against multiple victims." Combs argued that the only reason he had recently been speaking with witnesses is because he didn't know he was supposed to stop communicating with them. The prosecutors not surprisingly called BS. Quote, the defendant has been aware of the government's investigation of this case since at least in or about January 2024, and even earlier directly following the filing of a civil lawsuit in November 2023. The defendant was aware of the potential for criminal charges. Nevertheless, since that time, the defendant has continued his long-standing pattern of engaging in obstructive conduct. And the government said Combs has been contacting grand jury witnesses. Quote, the fact is the defendant has personally and repeatedly contacted multiple witnesses, including at least one he...
Dude, that is so stupid. That is remarkable that he'd do something so dumb. This guy really needs to talk to his lawyers more often.
...himself knew was a grand jury witness. The defendant contacted these witnesses, including at least one whom he had not been in contact with for years after they were served and leading up to the date that they were required to appear before the grand jury. Jesus. And the government also had harsh words for Combs' lawyer. Quote, just yesterday during the bail argument and a subsequent appearance on CNN, defense counsel impugned the allegations made by a statutory victim, challenging the motivation and timing of her claims. In addition to being factually inaccurate, this sort of attack comes close to the limits set forth in Local Crime Rule 23.1. It also can be expected to intimidate other witnesses who may feel tremendous pressure not to go up against the defendant. Local Rule 23.1 prohibits attorneys from publicly challenging the credibility of prospective witnesses. The government said the defense counsel's commentary emphasized the huge power imbalance between his client and the victims and witnesses. So not surprisingly, the judge denied bail. He said that the Ventura, quote, video is quite disturbing. He was concerned that Combs might try to contact witnesses through coded messages, and Judge Carter said that there was an acute risk of witness tampering and that Combs was still a danger to the community. So Combs was sent to the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, which has been plagued by horrific conditions and confinement. Jeffrey Epstein took his own life at MDC in 2019. And the Bureau of Prisons put Combs on procedural suicide watch, a precautionary status because he's a high-profile inmate. And now all sorts of new allegations about Combs are surfacing in the media. A short memoir allegedly written by Kim Porter was released just days before Diddy's arrest. The music producer who published the book claims that Porter gave, quote, her close friends a flash drive with manuscript on it before her death. And the book became an instant bestseller. The book claims that Combs forced himself on minors and was responsible for 3 murders. Though of course these allegations are not corroborated, and some of Porter's friends doubt she had anything to do with the manuscript. And it may be unrelated, but many high-profile celebrities in Combs' orbit have been deleting their presence on social media. So we probably haven't heard the last of the fallout. And as for defenses based on what happened at the bail hearing, it looks like Combs is going to argue that the sexual encounters were consensual, and consent is a complete defense to all the sex trafficking charges under Section 1591, unless the victims are minors, which is not alleged here yet. Though we might see a superseding indictment at some point. And for the Mann Act charge, Combs is accused of paying for male sex workers to travel across state lines to have sex with the alleged victims. Now, consent is not a defense to the Mann Act charge. To get a conviction there, the DOJ only needs to prove that Combs paid male sex workers and that they crossed state lines, regardless of whether the alleged victims consented. So we're definitely going to need a lot of coffee to watch all the dominoes fall, which we can get with today's sponsor, Trade Coffee.
He is pretty screwed. All right, let's just try to watch the Sv3rige video.
I'm going to be reviewing a video by Charlie Kirk. It's called College Kid Gives the Craziest Abortion Argument I've Ever Heard.
Hello, Charlie. My name's Adam. So I want to ask you, what do you think about veganism? Vegetarianism.
I am not a fan of veganism, but you have a right to be vegan, obviously.
So let me clarify. Yeah. You on abortion, you support pretty much banning abortion in most situations.
Yes, but humans are not rabbits.
Yes, so
and humans are not deer, and humans are not cows.
Okay, so I want to ask you, do you think it's a little bit hypocritical?
He already knows where the vegan is going.
That you oppose abortion, but you also oppose veganism. Most animals, most adult like cows, pigs, chickens, they're more intelligent than fetuses, and
How is that relevant? It's not as if any human chooses anybody's life because of intelligence. It's not as if you think, oh, I'm gonna save this guy's life because of how intelligent he is.
You're a tech guy, right? I need help. My portable SSD is advertised as having 1000 megabytes per second write speed, but right now the files I'm copying are only transferring at a rate of 329.4 megabytes per second. What do I do?
So I think you're confused. When they say read and write speed, I think they're talking in megabits, not megabytes. Megabit to byte. Wait. 1 megabit to... megabyte. Yeah, so 1 megabit is 0.125 megabytes. So, if the SSD has a 1000 megabit per second transfer speed, you would expect to have, under ideal circumstances, about 125 megabytes per second, roughly. Divide the digital storage value by... Yeah, 1 megabit is equal to 1/8 of a megabyte. So your hard drive's functioning fine. You just need to learn the difference between megabit and megabyte and learn how to read, because it states that on the product page and packaging. So that's normal. Thanks for the donation, though, Willem Dafoe. Hope that answers your question.
And when it comes to your own child, the child inside of you in this case, then you never think, oh, is his life worth something, or her life, because of how intelligent they are? Nobody. Only a vegan could think of something this stupid.
Little children, small infants.
So that's not what he's suggesting. Oh my god.
Yes, now I've seen it all. Let's watch Sv3rige weigh in on kids' rights to life and how that compares to animal rights. The thought of him having an opinion on that alone is laughable. Guy who almost killed his own kid.
Yep, Sv3rige paid a hitman to kill his own son and ex-girlfriend, and he was unsuccessful in doing that, and now he's an internationally wanted criminal. I don't know why Sv3rige would have a pro-life stance. He's literally said he's against having any laws, and he thinks it's okay to kill and rape kids. So
I can't believe I have to answer this. Can I?
Only people who don't have children could ever even think of something like this. If this guy would have children, he probably can because he's vegan. He's likely infertile because veganism does lead to infertility.
That's one I haven't heard before. Sv3rige tried to kill his own son. He hired a hitman to throw a Molotov cocktail into his son's bedroom. So, I don't know. And again, he's made many, many videos talking about how he thinks there's a secret society that he refers to as the Illuminati who kills children and bathes in their blood. And he actually supports that. He thinks it's a good thing to kill children and drink their blood and eat them and shit. He's also in support of child rape. So I don't know why... maybe this is just a thing he does for YouTube to seem like a more likable, relatable person, but we know what he actually believes. If you watch any of his old YouTube videos that are being deleted now, or if you watch his Telegram videos, he doesn't have a problem with murdering children.
Although he's relatively young still, and who knows how long he's been vegan. If he's been vegan for a few months, then it's probably still possible. Point being, if he had children, then he wouldn't be saying this because he would feel the love for his children. If you don't have children, then you think about something such as intellect and you compare children, even children in the womb, to a pig or a cow. But when you have a child, then you never think like this because you see these human beings as your own children. It's your blood and flesh, so to speak. Of course you would not ever, even in any way, no matter what the...
By the way, again, Sv3rige just made a video where he said it's a good thing to have sex with your own children. He currently has a child with his current girlfriend. So just imagine what might be happening in that home.
Scenario is compare them to any kind of other animals because it's your children. That's all that matters. The feelings that you have towards them.
Yeah, so how come you're saying that
Can I
children...
answer?
Okay, yes, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, if you leave a cow for 5 years, will the cow ever be able to talk?
No.
If you leave a fetus for 5 years, will the fetus be able to talk?
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
so then which one has reason and a soul and can make sense of the natural world?
He's a Christian, he believes in a soul, whatever, you can believe whatever you want. His point is of course still valid, because really what he's saying is that humans care about humans. That's really essentially his point. That's what it's boiling down to.
AKA an elevated being worthy of protection.
But that's
a cow
not,
or a human being.
That's not a good argument. That's like saying humans that are born, that are without the ability to speak can't have rights.
It's not just about speaking, it's about...
Sv3rige doesn't even believe in that. Again, I debated him with Milk Jar years ago when it was a double debate, Ask Yourself and I versus Sv3rige and Milk Jar. They both literally said they're against having any laws. They're like the most extreme form of anarchists you could imagine. He advocated for the idea of abolishing human rights and allowing for rape, murder, genocide, slavery. So how can he be in favor of that, but then claim he cares about people?
Reason. It's about having a soul. It's about being not an animal. What is a human being to you?
Being not an animal, what are humans then? Plants? Are we fungi? We are by every definition, biologically, animals. Animals feel the same as we do. We can see that ourselves, we can sense it, but it also has been biologically proven.
That is a very strange admission, that he's admitting animals feel the same way we do. Yet he's perfectly fine with killing animals. His moral justifications for things make absolutely no sense, and he contradicts himself constantly, so I'm assuming it's just some naturalistic fallacy that, well, it's natural to kill and eat animals, so that's why I do it.
They may not be as intelligent, sure. They may not be able to talk, or at least communicate the way we do, although in nature, from the very so-called beginning, there was also no language. Languages were invented by humans as a way to communicate, and the languages which we use today are really just a way to enslave us, but that's off topic.
A human being is someone who has personality, and someone who can speak, and if you mean like biologically, like someone of
just give me a definition of, you have a dog and a human being. How do you know which is which?
A human being can walk and talk and
well,
yeah.
A dog can walk.
Yeah. But I can't walk and talk, sure.
Here's the difference. A human being can tell you the difference between right and wrong. An animal can only tell you the difference between pleasure and pain.
Yeah, but...
Pleasure and pain. It's such a typical Christian response.
By the way, I don't even know how Charlie Kirk can even make that argument, because you can see that animals will feel guilt or remorse for doing things. And they'll try to apologize in interesting ways, or reciprocate by like giving you things. Like crows will find pretty objects for you and bring them to you if you help them. Like, really weird.
Of course, no animal on Earth, including humans, knows what right and wrong is instinctually, seeing as our instinct tells us what we are supposed to do, how to respond, and we of course also respond to pain and pleasure. When we feel pain, we don't do something, we learn from it, we don't do it anymore. And if we feel pleasure, then we know that it's good for us. It's the best way to know what's good for you, in your life in general.
So that's how you know if something's good for you, if it feels good. I guess that makes crystal meth one of the best things you can do, because it makes you feel good.
To be happy and healthy, pleasure, joy. That's how every animal knows it, including humans. What he's talking about is that he grew up as a slave, he was brainwashed, and then he learned what right and wrong is. The difference between us and other animals is that the other animals didn't learn a language. They cannot. You can argue about some animals. They can somewhat understand us and learn very basic language. And through this language, we were brainwashed. It is as if you put a spell over human beings. I have videos where I get deeper into this topic. That's it. A lion is gonna eat meat because he follows his instinct. A human is in this case gonna not because he was brainwashed through language not to. That's it. He still actually knows because of pleasure and the biochemical response of your body how good it is to eat meat, which proves that it's healthy for us. But he was brainwashed through language. There's nothing at all good about it. That's my point to Charlie Kirk.
Animals still suffer like human
Of course,
fetuses do.
but again, the moral worth of a human being is objectively different because we are able to make moral.
It is not objectively different. So Charlie, since he's a religious retard, probably a moral realist.
Intentions not.
I really don't like that he uses the word objectively when it's purely subjective what he's talking about. It's purely his opinions.
That's hilarious. Even Sv3rige, a retard like Sv3rige, is a moral anti-realist. That is insane.
And religious beliefs. Again, it's all fine. Believe whatever you want. You may be completely right. But in this case, he isn't, of course. But in general, whatever you believe, you could, of course, be right. That's my point. You can believe whatever you want. But it's just that when you talk about your beliefs as if those beliefs are correct, it's objective truth, then you only show how close-minded you are, because you're saying what I believe, and if you believe something that is subjective anyway, is absolute truth. But what you believe is subjective. And of course, all of it is subjective. It's just not good in a debate or when you're talking to anybody to talk about your beliefs as if it's objective truth. Right away, you seem very close-minded, as if you believe that you have it all figured out. And come on, who has it all figured out?
Not just contentions based on how we feel. Animals can only feel. They cannot reason.
Yeah, but that's...
And therefore...
Of course, animals can reason. Or how does he define reasoning? An animal learns how to hunt. They figure out which time is the best to attack. They lurk. There's reasoning behind it, except if he can give a different definition. Let me look up the definition, actually. The Cambridge definition is the process of thinking about something in order to make a decision. Absolutely, I can't think of any animal that doesn't have reasoning, especially the predators. Their whole life revolves around reasoning.
That's weird. This is becoming more of a critique of Charlie Kirk than it is of the vegan activist.
Exactly this definition.
We should be treated different morally. Now, from a typical Western religious view, we have souls as human beings, and animals do not. And as a soul, I mean not just...
It's not really worth mentioning this because you cannot prove it. There's just no point whatsoever because you can't actually make a point when you say that we have a soul and they don't. You just get nowhere with it.
In the religious sense, but I also mean that there is a part of you that is not just your five senses, right?
Okay, sure. Well,
so for example, if you think you're only your five senses, which one of your five senses is telling you that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by five senses. You mean my brain?
Well, your five senses: sight, smell, taste, feel, hear. Five senses. So an animal only has five senses. It does not have an ability to withdraw itself from its fifth sense, right?
Yeah, but how do you believe that?
Give me 10 minutes and I can face you in T8 matches, Casey.
These five senses, it's an old belief. You could also add 10 other senses. When you look at the way we intuitively react to whatever, our instinct, there's way more so-called senses.
It's okay to kill an animal when it's not okay to kill a child. You defend a child more. Some children die. Some children never make it out of the womb.
Well, because human beings are human, A is A, and human beings are worthy of protection, and animals are not humans, and they're not the moral equivalency, correct?
Yes, because humans, not always, but a lot of times protect other humans because you protect your own species, especially your own family. That's always the case. The same way deer will protect deer and lions will protect lions. If lions would be dominating on this earth, then they would be protecting lions and they wouldn't care about humans.
Yeah, Javier Bardem, he's a pro-Palestine cuck. He's a fucking retard. Lost all respect for that idiot.
That's it. We are simply talking about us because we are in power.
No, but I don't believe that. I'm not trying to argue that a human is worth more than an animal. I'm saying that even if a human is worth more than an animal, you should give animals respect.
I do give animals respect. We should treat them humanely. If you are to eat them, you should kill them in a way that this.
We don't treat them humanely. Treating an animal humanely would be by doing what humans do to animals in nature. And that I can't mention on YouTube. Watch any nature documentaries. Nobody treats animals humanely anymore because it's not even allowed.
Not have unjust suffering.
What about milk? But animals are raped all the time. Cows are raped to produce milk. Yeah, to produce milk, a cow has to be impregnated, and it's not like these farmers are waiting for the animal to get pregnant naturally. They have to be forcibly inseminated. What is a form of rape?
I actually think it's a great thing that we have dairy.
Okay, but I don't think that that drinking milk in and of itself is bad. But saying that animals can be raped is okay. That's beyond me.
You think that cows are being? I gotta be honest.
Yes.
I've been doing this for 12 years. I've never heard that before.
Yes, but they are.
This is actually a very typical vegan argument. I suppose that you could technically say that it's true. If you would do that to humans, that's what you would be calling it. But again, we don't call it that because it's other animals. If other animals would be in power, then they would probably not say the same if that would be happening to us. Again, it just depends on who you look at. If you look at that being done to humans, then that's exactly what you call it, because we're talking about humans. I don't think he understands that humans don't look at other animals the same way we look at our own species.
Because they're not referred to as being raped. They're said to be forcibly inseminated. How come that's okay, but rape?
He has a good point. It's all about language. I talk about this a lot. That's a tricky topic to talk about on YouTube, but most Americans, for example, support murder, absolutely, and they even celebrate it, but they call it something else simply. That's it. It's exactly the same, but they call it something else.
A small child is not.
I would not.
What is he talking about?
Yeah. Welcome to bull. I don't support raping anyone.
I don't support raping human beings. I wouldn't call extracting milk from a cow the same as what happens if a woman is raped by some savage.
I'm not talking about extracting milk. I'm talking about when you inseminate a cow to get it pregnant so it can produce milk. Yes.
Yeah, not that worried about that.
Why not? Do you not think their suffering is worth anything?
I think their suffering's fine. Again, they're not human beings, and whatever allows the human being to flourish is what we should be concerned about. And I think
That's a very actually natural perspective, because that's exactly how every animal thinks.
All right. So, yeah, Casey, start up T8. We'll play some matches. It's a paid DLC, yeah. Oh my god. $70 fucking DLC expansion? Holy shit. Dude, that's literally a full game just for a fucking story expansion. That's insane. What do you find particularly attractive about big noses? I just like them. It's not really any way to explain any preference. It's like, why do you like big boobs? You just like them bigger. I'm just gonna go take a piss real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, back.
Kazuya Mishima. Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, great.
Round one. Fight.
What? What a load of shit.
Round two.
It did that thing again where he hit me without facing me. Round three. Fight.
I can bench Maui. Hit AO benching Maui. Just imagine. 77,777,777,777.
Round 4.
That's amazing.
Fight.
I'm surprised you could bench a cat so big. Thanks for the donation, even now. Dude, I'm getting fucking rolled. Fuck. Fuck, are you kidding me? Okay. Let's see what's...
Round 5. Fight. Round 6. Fight.
Okay. Can you give me a fucking break? Okay. His hitboxes are fucked. Get fucked. Coming back.
7. Fight.
Dude, this is gonna be embarrassing.
Fight.
This is gonna be the most embarrassing comeback, dude.
Fight.
Oh, what the fuck? Yes! Oh!
You win.
That was the most insane comeback ever. Oh my god, you got fucked. You got fucked. Oh my god. That was insane.
Fight.
Damn it.
Round 2. Fight!
Does having big muscles on your body feel weird? Does it feel like you're inside a big puffy suit, or does it feel the same as when you were smaller? Do your muscles feel like they're part of your body, or does it feel they're attached to you?
It does not feel weird to have big muscles. That was weird. It doesn't feel weird to have big muscles, and my muscles feel like I'm part of my body, and it feels about the same. Having big muscles. Fuck! Damn it! I'll answer that dono in just a second, Dodo. Damn it! Oh!
Round 5. Fight! KO.
There, good. Thank fuck.
Round 6. Fight!
Oh, what? Why in the fuck isn't the combo working? No! Oh my god, that's bullshit. For no- I can do it perfectly every time, and for no fucking reason, it wouldn't let me do the fucking move I wanted. That was horseshit.
Round 1. Fight!
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. Again! There we go. Gotta win.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, yes. That was a close one.
Round 3. Fight.
What? Thank fuck.
Round 4. Fight.
That is absolute horseshit. That is absolute horseshit.
Round 5. Fight.
What? What? Damn it.
Round 6. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round 7. Fight.
Oh my god.
Round 8. Fight.
What? I literally can't fucking believe that. I literally can't fucking believe that. Oh my. Okay, let's do one more rematch. Dodo donated $2, bro. One of these days you gotta go to one of those college campuses. Charlie Kirk goes to, so you can debate him on veganism. Also, why does Trump keep saying we were better off 4 years ago when we clearly weren't, remember? Freezer trucks, morgues. Well, he's full of shit, that's why. Fuck.
Round 2. Fight.
No! Ah! Why does it keep doing that? Oh, dude.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight.
What? I stuff it and then he just gets a free hit? Dude, the recovery that he gets is fucking crazy. There we go.
Round 5. Fight.
Oh, I hate that. Fuck.
Round 6. Fight.
Fang has some bullshit moves, dude.
Fight.
Okay, I'm dead. Alright, good matches, dude. Damn it. There we go. Okay.
Andrew is hiding a big secret, which is the source of all his outward regret. While on the journey of discovering this secret and witnessing the catastrophe unfold in real time, we will simultaneously learn the lessons of how to spot the exact signals that show us when we are making our counterparty on immediately.
What happened?
I am going.
Who's the fucking retard who sent me this video? Go fuck yourself.
In a bombshell move, a nonprofit called Haitian Bridge Alliance has filed charges against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance for their lies that helped incite chaos as it relates to the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio. The law firm overseeing the lawsuit has used a statute allowing private citizens to, quote, file an affidavit charging the offense committed. The charges that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance face include the following: disrupting public service by causing widespread bomb and other threats that resulted in massive disruptions to the public services in Springfield, Ohio, making false alarms by knowingly causing alarm in the Springfield community by continuing to repeat lies that state and local officials have said were false, committing telecommunications harassment by spreading claims that they know to be false during the presidential debate, campaign rallies, nationally televised interviews, and social media, committing aggravated menacing and violation by knowingly making intimidating statements with the intent to abuse, threaten, or harass the recipients, including Trump's threats to deport immigrants who are here legally to Venezuela, a land they have never known, committing aggravated menacing by knowingly causing others to falsely believe that members of Springfield Haitians community would cause serious physical harm to the person or property of others in Springfield, and violating the prohibition against complicity by conspiring with one another and spreading vicious lies that caused innocent parties to be parties to their various crimes. The nonprofit is asking the court to affirm probable cause and to issue arrest warrants, which will require a hearing. The law firm said that the charges, quote, stem from the impact of Trump's and Vance's baseless fear-mongering that legal Haitian immigrants to the Ohio town are eating their neighbors' pets. Quote, the Haitian community is suffering in fear because of Trump and Vance's relentless, irresponsible, false alarms, and public services have been disrupted. Trump and Vance must be held accountable to the rule of law. Anyone else who wreaked havoc the way they have would be arrested by now. There's nothing special about Trump and Vance that entitles them to get away with what they have done and are doing. They think that they are above the law. They're not. Their case will be made exponentially more difficult considering J.D. Vance effectively admitted on air that he made up the story about migrants eating pets because he was just that desperate to shoehorn the narrative of immigration into the political zeitgeist.
Just once and for all, you again started this in part by saying that, which Donald Trump repeated on the debate stage, that, and he didn't say anything about the policies that you're talking about. He just said Haitians are eating dogs and cats. Can you affirmatively say now that that is a rumor that has no basis with evidence?
Dana, the evidence is the first-hand account of my constituents who are telling me that this happened. And by the way, I've been trying to talk about the problems in Springfield for months, and the American
so they deliberately lied on camera about this.
Media ignored it. There was a congressional hearing just last week of angel moms who lost children because Kamala Harris let criminal migrants into this country who then murdered their children. The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to, create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast. You had one interview with her. You talk about pushing back against me, Dana. You didn't push back against the fact that she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which is why a lot of Americans can't afford food and housing.
You just said that you're creating a story.
Public policy.
Sir, you just said that you're creating the story.
What's that, Dana?
You just said that this is a story that you created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not accurate.
Dana, it comes from first-hand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create 20,000 illegal migrants coming into Springfield thanks to Kamala Harris's policies. Her policies did that, but yes, we created the actual focus that allowed the American media to talk about this story and the suffering caused by Kamala Harris's policies.
And they're very likely going to lose this lawsuit. A staffer of J.D. Vance actually called the Springfield city manager, Brian Heck, on September 9th prior to the debate and asked if there was any truth in rumors that Haitian immigrants were taking and eating pets in Springfield. Quote, he asked point blank, are the rumors true of pets being taken and eaten? Heck told the outlet. I told him no. There was no verifiable evidence or reports to show this was true. I told them these claims were baseless. Did that stop Donald Trump from saying this?
In Springfield,
well, they're screwed. They're probably going to lose the lawsuit.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame.
Of course not. Trump did it anyway because even though the campaign knew that it was false, the point was to perpetuate a certain narrative to help themselves politically. And what followed was death threats against Haitians, bomb threats against Haitians, property damage against Haitians, all because of a claim that these Republicans knew was a lie, that they were told was a lie, but they spread it anyway. They don't care whose lives they have to put in danger so long as they can derive some marginal political advantage from it. And the craziest part? Trump continues, after all of this, to repeat his claim to this day.
With 47 days until the election, former President Trump held a rally last night where he amplified false claims about immigrants in Springfield, Ohio, and promised to carry out the largest deportation in U.S. history.
47 days, less than 7 weeks out from Election Day, and the polls show that this race is still a dead heat nationally. Donald Trump holding a campaign rally on Long Island, New York yesterday. The former president telling his supporters he plans to visit Springfield, Ohio, after amplifying false claims that Haitian migrants in Springfield were eating neighborhood pets. Now, Springfield's mayor has warned against a visit from any candidate because the city has received at least 33 bomb threats.
The threats follow baseless claims about Haitian migrants in the city eating pets. There have been more than a dozen threats made to public schools, hospitals, and city services since the presidential debate on September 10th.
Do you think Springfield will ever be the same? I don't think. The fact is, and I'll say it now, you have to get him the hell out. You have to get him out. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ.
To get him out. Can't have it.
Yeah, get rid of the darkies. But, oh, he's not racist.
Can't have it.
I don't think so if you go by polling data, it looks close. I don't think it's going to be particularly close.
It's terrible. It's terrible to say. And
he's not trying to fix anything. He's trying to entrench problems for his own personal benefit. Now, as for this lawsuit, I do want to be clear that the likelihood of it going anywhere is slim. It also remains to be seen whether citizen-led charges like this one in this jurisdiction have ever been used successfully. So I wouldn't hang my hat on Donald Trump and JD Vance being arrested as the result of this, but I do want to give props to the nonprofit that filed these charges, however futile they may be, and to say that they have shown more courage in a shorter time frame than the DOJ and many state prosecutors have shown in years. Trump's delay tactics notwithstanding, the fact that these prosecutions took so long to get off the ground after January 6th is a testament to the fear of Trump that has pervaded so many prosecutors' offices in this country. So even...
How's it going, brother?
That is a crazy fucking story.
Dang, Daniel, how you doing?
Absolutely terrible. So out of nowhere last night, over on the Larson League Raw channel, a phone call from jail with Daniel Larson recorded by Clark was posted, and it is insane because Daniel Larson has not changed one bit. Now, despite Daniel still being firmly entrenched in his delusions, this is not no insignificant call where he's just rambling all day long about grace. I mean, you do get a fair bit of that, but mostly you find out what's happening with Daniel in jail and what the plans are and where he's going next. You learn a fair bit about how his time has been spent while in there, and some of the stuff you're not going to believe, but I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following the story of Daniel Larson for any period of time, this phone call is just going to be very strange to hear because we haven't heard anything from Daniel in months. It's the longest time he's ever been off the internet, but it's all for a good reason, because the streets definitely don't need this dude back on them. However, I'm just going to stop talking and we're going to get right into the phone call. If you want to go watch the full video that Larson Leak made over on their channel, which I highly advise you do, that'll be down in the description below, and yeah, let's get on with it. So my lawyer, my public defender, okay, is with the public defender's office, okay? A federal public defender's office out of Denver, Colorado. And his name is Jared. He is saying I'm incompetent and I'm going to get transferred to a psychiatric facility. He's naming 5 different ones. One in South Carolina, which doesn't make sense. I'm being told I would be moving to either South Carolina or Missouri.
New York City or New York, somewhere in New York, San Diego, or Seattle.
What the hell? Missouri.
Bob doesn't want me leaving the state. Okay? There's no time frame on when I'm going to get transferred. The paperwork got submitted to the court over 2 months ago. So I'm just sitting and just waiting right now.
It's terrible.
So as you can see, it looks like Daniel might be leaving the state of Colorado sooner rather than later. He names 5 different states that he may be going to. South Carolina, presumably to chill with Wings of Redemption, Missouri, New York City, which would be hilarious considering the Josh Block connection, San Diego, or Seattle to chill with either DSP or Blade. But to be fair, this isn't too shocking. We all knew that Daniel Larson was deemed mentally incompetent. He wasn't going to be fit to stand trial. And honestly, throughout the first minute or so of the phone call, Daniel sounds very reserved, kind of composed. Now, I'm not saying the guy sounds all there, because he's clearly saying oh, I don't understand why they're finding you mentally incompetent. It doesn't make any sense. The dude sounds like a lunatic when he says that, because anyone in their right mind who's watched just a few Daniel Larson videos can see why they think that. But Daniel, I think, is trying to give off this aura of I'm all here. I'm not like this crazy lunatic you guys think I am, and that's why he's talking like this to Clark over the phone. At least that's the impression that I get. He says there's no time frame on when he may get transferred, and honestly, I believe that wholeheartedly. He's probably just sitting there and just twiddling his fingers and waiting till the day he gets out. And I mean, that's exactly what he's doing, as you're about to hear in the phone call in just a minute here. But Daniel, he really expects to get out of here sometime
Yes, I
soon.
read the chat.
I don't know why he thinks that, especially considering what we just talked about and what he just talked about, and the fact that they're about to transfer him out of state somewhere. But only time will tell.
And I have a legal phone call with my lawyer today, and I am being told by Bob, and I'm also thinking that, why am I just sitting here? They either need to get me transferred, or at this point, give me time served and get me out. Because threats, it's not like I acted on them. I was homeless and I was demanding help. So where is the actual issue there? There isn't.
You're right. They're just, they took advantage of I really don't understand either. Has McDougal even tried to talk to you since then? Or McDougal?
No, he hasn't. And
What do I think of Wes Watson? He's a piece of shit who is alleged to have abused a bunch of women. He's a criminal. He's been in prison before, so that kind of adds up. He's also a fucking baby who can't control his own emotions, freaks out constantly, yells, screams, and he's just a general retard. And the steroids he takes probably doesn't really help either.
also told me, he promised me that Grace and I would be having the wedding.
Why don't
he's promised me stuff now that is just not even happening.
And there we go, right back.
Alright, so he's still crazy. No, I would not suck Daniel Larson's nose for $50.
To the lunacy. He brings up he who shall not be named, even though he was just named right there in the video. But he talks about how he only said threats and he wasn't going to act on them. He was just homeless and in a bad place. Now, I feel like somebody definitely told Daniel Larson about this, maybe his lawyer. That's why he's now like parroting the same thing, because Daniel wouldn't have came up with that idea on his own. But then, of course, it goes completely off the rails when he starts talking about how he was promised the marriage between him and Grace Vanderwall. They had to have their wedding. And maybe he asked this guy somewhere back in, like, the beginning of when he was arrested, or maybe during an interview, hey, listen, I have this big wedding coming up with singer-superstar Grace Vanderwall, the love of my life, and we need to figure that out. I don't care if I'm behind bars, I need to be there. And they were like, don't worry, Daniel, we'll figure that all out. And he just ran with that. He was like, all right, cool. So we're going to get to do the wedding. That's that. And I don't got to worry about a damn thing. And now that the wedding's not happening, he's getting more and more confused as to, like, why isn't this happening? Why aren't I hearing from Grace? And yeah, I mean, this has got to be a real fucking nightmare for Daniel, because the woman he loves is out there just waiting to get married to him, and he's being held off from that. But really, in reality, we all know the truth. Grace Vanderwall wants nothing to do with Daniel Larson, and the only reason she knows about him is because of his insane posts about her online and the spamming that his community does on her page. But yeah, the talk about the Larson Vanderwall wedding really caught me off guard, and it's not going to be the last we hear of Grace, because she comes back into play very soon. However, it's not the Grace you expect it to be.
And then he was trying to accuse me of things that it's like there's absolutely zero evidence of.
Yeah, like the child...
the child molesting thing, which there's absolutely no evidence, so that never even went through.
No, not even for $65.
Because they just don't have evidence.
This call is from a federal prison.
And then, also they were trying to accuse Bob of raping me.
What the hell?
Yeah, they were trying to straight up accuse Bob and then lie to me just to get Bob arrested for sex crimes. Like, if you are going to continue to do that, there's going to be further issues.
Ooh.
Because it's straight up just like not okay. You know, especially if they're saying it happened to me, and I absolutely know that is false information that they're saying is just ridiculous.
I mean, they're just... I'm surprised they haven't arrested me and other people and tried to accuse me of things.
Right.
Jesus, so again, a whole lot to unpack there. I think what Daniel's referring to when they say that they're accusing him of, like, molesting somebody is the story about Daniel Larson and this, like, very young girl at a group home Daniel used to be at. I don't know the full subjects and, like, details of this story, so I'm not going to touch on it too long. However, these are all allegations. But the fact that they're bringing it up there while he's in jail is pretty suspect. Another thing they're bringing up is apparently Bob touched Daniel. This is something people have theorized for years because of the weird relationship that Bob and Daniel have. But again, it's another allegation, and I haven't seen any proof of this being the truth, and Daniel is vehemently denying that right here. He's basically just saying that they're bringing up a whole bunch of falsities to Daniel and he's having to correct them, and Clark even questions, well, if you're going to say all that about Daniel and Bob, it's crazy that I haven't been arrested. And Daniel, without a shadow of a doubt, agrees, right? Like, it's insane you haven't been questioned.
Why did that? So you got, so all of July you were in the SHU, right?
I was in the SHU, yes.
The SHU, Special Housing Unit for high-risk inmates.
All of July.
Pretty much. What happened? Did someone try and fight you said?
Somebody was trying to fight me. People were calling into the jail, apparently, like, to the actual, like, facility, sending threats to me. And so I was getting pretty much attacked for people calling in. And I'm like, guys, like, I'm famous. It's not my problem. Like, there's nothing I can do.
Dang, so then did they put you in protective custody?
I've been in protective custody on 22-hour lockdown a day for over 2 months now. Like, going on 3 months.
What do you do all day?
Either sleep or just read books. And people are still saying I don't know how to read books when I do. So that's another thing that's pissing me off, is, like, people are accusing me of not knowing how to read, and they don't even know if I can or can't.
What?
So they don't even have a say.
The cops were saying that, or, like, the inmates, or just...
Everybody.
Jeez, yeah, that's...
And then other people inside the jail, inmates and COs, keep coming up to me, like, joking around about Grace, saying, oh, I'm in contact with her now, I'm dating her. And all that's doing is that's getting me angry. It's like, okay, like, Do you have their number? Because I have their number.
Ooh,
I'm not, like, I don't have it, straight on me, but it's in my legal discovery. It's just blocked out. You know what I mean? Like, I have more than enough proof right now. I'm pretty sure you don't. And they're just creating all these random arguments with me.
I mean, they can look you up and see that you're in there for, like, huge charges. Those people are probably in there for, like, like, the jail you're in has a lot of pedophiles and stuff, like that Subway guy.
Right. But the thing is, my charges are not that big.
Exactly.
If you really think about it. They're small compared to a lot of these other people.
True.
That might be the most insane part about all of this, because it's something I've been wondering since the very beginning of Daniel going into jail, and that's if other inmates, and I didn't think COs would, but apparently they are just fucking with him about the Grace Vanderwall stuff. Now, I didn't think it was just going to be the Grace stuff. I thought it was going to be everything, like, oh, Daniel, you're so famous and shit, but really, you can hear it from Daniel's own mouth. He's getting angry at all the shit he's getting because other inmates and even the cops there are like, hey, Daniel, I'm just talking to Grace, bro. I'm in contact with her now. Now, what I gotta ask is, are they finding out about this because before they went to jail, or like, maybe in their free time for the COs, they're looking up Daniel Larson content? I don't know. Daniel brings up there that people are contacting the jail, and I have heard in the past of people saying that they were going to contact other inmates and tell them about Daniel Larson. So is that what's happening here? Or people just calling other inmates and being like, hey, you know that little crazy guy in there? I hear he can't fucking read. And also that he's obsessed with this Grace Vanderwall chick who's like a singer-songwriter, yet she doesn't know he exists. The guy's crazy. And they're taking this and they're running with it. Now, Daniel says he also apparently got in a bunch of fights in jail because people were contacting the jail, and Daniel keeps saying, guys, I'm famous, it's not my problem. But then I'm wondering, what's exactly happening here to cause fights? Are they calling the COs and saying, hey guys, Daniel's like going crazy in his cell right now and streaming it to YouTube, and then they just bust in there and find Daniel doing nothing? Or is it the aforementioned fact that people are calling other inmates and that's getting Daniel like in trouble or getting these people riled up? I don't know, but it's not been an easy.
I'm
basically right now just serving time. That's all it is.
What books have you been reading? Did you get it from like commissary or something?
No, there's a library here. I got a bunch of, I guess, like 2 or 3 books. I've been reading like fairy tale stuff, vampire stuff.
Oh, that's good.
But anyways, apparently Bob is all pissed off about what's going on with Grace. He's like, okay, so we know that Grace is involved. Why not helping? Like, why is she not getting you out? Like, she's a millionaire. She should be able to just, get you right out and get you on the record deal. Why is she not helping?
Dude, he is so fucking delusional.
He's pissed off, and I probably shouldn't say this because I don't want to piss you off, but Bob is at the same time kind of upset at you.
This call is from a federal prison.
You got me in contact with the other person who claimed to be Grace, right? We know that. You got me in contact with the person claiming to be Tina and the person claiming to be Grace. I don't know right now if that was real or fake. But what I do know is when they told me that they were in contact with the FBI, okay, one thing I can confirm is what they were saying is true.
Greetings VG, can you own guns legally with your record?
I don't have any criminal records, so yes, I can own guns legally. Thanks for the donation, Sloth.
In my legal discovery.
That's true. Yeah, your legal discovery. I haven't been able to see that, but what else?
Right. But my legal discovery straight up has conversations with the verified Tina, Grace's mother, where it's straight up talking about being in contact with me and saying Grace is not dating you, she's not aware of you. But then What I find weird is there's a straight up letter that got sent to the homeless shelter where it straight up is from the real Dave. And Dave, as we know, was wanting the relationship and the wedding all along. He has no problem with it, as we know, right?
Yeah, I mean, assuming so, yeah.
Right. And so the thing is, he is the one that apparently sent the letter. And now they're all saying, including Grace, that none of that ever happened.
Jeez.
And there's like literal proof, like it came from their address. So who here is lying?
So Daniel is really all over the place in that clip. He starts by bringing up how Bob is something more too, but jail, what's really happening about, this topic, and just
like true.
I mean, Biden did drop out of the race, so it is Kamala now, and I don't know if you heard, apparently there were like Venezuelan gangs coming to Aurora, Colorado, and like taking over apartments and stuff. I was like,
I heard about that. That's true. That's what's going on. Actual doing.
Well, he is highly delusional.
My nutritionist from Italy taught me this recipe. Pecorino is a little saltier. Parmesan is a little nuttier. I like to use the best of both worlds, so I use half and half. For this recipe, the freshness of the basil is everything. What I look for is the basil not to be stiff. It's very loose. I literally wish I could grow it in my backyard, but I don't have time, I'm training, so. The stems give it a different flavor, and we don't really need that for this sauce. I fast for 24 hours a day. When you're fasting like that, you're so excited to eat after, so I feel like I'm working toward my meal right now. So now I'm gonna be using this pasta. It's pasta Colombo. It's from Italy. I love this pasta. It's so fresh. It's basically homemade. I've been in bucatini phase right now, so I'm Darth Bucatini right now. No longer Darth Rigatoni. Darth Bucatini. Himalaya sea salt's the healthiest type of salt. Push it down. You never break the pasta. So one tradition I like to do is when I'm cooking the pasta, I always take one piece of the raw pasta and I eat it. I love it. Olive oil is like such a healthy fat. I really like to put a lot of olive oil in. Pine nuts. I'm gonna put about 2 tablespoons in. I'm not looking to overly grind it where it's like soup. It's kind of like a paste. You can still see leaves, kind of. Delicious. It's so good. A lot of people think oh, am I dead when I'm training? No, I'm actually super energetic because I eat so much at night that in the morning I'm not hungry to eat anything. This is the fun part. As I'm mixing in the pesto, you see it starting to come on top. I'm gonna add the pasta water. Every ingredient I'm eating is like the best quality ingredients. Everything's organic, fresh, from Italy. After training, I'll just eat a box of pasta. But for you guys, I'll put it into a nice fancy plate in the middle, like so, here. We're gonna put pecorino on top. And voila, bucatini al pesto. Buon appetit. So good. What I'm gonna show you guys today is actually the best version of aglio olio. I get already peeled garlic. If you don't chop up the garlic, you won't get the inside flavor of the garlic in the oil. Now, I don't know how much oil I use. I just cover all the garlic a little more than...
Whoa, that's a lot of olive oil. Holy crap.
The amount. But right now, we're just gonna let the garlic infuse into the oil. We never put it above medium. We just keep it on medium, low. We're gonna add the crushed red pepper in to this infusion. 1.5 to 2 is perfect for me. Now I'll mix it in one more time. It's like not golden yet, but it's starting. It's softer now. We're gonna press it, and we're just gonna take out all the flavor from the garlic into this. We don't wanna overcook the garlic. We don't wanna brown the garlic. We're gonna just take basic chicken broth, and we're gonna put it inside just by eye, just to fill it a little. We're gonna take this strainer here, and now all we're going to do is pour the oil onto the pasta like so. I'm gonna take the pasta water, put it on also, and now we're just gonna press this down. And you see how the flavor is coming out of the oil. So when I go train with people after eating regular aglio olio, I stink of garlic and everyone complains. I modified this recipe so it doesn't go into your pores. You get the best tasting flavor from the garlic and...
Dude, that is a massive amount of olive oil, like, in that pasta. It's crazy.
It just destroys the regular aglio olio recipe. Yes, and now it's good to go. And now for the best part. Oh my God. This is amazing. It's just perfect. Aglio olio, I highly recommend. Fifth one.
All right.
Appreciate what you do. Take it easy, Cooker. Keep it going, guys. See ya. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah. All right, pizza review time. Johnny's New York style. So this is right down the road from Carvella's, right? Yeah. Is what we did. What town are we in?
West Point.
West Point.
Yep, still going.
I love that guy in there, Cooker. Like, that's just the best nickname you could ever have, Cooker. Anyways, they got screwed a little bit, Johnny's dough, because we did a full pizza at Carvella. We just did a slice here, but hopefully they warmed it up nice. There it is, not a bad looking slice, and I can tell they're kind of maybe similar, because when we're at Carvella, some people said they like here, some there, so I guess this is what you're in the mood for. I don't want to burn my face off, it's very hot. Pretty good, pretty good. So I'm gonna go 7-1 on this guy. I prefer that one maybe slightly more. This has more bar vibe to it, more like TVs, football. I think it's more a drinking spot than just pure pizza, which may explain the 7-3, 7-1. Both cool spots, nice people. I know we're doing Auburn football, but these are actually Georgia. The time difference.
How many more negative you want to give me?
Open it wider than that. No, not that close.
What do you mean wider than that? Don't tell me that's everything.
No, it's not. And you just cost yourself another 100, which brings you down to 0.
Goddamn, you go fuck yourself.
No.
You piece of shit.
Alright, so today we're going to be making pizza and pasta. So this is exactly how I eat every day after I train. For the last like 8 months, I think, I've been eating this every night after training.
Speaking of pizza, I've been making my own. It's so good. I used to make some pretty good pizzas. What I like to do is I get a big steel... Or not steel. I get a big cast iron skillet, and I put it in the oven, and I heat up the skillet in the oven, and then when I get the pizza, I drop it in the skillet, and then it cooks the bottom.
I typically fast like 24 hours, and I just train all day, and then I get to eat whatever I want at night. This meal is about 7,000 calories, so I work really hard all day so I could eat what I want at night. I usually make my dough by hand, But sometimes when I'm in a pinch, I go to Whole Foods and I get the dough there just because it's healthy. So I'm gonna go in here, and this is all pizza things. If you look here, this is buffalo mozzarella. This is fresh mozzarella. So this is from cow, this is from buffalo. I like mixing in different cheeses when I make the pizza. So now we're gonna just get out 2 doughs from Whole Foods.
How much cheese you got in there?
A lot of cheese. I go through cheese really fast. So the pizza I'm gonna make for you guys tonight is going to be just a
Cheese is so disgusting, dude.
regular pizza with sauce and the multiple cheeses, okay? I eat usually 2 pizzas. I usually eat this one with the sauce, and I eat a margarita pizza with just fresh tomato basil. There's my mom. Hi. The sauce is San Marzano tomatoes, little sugar, little oregano, some garlic. Pretty much that's what we use for the sauce. It's like a standard pizza sauce. But then a lot of Italian people got mad at me. Supposedly in Italy they don't. So I started learning how to do it without a rolling pin. So we just turn the dough both ways with the flour on it, just so it doesn't stick. So we use our fingers first to just move it to the sides. And now once I get here, I can start using my fists on both sides. And I go here. It's just obsessiveness. So your mind, like you wanna make the perfect obsessiveness when you're making the pizza. But it's so much fun. It kind of works your forearms too when you're doing this with the dough. So then I could say that I'm preparing for the match, doing conditioning, working my forearms for grips. No. So I'm here, and now look, how I use my knuckles just makes it thinner, you see? Because this is the thing about training. It's really easy to do. See how I like to slice it our sauce, that's pretty, and now
Approaches was very
that was good. And this is what we have to do just for the pizza. A temperature for pizza. And we're gonna see the cheese start melting, which is the funnest part watching it, is turn the pizza to the other side. And then put on the pizza this side. But look how it's forming now on the other side. See how the bubble is forming on the other side? Okay, so just cook. And now we have a pizza. Bon appetit. Flop.
That's what I'm eating, and it's
yeah,
really good.
Because everyone's good.
I want pizza. Life without pizza is difficult. It's just hard. I would very much like a pizza. Alright, well, that's definitely gonna be a stupid video.
Robin DiAngelo is cooked. Make no mistake about it. That's why she's deleted her social media.
She called it a fascist Nazi white supremacy film, and she claimed that she was conned into being in the film.
So they essentially just lied, wasting the time, effort, and money of everybody at these news studios to prove a point.
The critics claim that
Matt and company are revealed as just disingenuous at best and outright manipulative liars at worst.
Is it ethically okay to pretend to be one movie in order to get these interviews? Robin DiAngelo.
Quote, back in 2023, I was contacted by a group who claimed to be making a documentary film called Shade.
In these big buildings and they're working.
To use cards because I don't think they're very secure.
All right, honey.
Going on.
So if you were to apply this logic.
Appear in our documentary about anti-racism. And that's an opportunity that she was eager to take advantage of.
Deeper understanding of racism.
Racism in our country.
Lesson.
He shouldn't have to lie and
this movie. Oh.
How do I make sure I never get recommended any of his videos ever again? Do not recommend channel. What a worthless turd of a YouTube channel. just sits there and talks like a retard and doesn't say anything. All right, I am going to go to bed. It is late.
What are...
I need to sleep and so forth. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. We'll try playing God of War Ragnarok tomorrow night. I do want to play that game. But take care. I will see you all tomorrow.